I'd like to call this meeting to order. Everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for coming out today. Call this meeting to order. 9 o'clock on July the 10th. This is our public meeting for the Riptide Builders LLC conditional zoning application. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Please, Chief, go ahead and bring the first one in, please. All right. Hey, sir, I'm just going to tell everybody as they come in, all these know it and these know it out here. 3 minutes, at the end of 3 minutes, I will stop you. Not out of disrespect, but I just want to make sure everybody gets to speak today. Please state your name and address.
My name is John Shirk. I live at 725 Bermuda Walk. I'm here today in support of, obviously, this conditional zoning action that we have before you today. As you can see, it's gone through the planning board.
John, would you raise that mic, please?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. So it's gone through the planning board. We've gone back and forth, obviously, with the various different things that are going on here. The reason that I'm supporting it so much is because Sea Trail has always been basically a resort community. It's always been developed and designed as a resort community. And bringing these things in that we have before you today is going to continue with that vision and that dream that originally Sea Trail was supposed to be. We're not, obviously it's not asking to do, your Dollar Generals and all these other things with these conditional zoning things. What this plan means for Sea Trail and what it means for Sunset Beach is that we are going to see the true potential of Sea Trail. We're revitalizing the golf courses, we're revitalizing the neighborhood, and we're keeping up with the growth that's going around, surrounding us. The one thing that concerns me if this doesn't pass is that we will not be able to keep up with what is going on around us. The development is coming, between Riptide and the planning board. They've come up with a viable plan and a good plan to smartly move forward and keep our town growing and keep the revenue that is coming with all the tourists and all the developments and everything, keep it within our town and make our town better. That is really all I have to say.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Next. Good morning, ma'am. If you get to past 3 minutes, I will shut you off. I want to make sure everybody gets to speak, okay?
Gotcha. My name is Julie Chortnoff. I reside at 9109 Ocean Harbor Golf Club Road. And I'm here today to appeal to you to approve the conditional zoning request before you. I live in Sunset Beach, work in Sunset Beach. Every day I head to work in Sea Trail. I have the opportunity to interact with the residents who have overwhelmingly communicated support for the plans to revitalize the community. I also understand the resistance to change, but like it or not, change is occurring all around us. Brunswick County remains the fastest growing county in the state, and all around Sea Trail development is occurring. The plan for Sea Trail has always been in its full potential to be a resort destination, and that full potential has not been realized. We know that the golf courses are deteriorating, and the convention center and other amenities are as well. The recent changes and improvements that have been started to be addressed are making positive inroads. But these inroads can only result in dead ends if the conditional zoning is not approved. Approving and locking in this plan, in my opinion, will allow residents, the town, visitors, and future owners to rely on a well laid out vision for what Sea Trail can be. The zoning request will allow, approval of the zoning request will allow for a viable plan that will ensure Sea Trail's success into the future. I also ask that you consider that Riptide is a local company who believes in and is committed to the potential of Sea Trail, so much so that they have made an incredible investment in Sea Trail and in Sunset Beach. The investment, albeit significant or significant financially, is also a considerable investment into the sustainability and growth of our community. A commitment of time and resources to proceed in a manner that is thoughtful and takes into account a good path forward for all parties. It's not always the quickest path or the path that results in the most immediate and greatest return on their investment. However, unlike other developers, they are local. They employ those of us who live locally, and those investments result in dollars spent that will come back into this community. And I think that's the kind of investment, both financial and in terms of commitment and connection to the local community, that really makes a difference. So that's what I ask you to weigh in your determination of the request before you. And I trust that you'll make the decision that allows for Sea Trail to thrive and succeed in the future.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Playing barbershop today. Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Campbell. I'm a 18-year resident of Sea Trail, and I've loved every minute of it. I enjoy the community. I enjoy the people that live here. 280 Crooked Gully Circle. Sorry. I am here to ask this board, who represents us, to very carefully look at each of these proposals. I see the need for some of them. Others I certainly oppose and I believe should be rejected. We are here for the long term. You, as our representatives, represent us over the long term. Riptide is here to make a profit. I have no problem with that. That's what they should be doing, and they've done some things that I can be supportive of. I do recognize the need for change. I'm a golfer. I see the condition of the courses, and something has to happen to improve those conditions. That's why I can be supportive of the hotel that's being proposed. But I am opposed to changes that will change the nature of the community. This is a mixed-use community, but much of it is residential, and that is why many of us are here for that, because that's what it is. Shops, commercial establishments, there's room for them, but not in the residential areas. There's plenty of underutilized space in our current clubhouses. There will be space in the new hotel when and if that gets built. That's where commercial establishments belong, not at the entrances, at the exits, in the residential areas of the community. So I would ask you that you reject any development near those entrances. It's a safety issue. The roads were not made for the kind of commercial establishments and people coming in to shop. If those shops were to be successful, it would be a safety hazard. If they were to not be successful, it would become an eyesore to the community to come in to see shops that are not being utilized. So I'd urge the board to reject that development near the entrances. I'd also ask you to take a hard look and reject new condos, new multifamily units. There's too many already. And again, we have to look at the nature of the community. There's too many already. The hotel will add capacity so that more golfers can come in and use our facilities, but we do not need any more condos and multifamily developments.
All right, sir. That's it. I don't know
Oh.
if you heard when it come in, but at 3 minutes, I'm stopping.
Oh.
Make sure everybody gets to speak. So
Okay, one last comment,
Sir.
and then I'll,
make it quick for me, please.
okay. Again, please consider our long-term interests. Riptide is here. Riptide will make a profit, and that's all to the good. But Riptide will be gone, and we will be left with the results of the decisions that are made here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next. 3 minutes, sir. I will stop you.
My
Yes,
name
sir.
is Richard Dysinger. I live at 704 Fairway Drive East. My family has owned property in Sea Trail since 1991, and I am a member of the Planning Board. I want to dispel two misconceptions that have driven a good deal of the discussion in Riptide zoning request. First, the idea that Sea Trail is a community in decline. Someone is going to have to explain to me how a community whose home values have doubled over the last 7 years is a community in decline, and how an HOA board that has doubled HOA fees during that time period can proclaim that the community they manage is in decline. I understand why some hold that view, but it is primarily a Chinaway issue, not a Sea Trail issue. Chinaway closed the convention center and has done less than what is required to maintain and market the golf courses. This has impacted the vitality of the destination golf resort business, but the residential community is thriving. A good deal of what the planning board has approved and I voted for will enable Riptide to recreate a viable golf resort business. I encourage the council to approve subject 3, 4, 4A, 8, 9, 10, and 13A through C. The second misconception is that if the town doesn't approve all these rezoning quests, none of it will work. I spent years as a business development executive analyzing projects for clients. So let me quickly run the numbers for you. A 150-room hotel at 80% capacity will bring in approximately 80,000 guest days at Sea Trail. Brunswick County is the fastest growing county in North Carolina. Currently, there are between 20 and 25,000 household plats that have been approved. That means 60,000 new residents visitors. The golf participation rate in North Carolina is 20%. That means 12,000 new golfers within a 15-minute drive of Sea Trail. The average golfer plays 20 rounds a year. That means 250,000 rounds of golf, and Sea Trail controls 25% of the available courses in the area. Capture that business, and it will mean $5 to $6 million per year in additional fairway revenue, absent building a single condo within Sea Trail. So I urge the board to reduce the number of condo rental multifamily properties that are in these 22 requests, specifically 7, 15, and 16. Let's preserve a balance between a thriving, wooded residential community by carefully approving a portion, but not all, of the destination rental units that are requested. You know, you can't always get what you want, but if you sometimes, you just might get what you need. Let's give Riptide what it needs, but not everything it wants, and preserve the wonderful balance between a thriving residential community and a reborn destination golf resort that is Sea Trail's historic legacy, and if properly
Thank you, sir.
developed, can be its future.
Thank
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Abby Young, and I live at 103 Old Oak Lane and in Sea Trail. And I wish to state my vehement opposition to the rezoning plans for Subject 2 tract. For the record, I'm in favor of many of the rezoning plans. However, the plans to squeeze a 10,000 square foot building, commercial building, and a 3,500 square foot commercial building in a relatively small parcel of land at the south entrance are reckless and ill-advised. These buildings and its parking lot are right across the narrow street from my home. I'm aware of the revisions in the latest version of the plans. However, it is unlikely that the proposed tree row, sidewalk, and reconfigured parking lot will mitigate the inevitable increased traffic, noise pollution, light pollution, litter, foot traffic through my yard, and other general disturbances. If any of those attributes were attractive to me, I would have bought in Cherry Grove or Ocean Drive. Instead, I chose Sea Trail because I believe that the rules, regulations, and covenants would have guarded against such. I never imagined that I would have to take an activist role to defend my right of peaceful enjoyment of my property. Plain and simple, Sea Trail does not need the equivalent of a strip mall. plopped in the midst of single-family homes and condos to fully realize their objective of building a world-class golf destination. Council members, I respectfully ask that you consider the needs and requests of tax-paying homeowners over the perceived needs of tourists. Please reject the commercial plans as subject to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Nancy Bianchi, 131-2 Rice Mill Circles in Sea Trail. I just came to tell a story of why we bought in Sea Trail years ago. We came here as a visitor. We fell in love with the place because of the beautiful facilities that were available. We went to every luncheon, every brunch. We enjoyed having, yeah, I know it sounds silly, but cloth tablecloths, napkins, real china, silverware instead of plasticware. And over the years, Sea Trail has declined. They no longer offer that. We used to go to the Maples and have dinner and sit and look at the twinkle lights over the greens. I would like to see Sea Trail come back. I don't agree with everything, but I do feel that Sea Trail needs to be revived. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Parker Smith, 200 Royal Post Road, Sunset Beach. I am the, coming from the golf perspective, I am in the golf business. It's been my livelihood. In 2018, I came in here and took over the rental business. We have approximately 90 condos on a rental program. Simply put, it's not nearly enough to support what the golf course needs. We are average 72% occupancy year round. There's many more people that want to come and experience what this area has to offer. There's simply just not enough rooms. From an investment point of view, the golf courses need a lot invested into them. And in order for that to work, the rooms need to be there to have the resort play revenue, which is 2 and 3 times what a local will pay to play here. And so those resort players really subsidize what locals pay to play golf. And so to have those rooms is critical. So I'm in huge support of this program. Appreciate everyone's time and efforts put towards it. I've had the opportunity of going to many other resort destinations, places y'all have probably been, whether it be Sea Pines, Kiowa, commercial, residential, all work in concert with one another. Those are world-class golf destinations, and having been around with some investors, they see tremendous opportunity here, and we're not really trying to do something new and different, but something that geographically this is very attractive to people to drive to. About 3/4 of our customers drive here and don't fly, and the access to this area and the growth is a tremendous opportunity. The golf courses have great bones. It's just, like anything, they need a lot of investment. And to do that, the rooms are absolute requirement, as well as other various sundry items that would complement people from out of town. As many I've hoped have probably been, House's Place is a restaurant I opened we saw a need and demand. We'd like to do a lot more things, except we're kind of confined on space. It's a fairly small area. I'm maybe biased, but the food's fantastic. But we'd like to do more. The prior woman mentioned white linen, and chef does prime rib. There's a lot of things he can do. It's just sort of out of place at a pool. So with other areas to operate and do that in, we'd certainly feel like there's a huge need, and we've just kind of scratched the surface. So encourage y'all to approve and support this, and there's a ton of interest and opportunity, and sky's the limit. So thanks for your time, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you, Parker.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Newman. I'm with Business Alliance for a Sound Economy. We're a business advocacy organization based in Wilmington. You've heard some really specific comments, local comments. I kind of wanted to zoom out just a little bit and talk about the regional impact. I think this project, if it goes through as it's proposed, would be a transformational reinvestment. It would be an economic development boon to the region. I think some of the specificity in the conditional use and master development planning process gives you really specific criteria and metrics on individual parcels across the entire development. I think that gives some checks and balances in the process and some certainty. I think most importantly, from a process and procedure standpoint, it's gotten planning board support. I really appreciate the hard work that Chad and Lisa and Wes and Grady have done on the staff side, and I'd encourage your support. Thanks.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Nobody else out there right now? All right, I'm gonna open it up to the floor here. Anybody like to speak? Go ahead, ma'am.
Handouts. That's good. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Donnelly. I reside at 594.
Well, you need to speak at the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Donnelly. I reside at 594
Could you
Kings
pull the
Trail.
mic down a little bit? I'm sorry, everybody. I forgot my hearing aids. My wife goes to bring them back up to me.
Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
With my husband, Patrick, we reside at 594 Kings Trail. In the interest of the council's time, worked with several of my neighbors, and I speak on behalf of Sea Trail residents that are present. They may some be in the other room. We were going to give a show of hands. Additionally, you have a list of 17 other folks who are in absentia today who also helped consolidate these remarks. In the interest of the council's time, please understand that we consolidate our comments. No one wants to forego the Sea Trail revitalization. We need not pit neighbor against neighbor to get what is best for Sea Trail and Sunset Beach. This is not an all or nothing decision. There is a balance between making this project viable and profitable, yet salvaging the character and aesthetics of our established neighborhoods. This is what community is about. This is what enthralled us to build our home here 11 months ago today. And this is the attraction of those still aspiring to move and visit here. Sunset Beach has a land use plan that was developed in 2017, and it outlines our vision for 10 to 20 years. It was designed to manage growth, to protect our residents from exactly what is being proposed now in Sea Trail, full-scale maximization of development under the presumptive threat of opting out of revitalizing our Gulf community. The project plan sprinkles mixed uses throughout Sea Trail and does not limit commercial zoning to a commercial center. Long-term granting of these zoning concessions could set a precedent whereby developers could bring lawsuits in the future. We request the board review each subject as a whole and individually and implore the applicant to show how each is essential and ties into one another. We can swap, can we, enhance another where it makes sense and eliminate one where it doesn't. In whole, this project has the potential in some ways to have the opposite impact of what we all want for Sea Trail. So please provide approvals with strict limitations, even denials where it makes sense to balance the interest of all parties. Please scrutinize specifically subjects 5, 6, 15, and 7 altogether to determine the safety and traffic impacts to Kings Trail and surrounds. There is a lot proposed here in a very small area. Together, these 4 sites will disrupt the safety, serenity of the neighborhood and the Maples Golf Course aesthetic for holes 10, 11, 16, and 17.
Thank you. Thank you. So everybody's going to try to actually give you just a little bit extra each time. Thank you so much.
Don't know if anyone counted the hands next door.
Next. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Hank Gertis. I live in Live Oak and have been a resident of Sea Trail for 25 years.
Where's my vote, please?
436 Egret Drive. I've seen the ups and downs over the 25 years. What used to be a showcase facility with flowers everywhere has deteriorated. And I actually welcomed the new developer coming in and having a vision to bring Sea Trail back to where it used to be. I understand that the planning committee made its opinion solely on analyzing and reviewing existing laws, regulations, and did not do anything concerning the impact that would occur with the development. This was, that information was given to me by one of the planning committee members, and therefore I think the planning committee's decision to move forward with the plan as presented should be either delayed or there should be an impact assessment made before Riptide continues to develop the properties. I don't agree with the dispersed locations of commercial properties. The impact on traffic, security, and so forth are going to be significant, especially for people who have homes near these dispersed facilities. I have communicated some of this directly to Riptide in writing. I have not received a response, so I guess I've been ignored. I feel sorry for the people who are in the areas where the commercial development is scheduled to take place. And the other thing, one more comment, I've reviewed all of the plans. I spent some time here looking at all the drawings, some of the townhomes that are being planned. Based on the drawings, don't really fit into Sea Trail and the current architectural regulations and rules that we have. I feel sorry, as I said, for the people who are near these commercial areas because their property values are going to fall. Final comment, most of the emphasis is on multi-family structures, in other words, condominiums. We already have enough condominiums, and I would hope that the planning committee reconsiders its decision to move forward with the plan as it exists right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning. My name is Michael Cassidy. My wife and I live at 170 Bellwood Circle. We are relatively new to this community, but the reason we moved here, we've only been here about 7 months, is because we fell in love. Sure. Is because we fell in love with the community. This seems to me to be a complex issue, and there are multiple strategic and tactical issues that need to be considered. To echo what somebody said earlier, it's not an all or none situation, that there could be selective decisions made on the various parts of the proposal. The primary point, though, that I would like to make is that there needs to be a couple of things that I don't see happening. Number one, there needs to be an opportunity for public input. This meeting is certainly an opportunity for that input, and we appreciate it. It is not, in our estimation, however, and I'm speaking for my wife, hopefully she doesn't mind, that it's a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. That a second element that is necessary, and in my estimation and our estimation is lacking, is a census of everyone in the community, or as an alternative, a rigorously designed sample that would provide confidence in generalizing the results in that sample to the population. The results of a scientifically designed and administered survey, which could be done relatively quickly and with relatively low cost, would provide a foundation for evaluating the community's attitudes towards components of the plan. The Brunswick Beacon last week reported that there are 2 petitions circulating with approximately 600 signatures in favor and approximately 100 against. Well, I laud those efforts that people have made in launching those petitions. These numbers are not necessarily reliable indicators of the attitudes of the community as a whole. Polling and sampling can produce reliable results, and this initiative would, in our estimation, be it would make more transparent the process. It would provide information about the attitudes and the opinions of the community that right now are not really present. So that's what I wanted to say, and I submit that to the board. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jody Newman, and I live at 593 Coach Trail. I'm presenting a petition signed by nearly 50 residents of the Kings Trail neighborhood. The petition is too long to be read in 3 minutes aloud, so I'm submitting it to the council along with notes to the petition. The petition was prepared June the 5th, and an attempt was made on June the 7th to present it to the township administrator, but it was not accepted. We recognize that some of the details have changed, but the changes made do not have a significant impact on our objections. The objections raised in this petition remain the same, and those sections would be 5, 6, 7, and 15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can have him come in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Come on up to the microphone, sir, and that way we'll be able to carry it forward. It's holding it right. Okay.
Sam Newman, 593 Coach Trail. I live at the green on the Maples, hole number 11, and the tee box on hole number 12. I mention this because as my wife and I, Jody, work in the yard, we have been randomly asking golfers as they leave hole number 11 and wait on the tee box for number 12 if they were aware that there was a proposal to build some kind of housing in the area between hole number 11 and hole number 17. The responses we get are somewhere between, "Are you kidding?" to "That can't be true." One joker even said, "I hope these houses will come with golf ball and insurance." That might be funny, but it makes a point. Not one person we talk to thinks this is a good idea. Our neighborhood has submitted to the town a petition signed by 48 residents in our neighborhood. I will try to present my own simplistic comments of my concerns. The developer continually maintains that they want to take Sea Trail back to the days it was when it was a vibrant golf and resort destination. The Maples Golf Course and Kings Trail Sugar Sands neighborhood in particular are essentially the same today as they were in the days the developer aspires to take us to. It's just hard to see how significantly changing the appearance and character of 4 holes on the Maples Golf Course contributes taking Sea Trail back to the days the developer states. It seems to me it does quite the opposite. As previously mentioned, I live on the corner of Maples Hole number 11 and 12. I can tell you for certain that the request in section 7 will ruin the character and appearance of holes number 11 and 17. I hope our town will have experts conduct an in-depth study of the impact on traffic on the combination of sections 5, 6, 7, and 15 before any of these sections are even considered for approval. If approved as submitted, these sections will certainly have potential for increasing traffic on Kings Trail, Old Point Road, and Highway 179. It would seem that increasing traffic on these roads will result in accidents. I have trouble picturing golf carts moving between holes number 10 to 11 and holes 16 to 17, together with cars moving in and out of new housing from section 7 and 15. That's a lot of potential traffic coming together in a short space. Another issue I hope the town council will take a serious look at is at the number of commercial buildings the developer has proposed throughout Sea Trail. There are 2 commercial buildings proposed in sections 5 and 6, and I think other commercial buildings proposed for other parts of Sea Trail. I hope the council will match up the number of commercial buildings proposed for Sea Trail with commercial buildings already existing at Sunset Beach. We certainly need to avoid having unoccupied buildings, especially at entrances 5 and 6. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Come on, sir. Yeah, come on in. Get ready. So hold just a second. I'll let him get out, but I just want to be ready to rock.
Let me take those now. Just pass them down. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Tennant, 641 Kings Trail Drive. I'm skipping over a lot of my comments because it's same thing that's been said about 5, 6, 7, and 15 parcels. Those places will really disturb the whole outlook of Kings Trail and distract from it. The petition that just passed out was all signed before the June 5th planning board meeting, and I brought a copy in and gave it to the clerk, and it appears it never got circulated. But anyway, outside of that, the comments and things that are on the petition is still relevant because it's still concerned, even with the changes that the planning board made, it still impacts our 5, 6, 7, and 15 parcels. But my main concern is subject 7. The building of proposed 22, well, now 16 townhouses between 11 and 17 holes that affect the look and playability of these holes, also ruining the view from the 4 homes abutting on the fairway of Coach Trail and lowering their house values. If access is allowed from Kings Trail Drive, all of the heritage trees fronting on the Kings Trail will be damaged or killed. The planning board thought that removing the 6 townhomes nearest to Kings Trail Drive would protect those trees, but the construction traffic that accommodates the building of the road and homes will destroy that whole area. Those trees will be damaged and removed. For the reason of access to this parcel should only be allowed to come off of Clubhouse Road if you approve the 16 townhomes in that area. This would protect the heritage trails and lower the amount of traffic on Kings Trail Drive, which is a safety problem. There's going to be a lot of in and out coming onto Kings Trail, which is a divided small road coming in there. It's got trees in between the 2 lanes, and it'd be the cart path crossing there from 16 and from 10 is all in that same area, and the heritage trees are all over that area. the best overall course of action for this would be let that area remain the MR3 with access only from the Clubhouse Road. That's would be my recommendation, that they just leave it the way it is and let the developer deal with the MR3 restrictions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You have another one, Ken? Okay. All right. Anyone in here? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Is that everybody? Excuse me one second. Okay. This room back here, have you started back here any yet? Okay. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Jack DeGroot, and I live at 231 Creekview Drive. I've been here for 31 years. I knew Miller Pope. We were very good friends, and I know that this was always supposed to be a golf resort from 1985 on, when Larry Young has had his great success with Oyster Bay. I don't golf. I never have. My husband does. My husband golfs a lot. My husband told me one time that he thought the most beautiful course here was Marsh Harbor. And of course, there are houses along that area too, and they shut down Marsh Harbor when there were financial issues. So his second favorite one then was Oyster Bay. And then, of course, we live on the Maples course, so he likes that one too. I don't golf, but I do go around on a golf cart with him occasionally, and I do have the view. And I like the green spaces. I think that's wonderful. And I know we bought when there were condos behind us, and we love the condos. When the convention center was opened, I was able to watch people come in with these long, big suitcases and bags and things. And then a couple hours later, I was watching brides and their bridesmaids and everybody clomping down the steps to go to the convention center for their weddings or proms. It was lovely. I mean, we even have made great friends with some people who lived in the condos who have since bought property in Sea Trail. So I don't see that as a negative to have a building behind you or next to you, or everybody's coming. They're going to come. There's no way we can stop this. I think Riptide has done a tremendous job of making things nice again and building things up. And I know it's kind of hard for all of us to not think of our own selves and what's going on and think about everybody. But I think everything was going to be for the best if we can keep the golf courses. If you look at Bent Tree, Bay Tree, Briarwood, and even Brick Landing, when it was closed, the golf courses were closed. The whole areas deteriorate. Everything becomes shoddy. And we don't want that. It's pristine now. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Mack. I live at 625 Kings Trail. Just want to talk about some things in general. If you look at what we're here talking about today, subjects 1, 2, 3, 4, 4A, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, not 12A, 13. They're all commercial. Some of which are existing buildings, some of which are existing old foundations, etc. But if you total up the 6,000 square feet here and 3,000 square foot there and 10,000 square foot and 4,000 square foot and 8,000 square foot, and you total all that up, and I assume they're all two-story buildings at 30 to 40 feet high, we end up with somewhere in the neighborhood of 172,000 square foot of commercial space, new space over and above what's existing. So I don't know, where I come from, that's a small shopping center. But anyway, if you were to say out of that 172,000 square foot, and again, you can do the math, I may not be exact, but and let's just say you were, each building or each business was 3,000 or 4,000 square feet, you could end up with 40 to 50 new businesses in there in the Sea Trail community. That's a lot of businesses in the Sea Trail community. And again, traffic, parking, and all those safety concerns that go along with it. So I just ask the council to consider these things very carefully. I'm not opposed to all the development, but I am opposed to doing all of the development. So please give it a lot of thought for the benefit of Sea Trail and the town of Sunset Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kirch, and I live at 920 Oyster Point Drive. First of all, I want to thank the council for allowing this public service in public speaking. We've vacationed in this area for 34 years, and we've been a resident of the Oyster Point area for 4 years, so we've watched it grow up. The business model for developers have obviously evolved over those 34 years, from selling dirt to selling planned communities. And those planned communities allow for both residential, multifamily, single residential, and also commercial, as we've all seen, and Parker Smith talked about his other areas that he talked to, that he's visited. One of the areas that concerns me, and it concerns me, is the taxes. And I know the council, in passing their 2024 budget, said we do not have enough commercial business here to provide additional revenues. The gentleman who just spoke provided a lot of statistics regarding that commercial, and they would provide tax revenues up and above the residential to be going there. So that's one of the reasons that my wife and I, Jean, we support the variance agreement, or that Riptide has presented, and we look forward to a positive response from the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on and provide my opinion on the proposed redevelopment of Sea Trail. Been living here. It's Gary Conselmo at 1187 Kingsmill Court.
Your name and address, please.
Gary Conselmo at 1187 Kingsmill Court, right inside the north entrance of Sea Trail. I support the revitalization of Sea Trail. It's been a wonderful place to live for the last 5.5 years, and we've been visiting here for the last 18 years. And I do want you to consider seriously what the people have said about the Kings Trail area of Sea Trail, because what I look at is this whole idea is we're trying to restore the conditions of the golf courses as the end of all of this whole change that's going for Sea Trail. So I really want you to consider what impact this is going to have on the golf course, because I think what's happening on Kings Trail is not the right thing to do for Sea Trail and the golf courses. But overall, I think the end result is that we want to see the golf courses come back. We want to see the investors that are planning to invest in Sea Trail Golf to stand behind their goal to be able to revitalize those. So, and also considering what was said earlier by the gentleman that came in and talked about what is needed to support these golf courses, to consider that too when it comes to what Riptide is proposing. So I'm all for redevelopment, but I want it to be done in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Steve Miller, and I live at 140 Forest Walk in Sunset Sea Trail here. You know where that is. Everybody knows. I just wanted to step up and express my support for the Riptide plan. I've already sent all of you emails, so you already know how I feel about it. I've even got a couple responses back. I'd just like to say that I support it. I think we have an opportunity here to help Sea Trail realize its potential, or we can deny it and watch it slowly expire. So I'm in support of it, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Wilson, 424 Lakeshore Drive. First off,
regarding any of the parcels that are to be approved, I do feel that the scope of what should be allowed for uses on those parcels need to be narrowed down and made much more specific, regardless of which ones they are. I've broken it down into 3 separate categories. First off, tracks 9, 10, 12, 13, 13A, 13B, 13C, and 14. Approve them today. If I could make a motion for it, I would right now. Okay? Next, maybe. Meaning that these parcels need to be looked at a little more and some things need to be changed with these parcels. Tracks 1, 3, 4, 4A, 7, 11, 16, and 17. Now, specifically looking at track 16. The northern portion around the lake, I feel, is fine for some multifamily development. However, the southern portion, I feel, should only be approved for single-family homes, as there will be a conflict with any multifamily encroaching upon existing single-family homes, either those across the fairway on number 11 of the Bird, or those that were actually built across the street by the applicant in Birdwatch. Lastly, obviously, is no. This would be tracks 2, 5, 6, 8, 12A, and 15, and 7. I'm sorry, 7 as well. Right off the bat, they don't conform with the land use plan in any way, shape, or form, and there is no need for them. There is currently 120 acres of commercial land within the town of Sunset Beach, half of which is sitting empty. So commercial development does not make sense within the community. Everybody wants the town to grow, but let's let it grow in those areas that are best suited to accommodate commercial development and not within the residential communities, which is specifically outlined in the land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody back there, Ken?
He's made it walking in.
I'm getting where I'm walking. Thank you for letting me talk. I just want to tell you that I
Just gotta give your name and
Okay, I'm Bobby Lear,
address.
127-2 Rice Mill Circle in Sea Trail. And I just want to let you know that I do support the conditional zoning and application for all parcels. I also want to tell you that I would like to thank you and for the service that you do for the town. That I would like to have you vote yes in all the conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
After this, I'm gonna open this room up for a minute, and let some of these do.
Time. Good morning. I'm Nancy Whitman. I live at 127-2 Rice Mill Circle. His other half, his best half. Sea Trail in Sunset Beach, North Carolina. I've been a Sea Trail property owner for 10 plus years, and I'm a citizen who votes in every local election. First of all, I want to say thank you, Mayor Phillips, for responding or acknowledging my email. And I also want to say, we all know this, but change is difficult. And we have to look at the whole picture and literally the survival of our beloved Sea Trail. If we all do our part by focusing on the positive, we can survive this transition. I wish to express my support for Riptide Builders' conditional zoning application in its entirety. This is a positive move for us. Riptide Builders is a Sunset Beach company, a locally owned business who has demonstrated interest and care in our community and the town. I ask that you vote to represent those of us who are positive about the changes and support the development and investments of Riptide Builders. This is your chance to show the property owners of the Sea Trail community and the town of Sunset Beach that we can move forward together to embark on revitalizing Sea Trail and the town. I hope you will take this opportunity to vote yes for the entire conditional zoning application package for we, the people. We're counting on you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hold it for just a minute there, Ken. Is that all? Okay. Anyone in here like to speak? Okay. If anybody else comes up, just hold on for a minute. I'm gonna let some of these people speak. So much for saving it.
Good morning. My name is Candy Fowler. I live at 1318 Forest Creek, Sunset Beach, for over 20 years. I've seen it all. Good times, bad times, bankruptcy, and more. Finally, we have someone who cares about us with a true vision for Sea Trail. By now, you've heard it all. Lots of concessions have been made by Riptide, followed by the approval of our planning board. Plus, we have over 624 signatures, from Sea Trail and owners around us that say, and actually today it's 628, it keeps growing, that clearly support the entire proposal by Riptide. They've all signed this petition. Nobody's been coerced. It was shared with anybody we could get our hands on. Isn't it time to go ahead and approve this and let's move on? We appreciate your time, we really do. But let's move forward and make Sea Trail a successful place to live again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Cliff Dolan, 67 Eastwood Park Road, Sunset Beach. I'm tired of all this dissension. Progress requires change. Stagnation requires nothing. What disturbs me the most is this should have been resolved several months ago by sitting down at a table and discussing all this. We need the change. We need improvement. Sunset Beach needs the revenue. People are concerned about traffic. My thoughts are, do what you can with driving within Sea Trail, drive the speed limits, and let Sunset Beach do the rest, the police department. Vote yes for all these, for progression. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Who would like to be next?
My name is Mickey Smith. I live at 123 Forest Walk with my wife, Susanna, and formerly of 682 Fairway Drive East in the Sugar Sand section of Sea Trail. We are 100% for conditional zoning. I absolutely love what Riptide has done. Come in here and made Sea Trail, in my opinion, a better place. You know, I got a feeling a lot of people agree with me because let's just go over some statistics and just some numbers. Riptide has 49 projects in the Birdwatch section, and all 49 have been purchased. 47 have been sold for homes, and 2 have been sold for lot purchases. In the Eastwood Bluff section, 88 total townhomes have been built, and everything has been sold that Riptide has offered to be sold. It seems like to me a lot of people are moving in here, and each section in Sea Trail, they have a party once a year. Section we live in is called Planters Ridge. We chaired it along with the Millers a couple of years ago. And when we did, the response was very good, but I thought I'll just take my golf cart, ride around for a couple hours one day and talk to these people, especially the new people that were moving in, and tell them what we had going on, just make sure they wanted to come. It took me 4 days to do that 2-hour project because I met some great people and some very, very smart people that moved into Sea Trail wanting to make and see on the promises that Riptide probably had told them to make it a whole lot greater place to live. Lastly, in the planning meeting that we had the other day, I attended that, and a gentleman stated that 28 people came to the HOA meeting. He was making a negative point about that. But, you know, I'm not a smart guy, but 28 people in the size of Sea Trail, and I know 8 of those people in there, I know those people were positive for what Riptide was doing. So that leaves less than 20 people that had something to say. And why do you go to a HOA meeting? Only for 2 reasons. You're either wanting to know what the new stuff's going on or you want to complain. And most of the time, you want to complain. So you know what? I think the people in Sea Trail are pretty darn happy with Riptide. And I just want to say thank you, and please pass this.
Thank you.
May want to lower that
Yeah,
microphone.
I'm
just a
short.
little bit.
I'm short, but not sweet. As you know, my name's Susan Bridges. I live in Sea Trail at 595 Coach Trail. We all know that development's coming. We came here. We know why people want to come here. We don't blame them. As I've said before, the developers have been very open and very available to us about their propositions. And honestly, 75 to 80% of the propositions I've got no problem with. I agree with a lot of people that there's some good things that could happen. And also a lot of the proposed zoning changes truly do need to be addressed. Many of them are out of date, illogical, or just plain wrong. But I'm worried about the 600 people, 600 and plus people who drank the Kool-Aid, who signed that petition and just give the developers carte blanche. Outside of the people in this room, I'm wondering how many of those 600 people have actually read the propositions, who've actually gone through the 43 pages of teeny tiny print, who've looked at the maps and understand the schematics that they present. I'm wondering if they know about the 16 townhomes that are going to be put between Maples 11 and 17. I'm wondering if they know that the commercial space in project number 15 is going to abut the houses at the bottom, at the back of Fairway Drive West. How much beautiful green space is to be sacrificed to cram in a pitch and putt beside 18 on the Maples? I'm also concerned about the businesses being planned. In order for a business to succeed, you need full-time, benefited employees. Our demographics do not support this idea. No one can get help or keep help. Everywhere you go, there's help wanted signs. Boat landing can only be open a few days a week. Have you ever tried to order a pizza from Joey O's on a Friday night? They just don't have the help. I know people are moving here. Lots and lots of people are going to be moving here. The demographics are going to change. I don't get the feeling that those people are going to be hourly workers. When these businesses fail, then we'll be left with empty buildings instead of trees. Also, it hasn't been talked about much, but let me assure you, de-annexation is still on the table. Many of you remember the town council election 2 years ago when this was a hot button issue and the developer-sponsored candidates were firmly defeated by a landslide. I still believe that you do not want these properties to be surgically removed from our town. They have the precedent and they have the political underpinning to get this done. Just to quote one of my favorites, Joni Mitchell, "You don't always know what you've got till it's gone." They paved paradise and put up a parking lot.
Thank you.
Next. Okay, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Greg Barrett. My wife Jenny and I live full-time in Sea Trail at 204 Jonesbird Court. We built our home in 2012 just as Sea Trail had entered into bankruptcy. An ominous beginning for sure. What followed were years of neglect as we witnessed the closing of restaurants, the closing of the convention center, and sadly, the deterioration of the golf courses and the clubhouses. In our early years in Sea Trail, we were excited to have our friends and family visit us so we could show off this place we called paradise. Unfortunately, for many years now, we have been embarrassed. Imagine a golf community with no restaurants, closed facilities, and subpar golf courses. The breath of fresh air that Riptide has brought to the community in the last couple of years is very noticeable. They are building attractive homes that buyers appear to be very happy with. And importantly, they have worked with the Sea Trail Master Association to assist on a number of community upgrade projects. And let's not forget that Riptide has stepped up and purchased the convention center that we hope is reopened in the next few months. My wife and I support the recommendations that were recently approved by the planning board. We want restaurants operating within our community. We want amenities like a coffee shop, ice cream parlor, wine bar, and boutiques within Sea Trail. And let's not forget, we want the tax revenue that will be collected at these commercial establishments within Sunset Beach and not by retailers or golf courses in surrounding communities, as is the case today. But most importantly, we want 3 good, well-maintained golf courses, properly managed and maintained within our community. And we need the additional housing and condos that are proposed to attract more golfers to ensure the courses survive and thrive. In short, we want to live in a vibrant, forward-thinking golf resort the way Sea Trail was designed. We joined the more than 600 residents who signed a petition supporting Riptide's proposals. I fear that if the town council fails to work with Riptide and approve the planning board recommendations, then in less than 5 years' time, at best, the golf courses will continue to deteriorate and 1 or more will be closed, and there will be no restaurants or other amenities. And the value of our home, that makes up a large portion of the funding for our old age, will diminish significantly. There are plenty of horror stories that show the impact of closing golf courses on property values. All you just have to do is Google it. I can't for a minute believe that this is a future our town council will be proud of. So we ask our town councilors, please work with Riptide to advance these planning board recommendations without delay and support the way forward for Sea Trail to achieve its potential and secure the bright future that so many of us believe in. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next. Who's next? Yes, sir. Come on. We'll just hand it to him, and that way you can go ahead and speak. Just hand it to him or her. She's fine. She'll
We'll
get
pass
it.
it down for you.
Thank you. My name is Jack Roberts. I am speaking on behalf of my mom, Doris
Will you
Roberts.
give the address, please, sir? So they don't ask you. Yeah.
107 Old Oak Lane in Sea Trails. I'm also president of the board of directors of an HOA very similar to yours in the Pinehurst area. We have 1,700 homes. We have an 800-acre lake. We have a 40,000 square foot community center. So what I'm here talking about today as a current president is how important the governing documents are in your decision. You've got covenants, you've got rules and regulations, you've got committees, but also you've got the North Carolina Planned Communities Act, which we are a signatory of, and so is Sea Trails. The land use, as dictated by the North Carolina Communities Act, is governed. You cannot just change residential to commercial unless you have 67% of a formal vote by the members of good standing of that community. So I would assume that you folks, before your consideration of rezoning HOA property, have addressed this and have the documentation, whether they change their covenants or what have you, that allows this change to be made. We have a facility that was changed from HOA property to commercial property, and they're asking for a change from residential to commercial, but it's already built. That's Riptide's offices. They are a commercial entity. This cannot happen under the North Carolina Planned Communities Act. I hope you are aware of this. What I sent to you was an email that I sent over the weekend to the board of directors. They should respond to this to eliminate any action down the road that they acted on. They did not act in accordance with the governing documents as well as the North Carolina Planned Communities Act. In the email, it also shows two of the
Thanks, sir. It's tied off.
Thank you.
Go ahead and tie it off.
But you can read it. It's got the statues
Okay.
in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to be next? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing us to speak here today. I'm Roz Dolan, and I live at 627 Eastwood Park in Sea Trail. My husband Cliff and I have been property owners in Sea Trail Golf Resort for 20 years. Over the last 20 years, we've seen the glory days of Sea Trail, the bankruptcy, and decline of Sea Trail Golf that has brought us to where we are today. Robert Hill and Donald Bean, co-owners of Riptide Builders, are residents of Sunset Beach. They are here for the long term. They do not plan to build houses and then move on to the next development opportunity. If the conditional zoning is approved, Riptide Builders will close on the 3 golf courses. They understand that 3 golf courses are the key to the success and survival of Sea Trail Golf Resort community. I trust that the plan that they have developed for Sea Trail is the right plan. I fully support the conditional zoning application for all the parcels for the following reasons. Number one, our number one objective should be to stop the decline of Sea Trail golf courses. We know that Sea Trail as a residential community has done well, especially in the last few years. That it's been beautiful since Riptide has come in and been a part of our master association. But the golf courses have not. And so that's been the key concern. Sea Trail Investments LLC has purchased the Convention Center and the Village Activity Center with plans to revitalize both of these. Number 2 reason, the profitability of the golf courses is imperative for the long-term survival of Sea Trail Resort community. Adding other commercial entities, therefore the hotel, the restaurants, shops, will support those golf courses, convention businesses, as well as provide places for residents to shop and enjoy. Number 4, Discovery Lake condos, Subject 16, are necessary to provide new accommodations for golf package play, weddings, and other visitors to Sea Trail. These new condos will support both the golf courses and the convention center business. Sea Trail is a master planned resort community of single-family and multi-family residences. Sea Trail is currently 57% single-family, 43% multifamily. There will continue to be a market for multifamily homes in Sea Trail, and therefore a need for building new condos and townhomes. Revitalization of the commercial entities in Sea Trail and adding other commercial entities will bring visitors and additional tax revenues to support our town. In the future, the town can rely less on taxing us and more on receiving the financial support that the commercial businesses will bring in. My husband Cliff and I support the conditional zoning application and support Sea Trail's revitalization plan by Riptide. We've been waiting for almost 2 years for this project to begin. A big thank you to Chad and Lisa for all the meetings they've held with Riptide. I wish the town council members individually could have met with Riptide to exchange ideas prior to today. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next. Who wants to be next? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dawn Smorowski. I live at 115 Clubhouse Road in Sea Trail. I want to first say that the planning board did an exceptional job working with the applicant in providing you today with a product that I feel is almost near perfect. My husband Michael and I support the revitalization and the conditional zoning 100%. Last week, I sent an email to the town council and other planning board members, including the town staff. I want to thank everybody involved for what they have done, the due diligence that they have put forth. We greatly appreciate the way that the applicant had worked with the planning board. It was phenomenal. I attended all the meetings, and I even spoke at all of them. I'd also like to say that I did get response from some of the town council members, and I appreciate that response. It's refreshing to know that you have done your due diligence. It's also refreshing to know that you will approach this application fair, balanced, and unbiased. I ask that today that you seriously consider voting yes for the conditional zoning. It's the right thing to do for this community, for Sea Trail. I'd also like to say that it's a win-win situation for the town and for Sea Trail as well. This is a smart growth opportunity. What I mean by smart growth, I believe Chris and Greg and a few others mentioned that tax benefit. That's where you grow your taxes, is with commercial, not with residential. I look at Calabash, I look at Ocean Isle, I look at the infrastructure, I look at the fact that they are getting sidewalks, that their infrastructure is much more superior than Sea Trail. This is what happens when you have smart growth and you take into consideration commercial zoning. I appreciate the time, and I hope that this doesn't linger too long. I hope that you can now put forth a motion to vote yes for conditional zoning and the revitalization of Sea Trail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Who would like to be next?
Morning. My name is Karen Hagee. I live at 157 Clubhouse Road with my husband, Steve. And I'd like to start by saying that we fully support the zoning application that Riptide has put forth. We're so extremely pleased with everything Riptide has already done to beautify the neighborhood and just to revitalize what's been happening. But I want to kind of share a brief story. My husband and I come from the Charlotte area. We lived in a beautiful community called Skybrook. It had a gorgeous golf course. We lived there for 20 years. Just before we got ready to sell our home to retire, the golf course was very much in danger of being shut down. And we were panicking because, this was going to be our nest egg, right, for moving on to retirement. And luckily, the neighborhood pulled together and they were able to save the golf course. But as part of that, we took some field trips to some neighborhoods where golf courses had gone under. And it was horrible. It was sad. The golf courses that had closed down either had gone to natural, whatever that means, weeds, mess, whatever, or had been built on. And, then you were looking at houses and all kinds of things that were not supposed to be there in the first place. So I'm very concerned about the golf courses in Sea Trail. When you go out on the golf courses now, if you're riding a golf cart, you might as well be in an off-road vehicle. I mean, the cart paths are horrible. The golf courses are in extreme need of revitalization. I think part of this plan that Riptide has will definitely pump some new life into those golf courses and hence bring more, business into the neighborhood. And I really feel like what Riptide is trying to do will be good for our property values, for the tax base, for all the things that people have already mentioned. So I just want to say I fully support the zoning application, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You want to speak, sir? Come on. Jump up there.
My name is Robert Vollmer, 147 2A Crooked Gully Circle. I live in Osprey Watch. My property backs up to, backs up to section 17, which is the property that has, the property that has wetlands on it. And originally the property was going to be low-density multifamily project based upon the wetlands, which they could not develop, still cannot develop. So this has changed to 144 units, a 50-foot tall apartment complex, basically. It also is going to have 301 parking spaces, a typical building and lot surface with a lot of lights. I think at 301 parking spaces, it's going to be the largest surface lot in Sea Trail. It also will empty out onto Crooked Gully Circle at what I would call Dead Man's Curve. It's a blind curve in that particular section. And as residents of that area, I'm not sure what the setback is going to be as far as
building lights and surface lot lights that are going to be going all night and is going to interrupt a space which is diminishing within the community for animals and habitat, which with all of the development within Sea Trail has diminished tremendously. So that's my take on it. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you.
Who'd like to be next? Yes, sir.
I'm Brian Pearl. I live at 632 Kings Trail, Sea Trail. I don't have a lot to say. I just want to say that I support in entirety of the Riptide rezoning, and I think it's going to make this community a greater community, and also, increase the revenues, as everyone else has said, to Sunset Beach itself. I think that we as homeowners have speculation as to what this is going to look like or what it's going to do to our particular properties. However, Riptide has a blueprint as to what it's going to look like, and I think they have a better perspective as to what this is going to do, and they are people from Sunset communities, Sunset Beach community. Okay, they're not going to want to do something that's going to make the community look bad, or it's not going to be beneficial to Sunset Beach in itself. So I think when they're looking at setting their blueprint, they're looking at making something that's going to be viable and a tremendous return on investment for the entire community, okay, not just for Riptide. So as a resident, I would like to make a motion that the council pass Riptide's proposal of rezoning in its entirety. I know I can't do that, but what the heck?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You'd fit right in here.
You do know though that you do understand that you can sign up to be a councilman right now. We got 2 weeks coming. Deadline's July 31st. My seat's up too. You're more than welcome. Come in there. But anybody else? Who's next? Let's say who's next. Come on. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Millie Sullivan. I live at 340 Sea Trail Drive East. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to say a few words and hope that I might convince you to save my community. I have my own little story. It's short. We haven't been here that long. But when my husband and I bought here 4 years ago, we thought we were buying into a full functioning golf resort. 3 golf courses, clubhouses, pools, restaurants, social events, a convention center were all part of the life at Sea Trail. We were happy with our investment and loving the wonderful atmosphere and social life of this golf resort community. We understood that the 2008 recession had taken its toll on Sea Trail and the entire southern Brunswick County region. But this had happened all over America. In spite of this national economic collapse, the thought that Sea Trail would not recover never entered our minds. This was a resort community, not a declining housing development. But we were wrong. The decline continued. Sea Trail stopped being a resort. Restaurants, taverns, convention center closed. Things looked even worse in the decline of the overall appeal of our community. The problem was, of course, money. We learned that the current owner had no intention to invest time or money in a restoration of Sea Trail. Our community was in a concerning state of limbo. This last year or so, we learned that Riptide and a group of other investors stepped forward with a comprehensive plan that would bring Sea Trail and this town back to life. We were encouraged and relieved as we learned more and more about their restoration plan. They have been working on it constantly since then, and improvements have already been made and are wonderful. Your planning board has unanimously approved Riptide, and I urge you to approve the revitalization initiative for our resort community. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Well, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Steve Pollock. I live at 131 Clubhouse Road in Sea Trail. First, I want to thank the council and the planning board for your due diligence. You certainly didn't do this quickly without thinking about it. You've given it a lot of thought, and it's not an easy thing to do. I understand that. You also, of course, understand, like in politics, you can't please everybody. You're going to have people that are going to be for it, people that are going to be against it, but ultimately you have to do what's best for our community. Now, the golf course is right behind my house. I live on Jones number 1. All right. I like to play golf. I do that quite frequently. Okay. We've talked about closed golf courses and what they look like when the golf course declines and then it ends up closing. If you've ever played golf at Sea Trail and you've been to one of the clubhouses and you didn't know where you were and you went in the clubhouse, you'd think the golf course was already closed because there's nothing there. Can't get a cup of coffee, can't get an adult beverage probably, or a drink or anything. If you go to Maples, it's falling apart. The building is literally falling down. And yet people still come here to golf. I wonder why sometimes. If I came here and just came off the street and said, I'm going to play golf here, I'm not sure I'd return. It's just not up to the standards that you would expect for a resort community. We have an absentee owner of ultimately the anchor of our entire community, and it's not doing very well. We all know that. Are we better off with a local owner, someone that lives here, someone that has an investment in our community, both financially, right, and with their families, right, and with all their intent? It's all here. I live here, right? That's a lot different than someone who lives offshore. We know that. We've seen that. I am fully in support of what we're proposing here today, because I think it's the best for Sea Trail and I think it's the best for Sunset Beach. So I urge you to continue with your due diligence and think about what's best for our community. What's it going to look like in 10 years, in 15 years, in 20 years? If we have an absentee owner, or if we have someone who is a vital interest and our interests at heart too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who would like to be next? Okay, yes, ma'am. Mr. Orange Shirt, you'll be next, sir.
Hi, my name is Susan Christ. I live at 235 Creekview Drive. I really wasn't planning on coming up here, but I just wanted to show my support also and thank you for all your time. And I'm trusting that you will make the right decision for the community. I'm very invested in Sea Trail. I've been here coming here since 91. So I've seen a lot of the changes. Brian really spoke for how I feel. I am trusting that Riptide is going to do the best for the community. I feel that I think they understand the flavor of the community, and I think they're doing their best to incorporate what they want to do within the community. And the golf courses are vital. It's not only golfing. I mean, I kind of golf. Honestly, I live on the golf course because I love the view. I mean, the green space that the golf courses provide, I think, are essential. I mean, people are concerned about the nature. Well, if our golf courses go, more than likely it's going to be houses. So the devastation that people are concerned about right now, I think, is just going to be magnified. I think I work on a golf course. So to the point of another gentleman that was here earlier, I took a phone call and there was a gentleman that had a very large golfing party that wanted to come to Sunset. And he declined coming to our golf course because we don't provide accommodations and we don't provide restaurant, a place to eat. He said the guys, that's essential for them, that they would not consider coming to the golf course because of those issues. So I think with that said, I want to say that I feel bad for the people that are affected with the buildings. I really do. I really feel bad about that. But I do know, I believe in my heart that Sea Trail absolutely needs this revitalization and the preservations of the golf courses. I think it's essential. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's next? Mr. Orange, of course.
I knew it was a bad color I picked this morning.
It's not a bad color. I don't
Dennis,
like Clemson, but it ain't a bad color. Go ahead.
yeah, Dennis Morris, 189 Rice Mill Circle. Riptide Builders and their associates have submitted plans and negotiated in good faith for more than a year, seeking approval for their vision to resurrect our community. The town planning board has finally approved the plan. It is time for the town council to approve the plans and let the developer get to work implementing their vision. Town council has focused a lot of time and money on improving other areas of Sunset Beach, like dredging, beach parking, working that issue, gazebos, town parks, other island development communities on the island. It's now time to focus on improving Sea Trail, ensuring the economic growth and future of Sunset Beach. We're hopeful that the town council, like us, has a desire to make Sunset Beach a better place for all of us. It'll be very disappointing, extremely disappointing, if you don't have that desire. Thank you for taking the time. We look forward to the zoning changes going through so that the people who want to make Sunset Beach better can begin to move forward with their plans of much needed improvements. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next. Seen someone over here moving. Go ahead, sir.
Hi. Is that good? I'm Ken Curry. I live at 232 Sea Trail Drive, and I'm a supporter of the Riptide Revitalization Plan for our Sea Trail community. I've had discussions with people who desire to not have anything change. Leave it like it is. Problem with that is, regardless of the outcome of this meeting or the one this evening, change is coming. I see those changes as one of three options. First, nothing is done. Riptide lets the parcel sit. Mother Nature will take over. A testament to that are the raccoons that were living in the Maples Clubhouse, the Jones Bird Clubhouse and Convention Center deterioration, and the continued decay of all three courses. We need to look no further than right outside our entrances to see the change is coming. The second very disturbing option is that a developer covers all those parcels with housing. There's no additional approvals needed. Many more trees will be removed and traffic will be a constant. Excuse me. Additionally, there's no assurance that another developer will have any respect for our current way of life. Third potential change is that Riptide's allowed to move forward with their plans, which in effect is a continuation of the original plan for our community. In fact, until they got involved, our community was in a state of steady deterioration. They've shown respect for our way of and style of life. The Mac elevator installation, Pink Palace renovations, entranceways, and the overall landscape. Additionally, if they're given the opportunity to complete their plans, our golf resort will have a much better chance of prospering. In summary, change is coming. Our only choice, is it a bad change or a good change? I have one separate note. Excuse me. There's a lot of talk circulating concerning councilmen discussing publicly their predetermined vote. If that is the case, that shows no respect for the process we're going through now or the people involved. According to your code of ethics, the mayor and council, and I quote, should be careful not to reach conclusions until all sides have been heard. If that is not the case, not in fact the case with any one of you, when given the opportunity by Mayor Phillips, please take advantage of that opportunity and recuse yourself in fairness to the town and its constituents. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next up, who would like to be next? Yes, ma'am. Come on.
I'm Maura Baldwin at 172 Clubhouse Road, Unit 6. And my husband Kevin and I have been homeowners, property owners since 2005, 18 years. And I don't have a speech prepared, but I just want to give my support for Riptide's amendment or proposal. I look forward to spending our revenue dollars within Sunset Beach instead of the going to be much longer drive into Calabash and Shallotte, seeing all the development that's going on surrounding us within a 5 to 10 mile radius. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to voice our opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Rob Anderson. I live on 1306 Forest Creek Road in Sea Trail, and I don't have a long speech prepared. I just wanted to say that I watched the Planning Commission meetings. I watched them all, and I thought that the Planning Commission did a very good job of going back and forth, and I don't know what you would call it, negotiations, but going back and forth and considering all the possibilities for Sea Trail, and they did a very good job and gave you a very good recommendation to consider. So I'm in full support of the Riptide plan, and I urge you to vote affirmative and approve as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Who wants to be next? Don't be shy. Come on.
Hello, my name is Brian Sullivan. I live at 340 Sea Trail Drive East. My wife spoke earlier. The story of the collapse of Sea Trail Resort is not complicated. As with most all hundreds of other failed golf course community, it boils down to money. Golf courses are not cheap. The allure of having your own course just down the block is strong, but it has a price. Without a lot of people paying greens fees, the golf course will cease to exist. We have many examples all around us. Briarwood is a good one, but there are many others. Some of the more prominent communities, like Sea Trail, are showing the signs of ultimate failure. Beautiful neighborhood, embarrassing golf course. This is not really a surprise. The economic debacle of 2007 left few people with the casual resources to afford a golf lifestyle. State and county could not offer any help, neither could Sunset Beach. Sadly, Sea Trail's inevitable bankruptcy and 2013 auction introduced a new owner who had no intention to save or restore the resort. It was left to struggle on its own. The foreclosures began. Those foreclosure prices were, importantly, half of what today's prices are for a house here. Sadly, everyone knew it was only a matter of time. Sea Trail would founder. In spite of all this, 2 years ago, Riptide and a savvy group of fellow investors introduced a bailout plan to Sunset Beach that would revitalize Sea Trail. It would bring it back to where it was meant to be. That plan is before you now, known as conditional zoning for Sea Trail revitalization. It represents 2 years of Riptide's concerted efforts to provide for the resuscitation and not of only Sea Trail, but also Sunset Beach. The plan was revised countless times to satisfy the mountain of rules, regulations, and requirements. Then, this past June, after days of review, discussion, and amendments with your planning board, the plan was further modified to satisfy their concerns. After all this, the revitalization plan before you has received the planning board's unanimous approval. It is important to know that Sea Trail community was petitioned to determine support or opposition to this plan. 734 people of Sea Trail responded to the petitions that were issued. 626 of them were in support. of the revitalization plan. That's 85% of Sea-Trail. Better said, that's 85.2% of Sea-Trail residents. It's actually 44% of the total residents of the region, Sea-Trail area. Now, when you say the total, that's not just respondents. That's all the people within Sea-Trail. Riptide has the desire, expertise, and wherewithal needed to save my community, to save our community. Think of it. Even in the face of our national economic crisis, they can pull us out of this problem. We urge you to vote unanimously for the approval of the plan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anybody else in the background? All right. Come on, sir. Yeah, just come on up. Don't be shy.
All right, thank you. My name is Mitchell Hurt. I live at 302 Crooked Gully Circle. My wife and I moved here from Fort Myers, Florida. And we came here because specifically to retire. And my daughter lives in the Keys, and she's like, where in the heck are you going? Well, we looked at a lot of places, guys. And Sunset Beach and Sea Trail to retire was our best option, and we loved it. We do love it. We've only been here for 6 months. A little surprised with all of this going on. I really am. It wasn't disclosed by the realtors, but nonetheless,
unethical.
I live on block 145, I believe. It's on hole 17, and it has the backdrop of looking out of our backyard over the golf tee and the fairway. You know, not the fairway, but the tee boxes. Beautiful 40, 50-foot trees in the back, guys. And at nighttime, it's a beautiful and serene. Then you got the little lake over here on the side. We're on lot number 17 number 13 is where we are on this particular area. Lot 140. Is it lot 145, number 302? So my only thought here is, if we're negotiating and you and the planning board are negotiating, I want a golf cart. Right? Everyone wants a golf cart? I don't have a golf cart yet. So if we're negotiating, can we get a golf cart? But that's in my future. What I'm asking for is just one little more consideration. I see on number 13, there's a 20-foot setback. On number 17, if you will, in the preserve, there's a 50-foot setback. So maybe you could consider with Riptide allowing this 20-foot setback to 50-foot setback, because there's going to be, 72 condos back there? And it would probably disturb a little bit of the sanctity of what we have and what we bought just 6 months ago. That's all I ask. Other than that, I think you guys are doing a great job, and I certainly believe Riptide will do a great job for the future. Because where we left in Fort Myers and coming to here, I believe it's going to be wonderful for our retirement, and we look forward to it. So thank you. I support this whole endeavor. Just please consider the 20-foot versus the 50-foot setback. And the 20-foot setback versus the 50-foot setback. That's what I appreciate. And the golf cart.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, who's next? Human. Yes, ma'am. All right, we will in just a second.
Hi, my name is Jordana O'Leary, and my husband and I live at 156 Edgewater Circle in the rice mill section. We purchased our property in 1992. Need I tell you, there wasn't anything here. There weren't a Crooked Gully, Discovery Lake, Planters Ridge, Barony, condos. Nothing was here, but we knew they were coming, and we bought here anyway. We moved down in 97, and we lived our dream for a while. New developments came into play, which we knew again with the map that was given us. Everything was plotted out, future development, etc. For many years, we've enjoyed a wonderful, vibrant, terrific community. The golf courses were amazing. The convention center, when that was built, was an added plus for all of us with all the various events and stuff that we had there. However, things started going downhill. We unfortunately went into bankruptcy. We were purchased by someone who lives in China and promised all these things. Everything was going to be wonderful. Golf courses were going to be great. Everything was coming back. Meanwhile, we watched our houses decline in value. Since Riptide has come along and built these beautiful, beautiful homes and condos, our house has increased well over $150,000. And that's only in the last couple of years. This is our nest egg. This is it. We built it to stay here, and this is our retirement. We now see that we have a wonderful company that is anxious to come in with people behind them to bring us more beautiful revitalization. What some people don't realize, not only they're talking about condos and houses, they're going to build new amenities. They're going to build new beautiful parks. They're going to have all this wonderful stuff for us to all, enjoy in our common areas: gazebos, barbecues, benches, picnic tables, a dog park. Everything is going to be here. So you're talking about what? Pickleball court. Oh yeah, I don't play, but yeah, pickleball court.
Don't forget
So
that.
the other thing is, and I saw firsthand what happened at Briarwood. My sister's family lived there. When they went downhill, they lost $128,000 in the value of their home when they went to sell. They lost, and luckily they got out when they did. So I'm jumping around a little bit. Let's see. I guess I said it all. The one thing I do want to say is, when I signed the petition, I was drinking a cup of coffee. I was not drinking Kool-Aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? That's good. Who's next? I seen somebody right there. Okay, go ahead.
That's a tough one to follow. Mark Schaefer, 621 Eastwood Park Road, Sunset Beach.
Yes, sir.
I am a resident of Sea Trail, and I 100% support the proposed rezoning. We purchased our home in Sea Trail after renting a home in Carolina Shores community, which was an eye-opening lesson in what can happen when a community lets their primary amenity, the golf course, fail. Is their golf course technically open? Yes. Does anyone pay money to play there? No. Well, at least not more than once. After evaluating many areas on the Carolina coast, my wife and I fell in love with Sunset Beach and specifically Sea Trail. What made Sea Trail stand out for us was the promise and potential of Sea Trail that other areas just don't have. That being said, the implementation of the proposed plan in front of you is the key to unlocking that promise and potential. A Sea Trail with thriving golf courses, restaurants, convention center, and top-notch amenities is what people are looking for in a resort community today, right now. I urge you to approve this request and to think about the future of Sunset Beach and not the past. Yes, this is change for Sea Trail, but it's positive and much needed for the future long-term viability of Sea Trail and Sunset Beach as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. Hi, who's next? Anyone else? Nobody else in the back room? All right, everybody sure? This is your last chance to dance.
You'll have to listen to the mayor.
Do I have a motion that this closed session comes to a close? Or not closed session, excuse me. It's public comment, yeah. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out.
Maybe we take, how about a break?
Yeah, recess now.
I need to set the room up. I need to reset the room up.
Yeah, go ahead. Go do it. a minute. It ain't right.
Yeah, just keep talking. I'll figure it out.
All right, just get ready to start this meeting back, everyone. We'll go into the council deliberations on the articles. As soon as Alan gives the thumbs up this time, we should have everything cleared up. You ready? Okay. All right. The two lawyers, and then Mr. Rademacher, y'all just speak right quick, just to make sure we have no vibrations in yours.
Test.
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 Test. Test.
All right. Councilman.
Testing. 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 Testing.
Testing.
Testing, testing.
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 Miss Ainley, you don't have a microphone there, do you? Okay, so we're good.
Uh-oh.
All right, other than that, Alan,
Yeah, please say
let's just continue. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start then. All right. Let's do our council deliberations, the Riptide Builders LLC conditional zoning application. Mr. Chad, you go ahead. You got the floor, please, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Board, good morning. We have officially closed the public comment period of this public hearing, and we'll move into the site-by-site informational of the staff report as well. Planning Board recommended approval, unanimous approval on all sites. You have those draft conditions in front of you as well, along with the staff report. I'm going to start by asking anybody with the mayor and the council, is there any specific points you want me to go over? Where do you want me to start with this? Do you want me to go through the staff report? Do you want to start site by site? How do you want me to proceed with this? What would be most beneficial for y'all?
Maybe if you just concentrate on site by site, you do site. We'll concentrate on one site first, then go to another site instead of all.
You want to start with site one?
Let's hope so.
Actually,
let John go ahead, John.
Could we
Just
have
ask me about
just a sort of a quick sort of overview? There were a number of conditions in the packet that we have, the zoning application. I would suggest a bit of a modification, maybe to help speed up some of the process. There's some of these items kind of across the board that we would be addressing. One of the items, for example, a lot of restaurants, I think that we should be clear that the intent is no drive-through restaurants. These are all restaurants that are inside. So that would apply to everybody. We don't want something popping up in the middle of a driveway.
Correct.
And I will note, we've previously made that a condition of at least one site as part of the process.
Okay. We basically like that to apply to, I would like that to apply to restaurants in general. That goes in there.
John, do you want to know what parcels that deals with?
No, just we put it in there across the board. It applies, anything comes across.
Good.
Councilman Corbett, we will need to confirm. I don't foresee that being an issue. That is not the intent of the restaurant, the proposed restaurant developments. They're intended to be the resort style, walk in, walk out, low density, relatively low foot traffic type of restaurants, or the nice sit down style restaurant. So none of them, as far as I am aware, are proposed for drive-through.
Okay, and that's the level of clarity we're just trying to add into this process.
Yeah, I can speak and say that we have no intentions and no desire to put in drive-through restaurants on any of the parcels within Sea Trail. Absolutely not.
Great. Another one is particularly for those that are along Sunset Boulevard North, just to be clear that the gateway overlay ordinance that we have applies to all of those. I think has been discussed at minimum.
Correct, and that's noted
but not
on.
necessarily listed in every one.
Yes, and so to the extent that obviously that overlay district applies, we cannot circumvent that. So we're happy to include that to the extent that that overlay district applies to specific parcels. That obviously would be binding upon us with or without the condition, but for clarity, we're happy to offer that.
Great. Many of these parcels affect traffic. There was in the conditions that it would be that the mitigation would be looked at. What I would propose in there is that through our technical review process, that we have a qualified traffic engineer, not particularly
unqualified or not
I can
specifically
give you an
qualified?
update on that if you would like.
Okay, well, the idea is if there's a driveway, it should be certified to the impact on the area that it's designed safely.
I understand.
And that may come in through the preliminary planning plat specifically.
Yes, so where it involves TRC, I know the planning board had specific areas to where TRC needed to look at driveways. The applicants are aware of that. I have spoken with administration and STAD worked with Wes on this as well. The town has said yes to contracting out with a traffic engineer. We do not have currently anybody on site that will be able to take a look at these things regarding the detail that the planning board and the council needs us to put the burden back on the staff with the TRC process. I've been given the okay to say yes, that we would be able to contract out with a traffic engineer to look at these things as they go through TRC on a staff level, as long as the applicant is not balking at that idea.
So
This
so it is, and I appreciate the discussion here. To me, it's a bit unclear what the condition is.
So essentially, there would be a member of TRC would be a private consulting transportation engineer to assist with driveway location coordination.
We have no issue with that, and again, that is our expectation as part of TRC. Some of the issues that were raised up in public comment, specifically related to traffic and access and ingress and egress, that is frankly the purview of TRC in terms of getting into specifics, and we have no issue with that being looked at. We, as part of the planning board and as council saw, we're very flexible in terms of locating access so that we don't have conflicting movements and have safe ingress and egress. So we have no issue with a certified traffic engineer looking at this, providing comment, and being part of the TRC process.
And Mr. Corbett,
Thank
if
you.
I may, typically these conditions are binding on a site. That is more of an administrative item that necessarily wouldn't be written in as part of the conditions here. I'm just trying to, and perhaps Grady can weigh in on this as well. I don't necessarily know that we would have a condition that said that an engineer would participate in TRC, or perhaps we would.
I mean, I think it would be one of those master conditions that we discussed at the planning board, where they just acknowledge that the applicant owner is agreeable to a member of the TRC being a contracted traffic engineer.
And I do, Wes, you raised a good point, and we're happy to include that. I do want to be clear that I want the condition, or at least our thought on the condition, is not that this person will have complete say so, right, in that process. They'll be part of the TRC process. They'll be part of our submittal as part of TRC. My guess is we will certainly follow their guidance, but I do want to be clear that our expectation is not that that person will unilaterally control that decision specifically.
Another area that came up in the public comments, at least one, and that we have discussed amongst ourselves periodically when we could, is the definition of uses. A lot of the uses in there are extremely broad and extremely vague, and don't necessarily directly support the facility that they are in. I'm not sure exactly what the best way to do that is, but as we go through here, we'll be looking for some clear definitions.
And I'm happy to address that.
Okay.
At the top is, as part of the conditional zoning process and as part of our submittal, we did include permitted uses. We were more broad at the outset because as part of the conditional zoning process, you can, as you saw during planning board, subsequent to planning board, you're able to narrow down. You're not able to expand. So that is the reason that we addressed it in that way, because we knew that if there was something that was not agreeable, we could take a look at it and remove it. I will note that what we originally submitted, and which Chad rightfully so Chad and Wes came back to us, did include some things that were probably more specific, but weren't actually specified uses in the table. We are constrained to the town's permitted use table and the uses listed there. And so we are bound by what is identified. Additionally, in interpreting it, so one of the reasons we do have longer use lists are things like jewelry shops or gift shops or ice cream shops are set aside from retail establishments, which is a broader category. And in interpreting that, if we did not include it and we wanted to do an ice cream shop, necessarily, if we did not include the use ice cream shop, even if you want to say it's a retail establishment, it's it being pulled out of retail establishments generally delineates it as a separate use. So that is why we were, you may say it's over-inclusive, but we were trying to be as specific as possible.
Well, things like the ice cream shops, jewelry, whatever specifically, is better than just saying retail. You know, and that's, we like that.
And retail establishments is a permitted use, and it covers kind of the traditional retail boutiques. And so that's one of the reasons it is included.
I think what might help your point with the uses is as we get into the site by site of knowing the specifics of each use coming from Clint and Alan and Todd.
And I will also say that to the extent that there is something that is of specific concern on a site related to a permitted use, we're happy to discuss removing that. I obviously can't make any promises or commit to anything at this time, but if there is something that gives the council heartburn that is listed, we're happy to listen to and consider removal.
And we will bring those up as we go along.
And we
so be aware. One more point is there's discussion, and I think you all received a revised tree mitigation.
We did. We have reviewed that at length. As you would expect for the number of parcels under consideration, it takes a while to do so because each parcel has different tree configurations that require consideration. It's also a little bit tricky because this has not been formally adopted. This is still in the essentially consideration stage and maybe subject to subsequent change. We did provide comment back to Chad and Wes. I will defer to them on the specific language just because I do not have that in front of me right now. I can pull it up. But what I will say is that with some slight modifications related to specifically pine trees and also the removal of heritage trees, specifically having to seek a variance before the Board of Adjustment, which is currently proposed in that draft ordinance. We do not believe that that should be necessary, and we believe that that should be addressed at the staff level with Chad. Other than those specifically called out, and I will again defer to Chad and Wes on the language that I provided to them, we are amenable to the remainder of the ordinance.
And there would be just a couple of things. I mean, one idea is considered that we recognize that this hasn't been adopted, but the idea is, from the council's point of view, is to look at it as adopting it for conditional zoning in Sea Trail under the Riptide. And
we understand,
leave that.
Yeah, and we certainly understand that, and we appreciate council's consideration. And as stated, we took that to heart in reviewing it. And again, other than I believe 2 changes, Wes, which was the pine trees. I also 3. There was a tree credit provision that we added as well, and then also removing the requirement that we go to Board of Adjustment for removal of heritage trees. Frankly, because it's inapplicable and it calls for consideration of that during the development approval process, which we're somewhat in the middle of right now. Other than that, we are on board with adopting it as part of a condition across the board for those parcels. And additionally, I'll note that that's in addition to the extensive tree preservation that we've hatched out on specific parcels throughout this request.
Yeah. And as we go through, there will be some discussion on the various hashed out areas that we would like to
certainly we're happy to address that.
Yeah. And then I'd like to make just a personal comment.
Go ahead.
Over the last several days, the council and myself, we received over 120 emails, and I did not try to answer any of them. I appreciate them. They all got read. They all got considered. And if you will, I even have a log of all of them. But I appreciate all the inputs that got provided by the community. And I think I speak pretty much for everybody on the council today.
Right. Yeah, I think so. That's been great. The public input has been wonderful, and it's great to read them, and great to read all kinds of pluses and minuses and all that stuff. But it's great to hear from the public and know you're involved and know you care. So that's great. Good. It's good.
And
back on the,
that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Back on the tree, there's going to be 3 changes you're going to ask us from what we gave you.
Yes, and so
what happens with that next, Wes?
And I just asked that Katie and I was not aware that it wasn't sent to you, but I'll just specify the three items. One, currently, any tree above 18 inches is subject to mitigation.
Yes.
The applicant is proposing to have a specific carve out for pine trees in general, and to take that threshold up to 30 inches for pine trees. At least, their thought being is that, largely the site was formerly an international paper site. There's a lot of pines in there.
So the proposal we gave them said it would be, we have 18 inches for a pine tree, right?
That's right. And this would move it to just for pine trees.
32 or 30 inches?
30.
Okay.
And Councilman Hargreaves, just to piggyback off of what Wes said, the purpose of that is because this was initially an international paper site. There are a number of just pine trees there that are just traditional standard pine trees. And we do not believe that those should be subject to the 18-inch requirement. And also it would create a considerable cost burden. And that would be for any developer, not even us if they came in and wanted to remove any of those trees. And so we believe adjusting it to 30 inches is appropriate. It still allows for significant mitigation, but also balances that cost consideration.
So Mr. Hargraves, that's one change. Do you want me to specify the other two?
Yeah.
Well, but specifically, one was suggesting perhaps, if this is doable, that our UDO administrator be the arbitrator rather than the Board of Adjustment for tree discussions.
That's the second item. And so as currently drafted, there's if it's a live oak, a pond cypress, bald cypress, or longleaf pine, and it's over 32 inches, the only way that tree can be removed is through issuance of a variance by the Board of Adjustment. That's just currently drafted. That's not, enacted. So the applicant is proposing to be subject not to the Board of Adjustment, but if they remove any of those tree species, they would have to mitigate it as they otherwise would. They could still remove them, but they would not have to be subject to seeking approval from the Board of Adjustment prior to doing so.
There's one other, and that's, as I read it, and I could have missed something, the mitigation kind of implies that you're going to do all the mitigation within the same site. And many of the sites do not support mitigation. So I think that if we approved or considered mitigation within any of the 22 sites, you can move from site 17 to 16 or like that if necessary.
Correct. And our thought there is that the UDO administrator would again have oversight there, so that it's not drastic, right? You don't want to push everything onto one site and have one site that doesn't have proper trees and proper landscaping. But we do believe, as part of this comprehensive request, that allowing us some flexibility in achieving that mitigation will lead to the best product at the end of the day, and frankly the best landscaping and tree preservation.
So that would be working through the UDO administrator.
Correct.
Okay.
The other item would be, and this would be a new change, that if, for example, they were going to save, just for simple math here, if there was a 30-inch pine that was going to be removed in their buildable envelope, and they were keeping a 30-inch pine somewhere else on the site, they would be granted credit for that. And so that is the third change that they have proposed. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Yes.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I think that's a new provision. Tree preservation rules are really tough to sort out. It's really hard to have sort of a one size fits all, but that's what we're trying to do in an ordinance. I think that's up to this board on how you want to handle it. If you're not comfortable with, for example, a 1-to-1, you could do, you can take half, for example, if you wanted to credit, or frankly, you can say that we're not satisfied with that. And if you're going to take 30 inches off, you can't put it on your one site, then you need to put it somewhere else. So that's sort of up to you guys. I do think that they will have difficulty if we are going to restrict any of the mitigation to within the project boundary of the site that's that's being having the tree removed, and so I think there will be some difficulties from that standpoint.
That only refers to the heritage trees or to all trees?
So there's regulated and heritage trees. So if there's certain tree species that even if they're over 4 inches, they're subject to mitigation. You can remove them, but you do have to mitigate them. Those being live oaks, dogwoods, magnolias, cedars, redbud, and other ornamental flowering trees. Again, pine trees would be 30 inches or more. You can remove them, but you just got to plant back. And then your heritage trees, those were the ones that as currently drafted, those are your larger trees, 32 inches. Those would require a variance for removal. Applicants requesting that, look, we'll still do mitigation, but we won't proceed with going before the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, thank you. One comment, if it pleases the council, and this is one of many examples we'll talk about today where we are of the opinion that sort of everyone wins. The commercial conditional zoning that we were talking about for several of these tracts with these tree conditions, incorporating this sort of proposed ordinance as a master condition, right, it sort of raises the overall level of tree preservation far above and beyond what it exists at today. And even if the new ordinance were adopted, it would still not raise that up as much as conditionally zoning these for commercial. And I certainly will defer to Chad and Wes on that point to advise y'all. But we see this as a great way to sort of improve that tree preservation far above and beyond what it stands at today.
Chad, how do you feel about being the administrator of that to a great extent?
He's very excited.
Excited about it.
My only concern
You can
is
see the
this.
wheels turning there, you know.
Yeah. My only concern is this, is that the Board of Adjustment is made up of 5 people. Not that I am saying go there. I just want to make sure that as my expertise is taken into effect with this, that if I make a ruling, there's no heartburn with the applicant, but there also becomes the role and responsibility. There's no heartburn with the board, the planning board, this community, administration, and all that comes around. I mean, it comes down to, are you trusting me to do my job with this, is where I'm getting at with this.
And that's what we're saying, you know, that
I have no
this would be
problem
your
with-
job. You do it as best you can as you see fit.
That,
That would be
that's-
fine.
If that's all you're asking me, I have zero problems.
Well, that's not all.
Oh.
And from the applicant standpoint, we have full faith in Chad to do that. We obviously, as part of this, understand that he will have a final decision maker role in addressing that, and we're comfortable with that. We also believe that he is best suited to do that, just given the comprehensive nature of this application and his familiarity with it, just compared to the Board of Adjustment, which may change over in between requests for variance.
I have one question. Maybe Grady was going there with this. Is that will I be reviewing this, Wes and Grady, based on the 4 or 5 requirements on the Board of Adjustment looks at this, or do I just have discretion?
We can get to that. I'll let Grady jump in there.
Well, what my question was is if Chad or whomever is the administrator makes a decision that the applicant didn't like, is there an appeal process there? And conversely, if Chad makes a decision that someone else doesn't like, the applicant likes it, but a member of the public doesn't, is there an appellate process? And of course, you would have to have standing to be able to do that. An applicant would clearly have standing if they've been denied something. Is there an appeal process that's been contemplated?
So that would, in my opinion, that would go to the normal appeal process.
Of a staff
The
decision.
appeal of a staff decision. That's correct. And there would be, if the rules were as contemplated, there'd be no variance standards. Applicant would be able to remove a tree by right, not subject to any particular discretionary rules. They would just have to be mitigated. The thing that would need to be properly sorted is the discretion for determining where those mitigated trees were to be planted. I could potentially foresee some complications with that. That's a pretty broad. I think that if this council's fine with them being planted wherever within the bounds of the proposed sites, that's okay. But I think you'll just need to be prepared. Hey, why were these trees removed and they were planted on the other side of the development? I just want to make sure that folks are clear about that particular provision.
Clear to me.
Yeah.
Can I add one administrative thing? I don't think our representatives from Riptide have been identified for the record. Could you all please?
Yeah, we're happy to do that now.
Just say, who are you? So everybody out here watching.
So my name is Clint Cogburn. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm Ward & Smith, with offices here in Wilmington, and I'm based out of our Asheville office.
Alan Trask. I'm also with Ward & Smith, Clint's partner. I'm a general services attorney, have my hands in all kinds of things, and have worked in and around Sea Trail for almost 15 years now in various contexts. I'm in Wilmington.
Todd Rademacher. I'm with Riptide Builders, community planner for the company.
Thank you.
And I will note, just I guess at this time it's probably most appropriate that we do have general opening statements, both to address the overall application and following public comment. We're happy to provide that to you at your leisure, but just wanted to make the board aware of those statements before we get started on a side-by-side basis.
Let us go back though and finish this. That's the big thing. As far as I'm concerned, Chad makes a decision and that tree's going to be planted across the half a mile away or something like that. As long as it's planted, I think that to me the replacement of the tree is the huge thing.
Okay.
Certainly, it would be great to put it on one of the 22 parcels because there's going to be a lot of trees taken out and so on. That would be wonderful, as we said earlier. But the whole idea is replacement of the trees. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think that there's an option with some of the tracks that we're talking about, as John pointed out. So yeah, I think that's a reasonable attempt to maintain green spaces, as people have pointed out, so that we don't lose a lot of trees as a result of the development of these tracks.
Yeah, I mean, and just to reiterate, these would have to be trees that would be planted back onto their own property or within the Sea Trail community. Is that hard to adjust here?
So my understanding of the proposed language is that it would be related to the subject sites.
Yes.
It would not just be generally Sea Trail. It would be related to this request because the condition would relate specifically to these subject sites.
That's
we believe that we can accomplish that. Obviously, we'd like the flexibility because of some of the certain aspects of the sites, but our intent is to fully mitigate pursuant to those provisions.
Go ahead.
So can I understand what you just said? So you're saying that this will only apply to the tracks, but not to all of Sea Trail?
That's the only. We do not have the ability to bind the other tracks because the request before this board here is for these subject sites. We believe that we can fully accomplish that. Certainly, there'll probably be tree mitigation in addition to other sites not before you today as part of this and as part of just the general landscaping of Sea Trail. But the request before you is for these subject sites, and because of that, we're constrained in terms of applying the condition. We believe that the proposed condition can be met. We do want the flexibility because, again, how some of the sites are situated, but the condition itself would be related to these subject sites and mitigating them appropriately.
So then, Chad, does that mean that when the council will look at the new tree mitigation, this will be a part of it or will not be?
So that is potentially entirely different subject. The planning board still has to go through its final review of the draft tree preservation language.
Right.
This certainly, can be taken into consideration, as potentially applicable to other places outside of Sea Trail, for example. So once it gets to you, we can engage in a full-blown tree preservation conversation as it relates to the entirety of the town.
Okay.
And maybe to more directly address.
Okay.
What we're trying to do here is just make it very specific that for these parcels, we will constrain ourselves to this more elevated tree ordinance.
Yes, I understand.
Obviously, in the future, if you adopt it and we go to build something on a site that is not before you and it's in place, we'll be bound by it.
Right.
But this is just to clarify that we're happy to constrain ourselves and ensure that there's proper tree mitigation as discussed and as outlined.
Okay, understood.
Wes, can you now write this agreement up and make sure everybody agrees, and then we've got ourselves a tree mitigation policy for these 22 parcels?
It will go in as one of the conditions for the overall application.
Yes, and I did want to confirm, just okay with removing. There's no objection to removing the Board of Adjustment process. Okay with pine trees at 30 inches. Okay with mitigation happening across the entirety of the 22 sites. And then lastly, the fourth item would be okay with credit given for trees that was preserved. Those are the four things that will be written up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's fine. That's good.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I've got one more general one just to comment on. In our conditional zoning rules and regulations, it says for non-residential projects, the master development plan may be prepared in accordance with the site plan requirements of this ordinance to satisfy the site plan approval process, thus necessitating only the issuance of a zoning permit following approval. Now, your drawings were basically conceptual that you've given us. What we're basically saying here is for all 22 parcels, you must use the site plan approval process for each non-residential project.
Mr. Hargraves, I can start that one and say yes. That was not the intent of the application that came to me. They had that ability and option to do that. However, through the process, that was not the intent there. It was just the overall conditional zoning approval for those. None of the sites are seeking official zoning approval before you. It was only permission to use the zoning, and then they will come back with subsequent submittals on residential and non-residential.
Through the process that we normally use.
That's been highlighted in our acknowledgement that we'll have to go through the TRC process.
Okay.
And
Great.
refining the site.
In one way of thinking, I think this sort of resets with conditions step one in the process, and all of the remaining steps still are there, and we would have to go through those burdens.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple things. Number one, stormwater. There's issues with stormwater all over Sea Trail. I just want to make sure that the applicant takes care of the stormwater issues. If something comes up later and people's yards start getting flooded, it'll be the applicant's responsibility to repair that.
Yes. So what I will say is, and that's a great point, and stormwater is a prominent consideration and often a topic of these discussions. I appreciate you bringing that up. We will obviously have these sites fully engineered. I know that many of them have previously been permitted for stormwater and have certain infrastructure existing, but that obviously is part of our development approval process, including site plan approval, will be looked at. The sites will be properly engineered to retain and detain and to treat stormwater so that there is not runoff. I will note for the council, and I'm sure the council is aware, that both your ordinance and North Carolina state law prevents us from increasing stormwater runoff to adjacent sites. We're not allowed to do that. If that were to occur, obviously the impacted adjacent property owner would have recourse through the enforcement provisions in your ordinance, and we would have to make adjustments and maintenance and updates to address those considerations. But for your consideration, these will be fully engineered, and we believe that it will improve stormwater throughout the community.
Mr. Nerd, all the sites will be subject, again, echoing there, but also relating it to our ordinances, like the non-residential sites will have to be updated via state stormwater or have an existing state stormwater permit on each one of those, along with erosion control as well. I think that's all grasped into that. The residential entities, if qualified, I know there's a lot of multifamily here proposed, but more is talking to the single family residential and the duplex residential, will also require stormwater regulations that requires the runoff to be contained within a certain amount of time for a certain amount of inches as well. All of that's already in place. So just to let you know that that's covered as well.
And to echo that, we will be subject to those provisions. And as Alan mentioned, while there's been comments about approving this will give Riptide carte blanche or that we'll be free to do whatever we want, that is just simply not the case. This is a launching pad in terms of giving the town and this council certain assurances related to what we're proposing to do in terms of uses, height, density, setbacks, what have you. It creates constraints on us, but we also get certain entitlements and assurances related to what we can do. And so that is why we're before you. It is not we get this approval and we can do whatever we want and we never are subject to any oversight. That's simply not the case. We'll be subject to TRC oversight. We'll be subject to Chad's oversight. There will be a lot of oversight following this in terms of refining these site plans. And that will include additional dialogue with the community to make sure that we are giving them the product that they want. Because at the end of the day, if we provide the community a good product, Riptide will get its greatest return. So I just want to be clear that this is not the end of this process. Frankly, it is the beginning of this process.
The other thing, every one of these parcels talks about working under the old UDO. Well, the planning board has been working for a while to update the UDO. There were times when some issues were addressed in 2 or 3 different places, and part of that redo is to consolidate it. Some of those issues in this statute, it says you can do it this way, and in this statute, talking about the very same thing, you can do it that way. And that's what we're trying to do with the rewrite of the UDO. Now, we're hoping that's ready for a vote in November. I would much prefer that each of these projects is done under the new UDO.
Mr. Nern, I'm going to defer to Grady and Wes on that side, how it applies. They did submit under the current UDO, and I'll let Grady kind of speak to how that blossoms out into new UDO and current UDO.
The application for the parcels before you are to be judged based upon the UDO that's in place when they submitted their application. It's not the tree ordinance is a one-off. The applicant owner doesn't have to even agree to the proposed tree ordinance. They're doing so as part of this process in good faith to try and work with the council on a prospective tree ordinance that's not yet adopted. To now ask, after however many days of planning board hearings and revisions and tweaks, to now have the applicant owner agree to submitting all of this under the new UDO, it's a non-starter. I would be shocked if they said otherwise.
Yeah, and I can confirm that we're not in a position to accept that. We have not reviewed that language. We did file under this existing UDO, just as if another application had come before you for a single parcel, it would be subject to that. We would ask that we be subject to what is existing on the books as law right now. We certainly understand that there is a UDO rewrite. We understand that there's a comprehensive plan rewrite going on. Our issue is, one, we haven't had any opportunity to review that language and how that would impact the sites. And second, it is unclear. I know that the expectation and hope is that it's voted on by the end of the year, but I've seen that process extend 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. So We don't believe that it is appropriate to bind us to that, given the uncertainty of what that document will look like at the end of the day.
If it does help, the current conditional zoning conditions and ordinance that is currently in place in our current UDO is also very close to what it's going to be in the new UDO. We're working with planning board on some tweaks as it will come to you. And so I'll add that into there as well.
And I would also make the suggestion that zoning as it exists in a UDO, if an applicant chooses to utilize what's already on the books, that is not nearly the collaborative process that we find ourselves in right now. Here, where we are applying to change the zoning subject to the conditions that are imposed by the council, which are built on the conditions that were imposed by planning board, really allows for much more of a collaboration and an agreement on how to sort of move forward. It's much more of a partnership than you would see in your typical sort of entitlement-based application. And so our hope is that some of those concerns that you might have would be addressed in this sort of collaborative dialogue that we're having.
Everybody good now? All good? All right, let's move on. Let's go to the, I want y'all to go ahead and give your opening statements, and then after this, we're going to take the lunch break, and then we'll come back and get on with the articles, okay? So y'all go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, council members, thank you. Again, we've already introduced ourselves, so we'll skip on through that. We find ourselves here today looking at what I think is the culmination of many, many months of collaborative effort on the part of our client Riptide, its strategic partners, the town staff, members of the town's planning board, you, the council members, and frankly, a lot of the citizens. You've already mentioned how much feedback you've received. We've heard public comment going on 4 days worth of public comment. And it's really great to see sort of this public dialogue happening. We'd be remiss if we didn't take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to the town's planning board, which spent nearly 30 hours of hearing time with us on this application. And we'd like to specifically recognize and thank the members of the town staff, Lisa Chad West, Grady, and all the rest. I know several people have been involved who've diligently communicated the town's concerns to us, both in a public setting and in private meetings, and really worked hand in hand with us to achieve these finalized proposed plans that are before you today. And thank you all for your openness, your communication with the planning board. I know you spent several hours with them, with us, with all your citizens, and really, especially in these last several days. I know that it's probably ramped up in these last several days. I know it's been no easy undertaking. As I mentioned before, Sea Trail is a community with which I have worked in one way or another for nearly 15 years. I know that I look like I'm 15 years old, but I've actually been practicing law for about 15 years. Our firm, we were opposite the original developers in Sea Trail at one point. We were tangentially involved in the bankruptcies that plagued the community at one point. I have worked closely with the Homeowners Association for a long time, and we're now working with Riptide. I don't think it's any secret that the realization of the original vision for Sea Trail has somewhat stalled for reasons beyond this community's control. People disagree about the depth to which that stall has taken place, and we certainly recognize that. But I do think that it's clear that for many years there's not really been a legitimate strategic partner for the town to help Sea Trail be kind of all that it could be. And I think Riptide comes before you today as that strategic partner. It's locally owned. Residents of Sunset Beach live and play here. They're raising their kids here. To try to be that vehicle to finally, once and for all, close this book on just decades of inactivity and stagnation to whatever degree people believe that it's occurring, and to really open up a new book. The book we envision is one that describes an integrated resort community with diverse residential offerings, tasteful and useful commercial establishments, and golf resort amenities that'll be the envy of all. So earlier I mentioned our deep gratitude for the extensive and diligent work of the planning board and the town staff in getting us to this point in the process. To be more specific, the planning board, after the 3 days of hearings that it conducted, really served as a laser focus for the concerns of the citizenry of Sunset Beach. Everyone came together during that time to hear that feedback and to craft a collaborative plan that we believe really struck the balance between the legitimate concerns of the citizenry and the necessities of just revitalizing Sea Trail. There are just some development necessities that go into that, and a balance needed to be struck there, and we feel like it has been struck. The planning board and the staff required, to their strong credit, and Riptide accommodated to ours, compromise demands on each and every one of the tracks that's part of the application before you here today. Meaningful reductions, thousands of square feet of reductions in commercial space. We, of course, have discussed the preservation of the trees. That's been a priority for everyone. We've moved multifamily buildings from one tract to another, swapped things around, increased buffer space, reduced the upper limit of some of these, the ceiling of some of these buildings, all in an effort to meet the town in the middle here, or more. And we're pleased to announce that Riptide is prepared, if today's hearing results in approval, ultimate approval, to start and complete these goals to develop these properties and revitalize Sea Trail within 2 to 5 years. I do think it's critical that we all understand, as I know you all do, and this is not a dead horse I intend to beat to death anymore, the current right that Riptide has to develop these properties. Current zoning provides for the development of these 22 tracts for the most part into single-family residential, and that zoning is available right now. Much has been made of Riptide building and leaving, and I have, in my career, been both for and opposite developers. I know that that is an understandably common refrain, is that builders develop and run. That's usually the case with a developer who's from out of town, not one that lives here. And I would suggest to you that that is not what Riptide, even though it's what it could do, that's not what it is choosing to do. The option to all but clear cut these properties and build custom homes, track homes to the exclusion of any investment in the golf course, that's available and it's viable, but it's not the goal. It's not the goal is not to build, sell, and go, but to partner, rebuild, and revive. The owners of Riptide live here and they want to continue to live here. They want to raise their children here. They want to be a part of this community, and they want the brand to be as a partner, not someone to build and run. I think attempting, how do we know that? What's the evidence of that? Attempting to modify this current zoning to accommodate investments that they themselves will allow for the investment in the golf course and the clubhouses is evidence of that intent. If Riptide wanted to build and go, there's no reason why it would want to invest in the clubhouses and the golf courses. It doesn't make sense. We've heard, frankly, good feedback from the town about the citizenry about home values going up and how many sales are happening. If Riptide wanted to build and go, it would just build houses and sell them for good value and be gone. So I think that the fact that we're here today talking about thoughtful ways to repurpose some of the properties to have a rising tide that lifts all boats is really evidence of the intent that this is not a build and run situation. And we talked about it earlier. I don't want to stress it too much, but I would stress that I think we all, both you, us, have faith in the process for approval. This is really just changing step one of that process. What are the constraints on what can be applied for? But there are still multiple more steps. The technical review committee, town staff, we've talked about Chad's authority for the trees. You still have to go through that approval process. And so this really is just step one. We really look forward to working with y'all today to accept this recommendation of the planning board, who put so much time and effort into this, built on the efforts of the staff to approve this application in its entirety, so we can help this community kind of throw off the shackles of this, what I would call sort of a current subpar purgatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And just to start, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's a pleasure to appear before you again. I know that this has been a long process. You all have been involved on different aspects of this and of Sea Trail for a number of years, because I've been involved on certain aspects of this for a number of years. So I just want to thank you for your time and your attention and your diligence, both here today and prior to today. We're excited to appear before you. We're excited about the application we have before you. We think it is the product of a lot of hard work of so many people, frankly, too many people to name. But I do want to echo Alan's comments to Chad, Wes, Lisa, and Grady. Their efforts have been, frankly, superhuman in getting us here today. It has been a heavy pull, and there's been a lot of back and forth. But through that process, we believe that we have put together an exceptionally strong application that takes into account a number of factors, both Riptide's ability to develop and responsibly develop properties, and also the concerns from the community that you heard today in terms of not abandoning single family homes or the single family feel, but adding to it, supplementing the multifamily and different housing options here in Sunset Beach and in the Sea Trail community, and then providing those necessary amenities to support the golf course and to support those people who not only travel to visit here, but who live here day to day. It is not just solely focused on tourism. It is focused on providing responsible development for the benefit of all people, including its residents, and primarily its residents. And so I do want to voice my thanks to you all and to the town and to the planning board for all of the hard work, because we would not be here today without those efforts. To echo some of what Alan said, as you know, while this is a new request that was submitted at the end of February, right after the town adopted the conditional zoning process, we have been at this for a number of years. This has not been a rushed process, despite some comments that have suggested it is. This has been a thoughtfully contemplated process that has, again, involved hundreds upon hundreds of man hours to get these plans, these specific conditions, these site designs and site plans, which do put pretty significant constraints on what Riptide can do if these are ultimately approved. So this has been a process in the making for a number of years. Additionally, Riptide has been involved in Sea Trail for a number of years, as Alan mentioned. This is not a company that has come in here recently. It is a company that has been known to the community, and it's a company that has built a number of projects that have been wildly successful. There's proof of concept with Riptide. Additionally, this thought that Riptide is going to try to make a quick buck is just undercut by the substantial investment they have put into their prior properties, and frankly into the professionals that they have hired to be a part of this process. Alan and myself included, but they've had engineers, site designers, architects who have been intimately involved and at substantial cost to Riptide just to get here with no promise of approval. So that shows a commitment to this process and to what they are proposing here today. It is not a rush process. It is not one where they're looking to just solely make profit. And that is echoed by the fact that we provided significant concessions at the planning board process. There have been previous questions as well about investors, who's going to be involved in this process. Let me be clear off the top. These properties are owned by Riptide or are under contract to be purchased by Riptide. That also includes the golf courses, which are a fundamental part of this request. They're not included in this request, but they're a fundamental component of it. But I do want to be clear that Riptide will be the owner of these properties at the end of the day. They will have strategic partners, as one would expect when you're running a hotel or operating golf courses or having certain amenities as part of that. Riptide isn't specifically in the business of doing that and would want to hire the best professionals available who have experience and a proven track record to do that. So that is where those strategic partnerships and quote unquote investors come from. But Riptide is the entity behind this, and Riptide itself is the entity behind this. I just want to be clear on that. Additionally, I do want to highlight very generally some of the components of this request. And it's, when you look at it, there are 21 subject sites, 22 parcels in total. And while that may be a bit jarring when you initially look at it, when you drill down on it, there are very few changes being asked for from a broad point of view. There are 8 existing commercial facilities that are before you today, many of which we're just asking for minor updates to, not substantial changes, not wholesale changes, minor updates to. There are 4 existing commercial facilities that we're looking to build upon that have existing parking lot structures and or pads for commercial establishments. So clearly intended for the types of uses we're proposing here today. There's one site that is not in C-Trail altogether. It's located upon a major thoroughfare, and the proposed use there meets that location's aspect. There's 3 multifamily sites that were previously designed for residential, and as you've heard today, we believe, and as we'll discuss when we get to those sites, there's a drastic need for multifamily sites, for condos to both support golf packages and just provide additional housing options separate and distinct from single family homes. There's 1 new commercial site that we're proposing. And there are 2 sites that were previously multifamily sites, and what we're looking to do there is now commercial. So these are not these drastic changes, these wholesale changes. These are changes that we believe are appropriate, that fit what was planned for this community. And we just want to be clear on kind of the scope of what we're asking for today. I do want to address some of the public comment generally. We appreciate everybody coming out. I'm not going to line item each of the comments because we'd be here for another 3 hours before I get done. But we do appreciate everybody coming to voice their opinion. And we want to be respectful of that and taking time to address those, specifically those that voice concerns. A common refrain was concerns related to safety and specifically traffic and access. As we have discussed at the top here, we will go through the TRC process. We'll be subject possibly to driveway permit review as part of that. That'll be part of the site plan review, and we'll make sure that it is fully engineered to ensure proper ingress, egress, and regress, to ensure that parking lot designs provide for safe access to those sites. So all of that will be subsequently reviewed. And again, as I discussed at the beginning, this is the starting point of that process. There were additional comments related to specific commercial sites. We will get to those, but I will note that those specific commercial sites where concerns were voiced consistently, those are located adjacent to or nearby existing commercial thoroughfares. And so this is not adding a new use to those areas. It is simply putting them within the C-Trail community at the location where access and ingress and egress would be most appropriate. It's not fundamentally changing a residential community. It is supporting a residential community and adding those essential amenities to support the resort style golf, the resort style build out of the community. So I just want to note that it is not essentially parachuting in a new use. It is simply putting a use that is adjacent to existing commercial or across the street from commercial or down the street from commercial on an existing thoroughfare. Another point that was addressed was compliance with covenants of the HOA. We do want to be specific and off the top that frankly, that is not the purview of this council. That is a private cause of action. To the extent that there is any violation of those covenants, that would result in a lawsuit between the private parties to enforce those covenants. Second, it's important to note that these are declarant controlled. They are not within C-Trail at the moment, and they're not subject to those covenants. So that comment, although we understand the concern there, is just wholly inaccurate.
And that's a significant portion of our practice is also as homeowners association lawyers. That's how we've come to interact with several folks down here. And while I certainly respect the comments that were made about the requirements for voting and things like that to change the use of property, it's simply not in play here.
And finally, I do want to, because it's come up both at planning board and comments that we have received and questions that we have received from the community as related to the comprehensive plan. First off, we would submit that all of the properties that are subject to this and what we have put before council here today, we believe that they are consistent with the comprehensive plan when you look at the stated policy goals of that comprehensive plan. Specifically, if you look at chapter 10 of the town's comprehensive plan, it talks about enhancing options for walking and cycling by creating this community where you have easily accessible amenities, enhanced amenities that naturally will increase walkability and cycling within the community. It also talks about enhancing redevelopment of current areas compatible with the surrounding areas. We believe that we have done that strategically, both in terms of the enhanced setbacks, the enhanced buffering, screening, and also ensuring proper location of these proposed commercial facilities vis-a-vis existing residential. There's also extensive discussion about maintaining and enhancing the quality of the golf courses and ensuring their protection. That is why we're here today, is to ensure the protection, preservation, and revitalization of those golf courses. While it may be easy to try to parcel these out and separate them out, they are interconnected. They do rely upon one another in terms of the review and approval of this request. And that is a stated policy goal of the land use plan and of the comprehensive plan. Additionally, it discusses wanting to ensure and be proactive about development and redevelopment, specifically related to density and height and unit numbers and lot coverage. That is what we have done here, very specifically. We have called out those items, and we have put limitations on ourselves above and beyond what is required by the UDO to ensure that there's proper development. So we believe that we have met that aspect of it as well. There are a number of other policy goals that I'm happy to discuss with you at your leisure in terms of why we meet the land use plan, but it is our position that we are consistent, that we meet it, and that this council can adopt a consistency statement to that effect. However, even if the council elects or decides that a parcel or a certain portion of this request is inconsistent with the existing comprehensive plan, what I will point out is that in section 1015, the town talks about updating its comprehensive plan every 5 to 7 years. Well, you're in that process right now. There's an acknowledgement here that this land use plan, at least in some aspects, may be out of date. And so we believe that even if it is inconsistent, that a consideration to the timeliness of this plan needs to be taken into account and that you can approve it based upon that. In 10.4, policy 27 specifically allows you to do that. Policy 27, if you read it, specifically allows you to find that something is inconsistent with the land use plan, but still approve it to be rezoned. That is buttressed by state law, specifically 160D 501, which states that this comprehensive plan is merely a guiding document that sets forth policies, processes, and certain aspects to guide present and future land use decisions. It's not a binding document. It is simply a guiding document that you can use in making this decision. And additionally, if you look at 160D 605, if you decide to do that, it automatically changes the land use designation under the comprehensive plan. Chad and Wes will have to go back and make that change and identify what that change will be to. But you can do that through this process. And so even if you find it inconsistent, we believe that what we have reflected is beneficial to the community, is beneficial to this area, will be a strong asset to this community, and we ask that you approve it.
Good.
Mr. Mayor, I also would want to recognize Katie Atkins. She's been having to compile the minutes for all of these meetings, and so moving forward, any recognition also needs to be provided to her.
Thank you. All right, no further. I'm gonna call for a recess. We will reconvene about 1 o'clock. That gives us 45 minutes. welcome everybody back. Let's go ahead and start going through these 22 articles. Chad, I'm gonna start off with you, let you lead into it, and let's move on from there, sir.
Chad.
Alan, am I good?
There you go.
Could I address this? I meant to do that as part of my opening. If you think that's appropriate to do that right now.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Presentation? Yeah. Okay. I just need that PowerPoint up. Just do the second one. The second one? Yes. Yeah, so it should be CZMA presentation 2. Yeah, Clint, go ahead with the, so kind of give you kind of an idea where we're at. Some context to this. The site plans that I had prepared for you up until Friday potentially has changed just a little bit. I have printed off copies for the applicant with revisions that were made over the weekend.
And if I could clarify, so these are potential revisions. These are in relation to essentially recurring comments that we receive or potential flexibility options from site to site. And that goes back to the interconnectivity of these sites where we're certainly open to creative problem solving here, specifically related to moving maybe certain multifamily units or proposed residential units to different parcels where it may be more appropriate or maybe more acceptable to council. But we obviously, to make the investment and overall investment work here, we do have certain unit thresholds across the parcels that we need to kind of meet for it to be viable. So specifically, just to call your attention to one of these is, and it was brought up this morning, was for site 7 on the townhomes and concerns about the townhomes. The potential revised plans there reflect removal of those townhomes. However, in conjunction with that, if you go to site 17, we would need to add an additional building at site 17 as part of that condo development to just meet the requisite unit threshold for this investment and overall project to be viable. We are happy to move forward with the plan as previously submitted to Chad, and that is currently what is before you. But if this is something that's more amenable to the council in terms of both sites, in terms of addressing that repeated concern related to the townhomes on 7, we're happy to have that discussion and just want to make you aware that we have taken the time over the weekend to work to flesh that out for your review.
And so when we get to those subjects, you'll discuss that further.
Yeah, we're happy to consider that. We just want to make you aware of it and also make you aware of the interconnectivity there. Again, while we're going to go over these site by site, there is connection here, and again, an overall vision and need to get certain unit thresholds.
And we were thinking, and apologies for piles of paper. I know this is a lot to navigate, but what we did want you to have was a tool that would illustrate some of the flexibilities. And when we get there, we're talking about something that's actually on paper instead of, just some different options.
Okay. So what are your changes here now? Or is it something like the same one we've had the last couple of days? Or is this...
I believe that is the same as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's just
disregard this. Just the large papers is the new
yes,
stuff.
and I think that was just printed in conjunction with this. And again, we apologize for any confusion. That certainly is not our intent. It is just we had heard comments related to those sites similar to what you heard this morning, and we wanted to reflect consideration for those comments and the potential to be flexible for those sites and also the potential to be flexible on others. There are certain constraints, but we wanted to reflect that here.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Greg.
Members of council, before lunch, you'll recall the discussion about the tree ordinance and the proposed ordinance and what they're willing to do with 3 or 4 items. So during the planning board discussions, the applicant voluntarily agreed in discussions with planning board members to agree on various buffers and preservation of existing tree buffers that already exist on any one of these 22 parcels. And so the concern that was raised, and it's a valid one, which I'd like to address now, is when it talks about tree credits and tree mitigation, that would be for things outside of what the applicant previously agreed to set aside as the buffer. For instance, pick a tract where they had agreed to maintain and preserve the existing natural buffer. None of those trees, and I'm going to ask Mr. Trask and Mr. Cogburn to confirm, but none of those trees on any of those designated parcels that were set aside for preservation would be counted towards this tree mitigation count. It would be net above and beyond. They're removing items that aren't in those protected areas. If you take a tree out, you put a tree back somewhere on the other 22 parcels if you can't do it on that site. But it doesn't, the buffer areas don't count into that calculation, which I think, again, is a benefit to the town. It's enhancing the tree preservation above and beyond what the actual tree ordinance would say. But I'll let you guys confirm that.
We're not looking to reach and claim a credit with all of those specially designated areas.
Okay, understood.
So all the trees you take out of the parking lots and the building lots will be mitigated, is basically.
Correct. In accordance with the stated language of the ordinance agreed to as a condition.
But we would not, with these specific areas that are designated as buffer zones, and those sorts of things, we're not looking for credit associated with doing that. That was just a proactive move on our part.
I do want to clarify that that's for buffer rather than for hatched areas above and beyond the buffer.
Yeah, yes, I do. I also want to make sure there was in the proposed language, it specifically says where applicant has reflected, and this is their language and sort of what we discussed earlier, where applicant has reflected hatched areas for dedicated tree preservation, for site preservation, etc., the applicant shall receive credit for those. And so if there's an area that's hatched, do we have, Alan, is it possible to put it on site? Can you put it on?
What site number?
Site 2 has, there we go. So let's take, for example, this site. And I just want to make sure that this is all cleared up. Mr. Larkin, one of the planning board chair, had a question about this. So let's take this site. They have a hatched area here. There's preserved oak trees. If they remove trees here, they can take credit for mitigation. So if they take 60 inches of tree here and they're keeping 60 inches of tree here, they don't need to put any additional trees anywhere else. Does that make sense? So it is possible then that this site may not result in any new planted material because they may be able to get, I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just providing that example. They may be able to get credit for the entirety of this area being preserved.
And our understanding, or at least my understanding of the discussion here is we don't want to have a term double dip in the required buffer yard, but to the extent that we have tree preservation hatched out that is not within the required buffer yard, that could be counted. And that to me makes logical sense, at least in looking at it initially and when it was brought up. That is my understanding of what we're proposing.
I don't get that. I don't, let's say just I don't understand. My idea of the concept of tree mitigation is that we're trying to preserve and save as many trees as possible. Part of the planning that's going on now is identifying clearly areas that are not going to be touched.
Correct.
My concept is that's not going to be touched, and we all agree to that. But that's not credit against the parking lot you're going to pull out, or the 50 oak trees you're going to take out of the parking lot and say, okay, I didn't touch 50 trees here, therefore I don't have to mitigate those 50 trees that are coming out of the parking lot. My concept is if you're taking trees out, the fact that you're taking trees out means they should be mitigated. And my thoughts are that you can either put them on that same subject area or you can move them to another subject area in there. But if
So I think we've got a couple of different things going on here.
Yeah.
One is the difference in character between a designated tree preservation site on a particular tract and the designated like no build buffer. And so we're going to look at some sites down the line where you'll see a really large sort of no build buffer around the back of a multifamily structure. And that would be, in our mind, it would be reaching and a windfall to claim that whole tract as, or that whole section of the tract as tree mitigation, because it's really just a no build area. Tree preservation, like what we see right here, we think that is a little different. And would also note that tree preservation like this is not apples to mitigation. It's a lot better. And so if all of this was, for instance, taken down and we mitigated the whole site, that would be planting new trees, but it would not be replacing what is lost there. And so we think there's a much higher value on tree preservation, like what we see right here, because some of these trees are specifically selected for preservation based on their character. And so when we're looking at those no buffer areas, so there are some nice trees in there, but that's also much more for distance and for visibility, breaking up the line of sight and all that sort of thing. So from our perspective, we're dealing with two different things. This is much more like right here, when you look at this tract, this section, this tree preservation, I think we're all kind of familiar with where that is in terms of visibility. That was specifically selected for tree preservation because of the nature and quality of the trees that are there. And so from our perspective, just like it would be unfair for us to reach for a credit for a tree that doesn't have that same good character, it would not be fair on the other side for us to not get a credit for the good trees that we would be saving there.
But the bottom line then is the trees that were lost for the parking lot and infrastructure, they're lost and they're not being replaced.
Well, that's not necessarily true. They'd be part of the mitigation schedule, and then there would be credits for what is preserved to apply against that mitigation schedule. In a single, like for instance, in a single family construct, the majority of the trees would come down. So this is way above and beyond that. And what we're talking about is for every tree that is lost and taken out that that falls under the agreed upon tree conditions, you would need to mitigate that, but you get a credit for what you preserve. But we're only looking for a credit for the trees that are of a higher quality, that are part of the tree preservation side. We're not looking for a credit across the board for every tree that's not taken out.
Right, I understand that. But assuming that there are some trees here in the parking area or the building site that should be preserved, what you're saying is that they won't be preserved because you want credit for the ones that have been hashed out.
When we say should be preserved, I think we probably should talk about what that means, because there's tree loss in development as a baseline rule.
Mm-hmm.
And what we have here is a much larger area. Let's just take this tract, for example, a much larger area than what's being preserved. And so there would likely be mitigation required above and beyond the application of whatever credits are there. If there's no credit at all for trees that are preserved of any character, then there's much less incentive to keep them. I mean, that's part of the exchange on all of that. It's not necessarily that just keeping the trees in the bottom corner, which is smaller than the developed property, would be, carte blanche to just mow it all down. It's just gaining some credit to apply against what is awesome. And it's a limited credit as well, because if we were to get, just to pull it back to this whole buffer area, if we were to get credit for the tree preservation area and the buffer area, that would essentially be getting credit for every tree you don't take down.
which is unfair. And that's not what, that's way above and beyond what we're seeking and what we think we're entitled to. It would only be for the specific tree preservation areas, which I think, as you'll see through all these 22 tracks, there are certainly some areas hatched out for tree preservation, but they are not going to prevent us from having to mitigate substantially on the trees that are being pulled out.
And if I may, we're happy to answer any questions on this. It is something that we can consider. We need to talk some more with our client as well, just to see what may be possible. But my thought is that we revisit this issue just so that we can make sure that we have clarity, and you all have clarity as well. But we're happy to answer any questions if you wish to ask them at this time.
Alan, I think I understand where you were going there. You were going around there a bit. And to me, it was complicated. I would be looking for a simple solution. And it's like what Tom just mentioned. You know, you have a tree area that's preserved anyway, a hatched area, whatever you want to call it. And yet now you're going to build that parking lot. And you're going to take out a heritage tree that should be replaced. And I think you've got to replace that tree. You can't just go over here and say, this is minus this and this is whatever that. Now I don't have to touch it. If the tree's taken out, it's got to be replaced. Keep it simple. Everybody, you and I can understand that. And so I don't get the idea of all this. It's not as bad, it's not as good. It's got to be a simple rule that anybody can follow. And when there's a heritage tree taken out, it's got to be mitigated.
I actually appreciate you framing it that way. That's very helpful. Is there, just for the purposes of teasing out the discussion, is there any tree preservation that would result in a credit in your mind against the mitigation requirement?
I don't.
And the only reason
I would think the tree preservation is a selling point for supporting the development.
Right.
And if the development takes away the tree mitigation, it calls into question the validity of the project that you're doing. And my understanding from the beginning was, at least in the discussion of the tree mitigation, was, our objective is to preserve or mitigate, that is, replace the heritage and protected trees that are there. And that, to me, does not mean because you didn't take down one heritage tree gives you credit to remove a heritage tree and not do anything. So my interpretation is if you take down a heritage tree, remove it. The fact that you've put the buffers in, that you've identified areas for preservation, goes strongly to the quality of the proposal that you have. And lessening that by just taking away trees and not replacing them detracts heavily from the quality of the presentation across the board.
Let me add to that too. We're asking for this because of the people in Sea Trail who have contacted us about tree preservation. There's obviously a lot of things have been taken down in Sea Trail, and the reaction of people is very, very negative. We were hoping, and strongly hoping, that approving this tree mitigation policy, a simple one, says this, you do that, everybody could understand it better and realize that when a heritage tree comes out, it's going to be replaced.
And we appreciate the candor and the comments of both Member Corbett and you, Member Hargreaves, and frankly of the council in considering this. It is not our intent to make this confusing. We specifically didn't want to when we were providing feedback to Wes and Chad as part of the proposed tree ordinance and the tree preservation ordinance. We wanted to tie ourselves as closely to that as possible. And I think you saw that reflected in our very minimal changes that were discussed this morning. given the discussion here, we appreciate the comments and again, appreciate the input. We are in a position to consent to what was just discussed by Mr. Corbett and you, Mr. Hargreaves, in terms of how that is to be applied, that it will not be an issue. And we can simply apply it in the manner that you all have articulated just now.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
We appreciate that.
So I just want to confirm.
Now it's your turn.
Sure, that's fine. Thank you, Grady, for bringing this up. Just make sure everyone is clear here. So there's going to be no tree preservation credits whatsoever. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that, the mitigation will be in accord with what you all propose. Pines above 30 inches get mitigated, and then so on and so forth.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would, I think it's important as we have these discussions and then we reach consensus that we recognize that, and we want to be here to reach that sort of consensus. I appreciate your candor and your feedback on these sort of priority issues. And even though tree mitigation credits are fairly commonplace in various UDOs kind of across the state, we're happy to meet y'all where you want to be. So thank you.
And also, Wes, just
Thank
to
you.
clarify that there would be credits if we do it on one location in conjunction with.
There'll be the what I just put in here is mitigated trees may be planted within the bounds of any of the 22 subject sites, which is agreeable, correct?
Absolutely.
You talked about if you did a single family home, you clear the lot. Well, I want to remind you that until Riptide came, Sea Trail told you you could clear space for a house. Anything else you had to have permission for. And if you go into Oyster Point, in a lot of areas, the main part of Sea Trail, you'll see just huge trees all around. Now, that would look completely different if that had all been clear cut. So you don't have to mitigate the trees when you clear cut a building lot, correct?
We just agreed that we would have to mitigate as part of this process. Like what we are proposing, we will no longer get credit for those hatched areas. We will have to mitigate for what we remove, and obviously parking lot, building, what have you. We will have flexibility, obviously, to get credit if we put it somewhere else in conjunction with another site. But as we just consented to, we will have to mitigate.
If you're speaking to what the situation is on the ground today, then mitigation is not something that is really a part of the discussion. So this is something that we're all kind of agreeing to bring to the table for these sites to preserve as much in the way of trees as we can. And I think that builds on the backs of the planning board's great effort and Riptide's compromise to, for instance, reduce some of the sizes of the commercial buildings that we're going to talk about, some several thousand feet, to shrink the footprint so that we have a bigger tree buffer all the way around.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, so I'm going to start with site one. I'll introduce it. I'll let the applicant fill in any gaps that I may have. Procedurally moving forward, if you would like, if it gets to the point where you can vote on these as we move forward, the first time, second time, third time is completely up to you, but you do have that discretion in front of you as we move forward with these forward. So track number one, site number one is an unimproved track.
So did you just say that as we go through this, if we want to approve site one, that we can?
Yes.
So if we could comment just very briefly on that, a couple points. One, just from our understanding, it's our understanding that Councilman Phillips is on his way, and we would just submit that for the benefit of our client and for, frankly, the members and citizens of Sunset Beach, that having the full council available to vote on it would be preferable, just for procedural reasons. Two, again, there is some interconnectivity here between the sites, as we've detailed. So we're happy to obviously, we defer to the council on how it wants to vote, but we believe consideration of and discussion of all the sites prior to a vote is necessary to flesh out that interconnectivity. And to the extent that there are concessions, again, subject 7, subject 17, we believe that that is necessary to have that discussion before a vote is had.
And we wouldn't want you all to be in a situation where you are, and this is just having gone through the planning board process. We wouldn't want you to be in a situation where you've approved a certain tract and then we get to another tract that has interconnectivity back to that original tract. You've got questions about that one relative to the one that you'd already approved. It just kind of it makes it a little unfair for y'all. And so we thought it might make more sense as a suggestion to sort of deliberate all of them and then move on.
So to follow on with that, then would that mean that if we go through all 22 here and we say we like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, not the rest, when we get to the end, we could say we approve 1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
It's really at the purview of the council.
At your discretion.
If I recall correctly, and Chad West, Grady, correct me if I am wrong about this, the way I believe we did it with the planning board was to talk about a tract, something of a straw poll vote at the end of each tract. And then at the end, there was a vote on the entire package. I don't even necessarily think y'all need to do the straw poll vote each time. I think that you can just handle it however you want. But our suggestion would be to discuss it all as a comprehensive plan and then vote however you see fit. You can structure that vote however you see fit.
Okay, I think I understand what you mean.
By the time we get to 22, some of us may not remember what happened with number 1.
So it is fine. They are able to move forward and vote on these site by site. However, if there is a particular concern of you all, I think it'd be important to note that, hey, we need to talk about this site with this site would be the best way to handle it. Each of these need to be adopted by ordinance. But for example, just take an example. If there is no issue with the current, structure of Site 1, I think it is amenable to move on and vote on that and keep down our path just as.
Yes, don't get caught up in the weeds.
Councilman Corbett noted, we may get ourselves confused as to what condition was what if we have to go back through.
One more thing procedurally as we move forward is that something that y'all brought up with Councilman Phillips, who was absent. I'll defer that over to the mayor and our attorney on how we need to proceed moving forward.
I just messaged him back just in to see, because he told me he's trying to get here. He's trying to get some things tied up where he can get here. He may be here in an hour, he may be here in 3 hours, but he'll be here for the meeting tonight for sure. But
so, the applicant is entitled to have a hearing in front of the full council unless the applicant wishes to waive one council member not being here. I mean, they need a majority vote on the approvals of the applications for each of these parcels, and that could have an impact depending on how council shakes down on some of these parcels as to whether Councilor Phillips is here or not. We've got a quorum. Council's ready to proceed if the applicant is willing to proceed with the quorum that's before you.
My question, normally we have a quorum like this if we have a 2-2 vote among the councilmen. For this procedure here, will the mayor have a tie-breaking vote?
Yes.
That's normally our procedure.
Yes.
Okay.
And we could, if we don't, we can go over these, and then we already have a meeting set for Wednesday if needed. We can always come back Wednesday.
Well, let's not even go there right now. Let's go through what we got. Let's work on it. It's enough.
We're talking about getting this done.
Yeah, I want to get this done. We beat around the bush. Instead of just sitting here beating the weeds out, let's get to the priorities, let's get through each step, and let's go to where we can get to where we can be ready to vote.
Yep.
I mean, everybody's watched the planning boards, everybody's get all the emails, we've all had equal opportunity to everything. There's no sense to go back down and just kill it out just for the sake of time. That's no, I mean, let's get everything covered like it needs to be covered and move on.
So let's proceed.
Let's proceed.
Okay.
Subject tract number 1. Site number 1 is an unimproved tract that totals 1.32 acres in size. It is located along the Sea Trail subdivision, the border of Sea Trail subdivision along Angels Trace Road. The applicant is proposing the following 17 non-residential uses: banks and financial institutions, daycare facilities, dry cleaning and laundry, dry goods store, entertainment and amusement type business, grocery stores, hardware store, healthcare establishment, pharmacy, professional offices such as doctors and lawyers, etc., professional and neighborhood services, restaurants, retail, commercial establishments, or storage facility. The proposed setbacks are 25 feet off the front, side setback 8 feet, and rear setback of 25 feet. No building on this site will exceed a maximum of 40 feet in height. The proposed building footprint shall now exceed 6,050 square feet. All proposed parking and landscape must meet the requirements of the current UDO. Site number 1 has a future land use plan of medium density residential. The conditions that were approved by the planning board for this site is that automobile service stations and retail sale establishments not otherwise listed shall not be permitted, and I have removed them. A self-storage facility shall be a permissible use. No outdoor storage shall be permitted. Units shall be accessed internally. No external access storage units shall be permissible. No structures shall be greater than 40 feet in height, and the rear setback shall be 25 feet.
Yes, I'll present very briefly. Chad covered all of the main dimensional restrictions and conditions. We do have specific use conditions. As reflected here, the intent really is for an interior self-storage facility, a very high-quality self-storage facility that people from Sea Trail, from the surrounding area, could use. It's important to note that this is actually not inside Sea Trail. It's outside the boundary of Sea Trail. It's located next to the sewer plant, so that's why we think it's appropriate for a storage facility or similar facility. We would like some flexibility for similar commercial uses, which is why we have those listed, just again because of the interconnectivity of the sites. But really the intent here is for a self-storage or similar facility to be located here. We've obviously designed it so that it is along Angels Trace. It will be buffered. There's the setback from the golf course there as well. That will be screened and buffered accordingly so that there's minimal visual impact. But we believe that this is an appropriate location for this type of use that will be of benefit to the community. It'll be a high quality self-storage or similar facility that can be an amenity to the community and can benefit the residents of Sea Trail.
Then why would you list all the other this long list of things? Banks, dry cleaning and laundry, grocery stores, hardware stores, healthcare, pharmacy, professional offices.
It is to provide development flexibility just in case the user of the self-storage doesn't materialize. But it's also in relation to the need to have flexibility and with those other commercial like sites. If we don't end up getting one of those, having some flexibility to put something similar here. But again, the vision and idea here is for a self-storage facility or similar facility.
Just to help me understand.
Yes.
So my understanding, and from listening to all the people that have spoken both for and against, I think that everyone agreed that the objective here would be to support the golf destination approach here. But some of these things I don't quite get. How does that play into a golf destination type of philosophy?
That's a great question. I appreciate the question. To the extent that there is heartburn over specific uses in the council, we're happy to consider removing those, as I previously said.
So I think that the concern, and it was brought up by a couple of people, and you've heard the terms like shopping mall and strip malls. for myself, I don't want to see those types of things in Sea Trail.
And we're not proposing.
But this
that use.
sort of implies some of that. When you're talking about flexibility, it kind of makes people worry.
I understand that concern. Again, we're happy to remove some of these uses if there are uses that the council does not deem appropriate for the site. It's not our intent to be vague or ambiguous as part of this process. It's just going back to the interconnectivity and the need for some development flexibility here. But again, the intent is for a self-storage or similar facility that would be appropriate located next to the sewer plant. And a like use to be located there. That is what we believe is appropriate.
And I would tease out a hypothetical about why you would want development flexibility. Imagine at the time, since this is just step one in an approval process, imagine that there's a period of time that goes by in order to get final approval for something, and we are not happy as the developer with, for instance, a self-storage facility doesn't meet our quality standards for what we want to see there. If it would be better to have a medical office, if that would be more attractive and that would be a better fit, then we are just asking for some development flexibility to be able to pivot out. Not necessarily to say we want to be able to put anything we want there, but just to have some, just in case it's not a perfect fit, to have some development flexibility to go to a different use. These uses, I'll tell you, and we ran into this at the planning board hearings too, the uses and the description of them is not ideal, but we are constrained with what the table of uses is in the UDO. And like Clint said, if there are uses here that are specifically offensive with respect to this parcel, then we'd be happy to cut them out and to consider taking them out. We would ask that there be some development flexibility, even though the master vision is what it is, to have an interior access self-storage facility because it's next to a sewer plant. We're going to have some limitation on what we're able to do there and be viable. But we would ask for some development flexibility just so if that option doesn't turn out to be optimal, we can look to something that would be.
To back up what Tom said, in our UDO, in the UDO we're using here, about conditional zoning in a UDO, it says a conditional zoning district is intended for development that is a high level of certainty, we've all read that, of being constructed, and the most commonly expected application will contain a specific use or uses on small or large scale. And I second what Tom's saying here, but when you get 17 of these things, to me it scares me a little bit of where are they going here, or where are we going to go? One I think we should take out sort of immediately is retail commercial establishments, the second one from the bottom. That's just, that blows, to me that just adds anything, basically. We should describe those a little bit more, like above.
We are, and again, to go back to a point I made this morning, we are constrained by what the UDO provides. We cannot craft specific uses that are outside the bounds of the uses identified in the UDO.
Yep.
And retail commercial establishments is the closest analog or the most appropriate use listed for things like boutiques or retail shops, which is why you see it used for our other commercial sites where we specifically intend those types of resort style shopping amenities. I wish we could say this specific use that is not contained in the UDO is what we could list, but we can't because that would not be enforceable.
So what I just mentioned, you want to leave it in there?
We will need to have a discussion internally. I'm not at this point, I'm not authorized to remove that. I will say, to the extent that you want to remove banks and financial institutions, daycare facilities, dry cleaning and laundry, dry goods store, and hardware store and insurance agency, we can offer up removing those.
Say those again.
Yeah. You can do what with them?
Remove them.
We will propose removal of banks and financial institutions, daycare facilities, dry cleaning and laundry, dry goods store, hardware store, and insurance agency.
Well, that would bring them down.
And I would as we go through this exercise, and this, I do think that this gives us some harbinger of going through each one of them. I would suggest respectfully that if we are going to remove a use, we should make sure that we don't want to see that use at all on that property in any circumstance. Because if we remove it, our hands will then be tied. So for instance, if banks, which are typically pretty attractive and fit in a lot of different circumstances, if that is a completely unacceptable alternative, then sure, let's take it out. But some of these things that we're talking about, like for instance, a hardware store or a healthcare establishment or a bank, these are typically pretty attractive commercial buildings, especially the ones that have been more recently built. And so I would just say there is some gravity to removing these conditions. Having said that, we're happy to go ahead and pull some of them on out if it suits the council, and to consider others.
Okay. You're going to be next to a sewage treatment plant, so I feel very strongly that the storage facility would work. Some of these other ones wouldn't even come close. But that's just my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and we appreciate that, and again,
absolutely,
and our client appreciates that as well. But we hope that in removing, I think that was close to 7 uses, that it shows our intent to narrow that down, while also needing to balance, as Alan mentioned, the flexibility. If a self-storage end user or end developer does not essentially reveal itself, that we have the ability to do so.
I have a different type of question from that.
Go for it. Yeah.
On this one of it says required parking, 31 spaces, but you're going to put in 55 spaces. My just sort of general view is we want to put the minimum required spaces in, but we don't want to overload the area with parking spaces. The natural environment, pervious materials, stormwater issues with runoff argues against putting in masses of asphalt when we don't have to.
Yeah, and I will say that the 55 spaces is not a condition. It's part of the conceptual design here. We will be obviously subject to the UDO parking requirements to the extent that there's a concern about parking and wanting to, frankly, reduce our parking burden. We're happy to do that. We believe that it's probably most appropriate for TRC and site plan just because of, again, some of the flexibility there. But during planning board, as you all saw, we were happy to oftentimes make that type of concession if that is.
They would be subject to the max requirement that's in the UDO at present, which is
the max requirement
or the minimum requirement.
There's the minimum, but there's also a maximum that you're not allowed to exceed the minimum parking by 2%. I can't quite
125%.
Yeah. Computer's frozen at the moment, but they would be subject to that requirement.
Okay, so basically in this one, if 31 is required, they could put in 34.
Oh, whatever.
Whatever the maximum.
These are just conceptual, as they alluded to. I don't think that they were necessarily.
Okay, to clarify then,
yeah,
that issue would be resolved at the technical review.
Correct.
Step.
Subsequent.
That's right.
So we don't need to worry about each of them on this.
Yes, there are a couple that where we specifically made it a condition and called it out where planning board had some concerns, but on the site design where we just wanted to reflect it so that it looked like a normal site plan rather than not having parking reflected.
Okay.
But we are not asking that be a condition of this.
Okay. So letting the TRC take care of it is good.
We will be bound by the UDO.
Yes.
Well, I have a question. The only entrance and exit will be onto Angels Trace Road?
So again, that will be subject to TRC review. This is a conceptual site design here. And so, I mean, I would assume so, but just given the location here. But again, in terms of where those accesses are located on the site, how those accesses are designed, as we discussed earlier, there'll be a traffic engineer who is part of that process and ensuring proper ingress egress.
So you could possibly put an entrance and exit that brings all the traffic through the Pelican Reserve?
I
No,
don't.
no, no,
we
no,
do
that-
not foresee that being.
That the Pelican Reserve's already been approved, and there is no access way. There's lots that block it from getting to this area.
So, since you're not going to exit onto Fairway 7 or into the sewer plant, the only places are onto Angel Trace Road.
Correct.
So, Angel Trace Road is impassable. What are you going to do to fix that?
Well, we just had a meeting with the town clerk, NCDOT, and who's the other developer? Landon. Bill Clark Homes last week. Last week?
Sanctuary.
Yeah, the sanctuary. Working on trying to devise a plan to move forward to get Angels Trace open sooner rather than later, because we know for a fact it's going to be open when Bill Clark finishes their project. Just trying to find ways where everybody can partner and work together to get to a solution that opens Angels Trace Road much faster than what DOT is looking at and Bill Clark's looking at.
Well, my concern is that fixing Angels Trace Road be any cost to a taxpayer. You want it open so you can access this spot and maybe others. Same with Bill Clark. But our taxpayers should not pay the burden of fixing a road up so you can get to your commercial areas.
I don't believe that's what we were looking at.
And I will defer to obviously Lisa and those. It's very common, obviously, for the town to, as part of the process, contribute money to improvements, and also to the extent that we have to make certain offsite improvements as part of this process. When we go through it, we understand that there may be a burden there, but that's further on down the process than where we're at.
And council, I'll remind you that this is one of the projects that we have partnered with DOT to look at the feasibility to open Angel Trace Road to become either a DOT road or a town road for connectivity between Sunset Boulevard and Old Georgetown Road, specifically for public safety, for police and fire especially.
Right. Well,
so it's not just for them to be able to access. We started the process before they ever came to the table and said anything about coming to the table with the town. We had already started the process with DOT.
one quick question. They've been talking about that for 20 years as the road deteriorated. I'm just saying I don't think it should be a burden on the town's taxpayers to fix this road. And to get the funds for that, you'd have to come to us anyway, right?
Absolutely. And I'm operating on the council's direction already to communicate with DOT to find the feasibility study or to have the feasibility study conducted to find out if it's feasible for the town to partner with DOT to get that road open.
Okay. Thank you.
Did I understand you correctly when you made your presentation that you were going to put buffers in around the golf course, the golf course area? So that would be
There will be required buffers.
required buffers. Would that also include those adjacent sites to the Pelican Reserve?
Correct. There would be required buffer yards per UDO requirements.
Okay.
Now there's
because they didn't show up on our charts.
No, I understand, and
it will go in great detail in the subsequent submittals. Now, there's no hatched out areas as you'll find on other sites pertaining to this site. But as far as the buffering requirements, there are requirements in the UDO already. They're not mandated to show them on here. As we go through major site plan, preliminary plats, final plats, all that will be in greater detail at that point.
May we change then? Right now there's a natural buffer there. At this point, if you play hole 7 of the Rees-Jones course, there is natural buffer. I would guess before the back of this building and the side of this building by Pelican Reserve, there is a natural buffer. Would you put up more as the rule, or if there's a good natural buffer there, can you accept that as being the buffer?
To the extent there's an existing natural buffer there that meets the buffer yard requirements, that certainly is to our benefit. Frankly, we're not going to touch that.
Okay.
I
don't know if there's enough, but there's certainly a lot of growth there.
And we'll just have to take a look at that. But we certainly, to the extent that we already have something in place that we would be required to plant if it weren't there, if it's already existing, we're going to.
Okay, so it will be buffered one way or the other.
We're required by the UDO to buffer it. And as Chad mentioned, and as we listed in the data table, for this site, the proposed landscaping and buffer yard requirements of Section 10 of the UDO we will adhere to.
Excellent.
We're required to do it, but we wanted to specify it in these data tables.
Thank you. I have just one other quick thing on, again, the uses. Restaurants are mentioned there. Restaurants are mentioned there.
Correct.
So in the specific conditions, we should probably put in no drive-through restaurants.
We've
already talked about that.
At the beginning, that all restaurants are no drive-through.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that was the first thing we come up on.
That will be a master condition across all sites that we will not be allowed
Thank
to do.
you. I must have missed it. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I call for a vote on this one?
Next to the
Consensus?
No.
Maybe I'd like to make a motion that we approve subject 1.
Adopt the ordinance approving subject 1. We got to be clear that we're adopting an ordinance.
Yeah, because the final vote won't come.
Okay.
This would be presumably the final. This would be done if you adopt the ordinance on this.
I don't see how it impacts any of the other ones.
And the
Second that
motion,
motion.
well, the motion would also document the conditions, the master conditions as supplemented today, together with the applicant's agreement to remove banks and financial institutions, daycare facilities, dry cleaning and laundry, dry goods store, and hardware store.
An insurance office.
I didn't see that one on here.
Insurance.
I didn't either, but they mentioned that too, so.
It's right on the top there.
And insurance.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one, the first one. Yeah.
So
As stated there.
the motion's been made.
Motion
by-
and a second. Second. Have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Move on to number 2, please, Chad.
All right, subject track number 2. It is an unimproved track. There are currently 16 non-residential uses that are associated with this track. We move to the conditions coming out of this one from the planning board meeting are, with the exception of playground equipment, no structure shall be permitted at the point beginning along Sunset Boulevard street lot line and extending north to the southern portion of the building footprint of the proposed 3,500 square foot building. Hatching shall depict area that is preserved. The applicant shall include an evergreen opaque buffer along the lot line adjoining Villas 11. No eating establishment shall remain open after 9 p.m. No drive-through shall be permitted. I think procedurally we probably just need to move that one to the.
That's an overall.
Yep.
That's an overall, but it can still be in there.
All right. Retail sales otherwise not listed. Retail the following: non-motorized vehicles shall not be permitted, and driveway access requirements shall be subject to TRC recommendation. That's where the town, working with contracted McGill and Associates and or somebody else with traffic implications to it, will come into play.
Thank you, Chad.
Absolutely.
As Chad mentioned, we have worked to specifically design this. It is a great site. We think that we've worked to put it in a place that should be acceptable and beneficial to the community itself. That includes front setbacks of 35 feet, right side setbacks of 25 feet, left side setbacks of 15, and rear setbacks of 15. We are not going to, we've limited ourselves in terms of square footage on the buildings shown. And we're not going to exceed 40 feet in height for those buildings, which is, it's my understanding that the maximum height for a single family building is 35 feet. So this is very close in line with what a single family building would look like in terms of height dimensions. We have preserved that lower level area and hatched that out to be a park area with minimal structures or frankly no actual principal structures. There'll be structures that would be you would see regularly in a park style area like a gazebo or some gathering area, but it's intended to be a community space where members of the community can come, they can bring their children, they have a park area. In conjunction with that, we think it's beneficial for them to have eating establishments like an ice cream parlor or a small deli or a coffee shop where they can pop in and grab something very easy and simple, and then go and enjoy the park or walk about the neighborhood, something to that effect. So it is, it works together. We've drilled down on this as much as we can in terms of permitted uses. Happy to discuss those, but we've tried to narrow those down to be the ones that would be acceptable in this area and be compatible with the surrounding area and the proposed park. This is along the roadway there, and we believe that it meshes well with some of the surrounding residential.
What is an accessory structure to commercial use? What does that mean? That's the first.
Yeah, so that is just again kind of a general catch-all that the UDO has in terms of, I don't have the definition.
For example, that could be if, let's say, if it was a restaurant and they had an off-site cooler, for example. It is commercial type use, but it's accessory to the principal business.
Okay, I get it.
Is there another one? Is there a definition for professional or neighborhood services? Is it?
There's not in the ordinance, and Mr. Corbett had that question as well. Typically, that's an office type setting. You do have personal service establishments in your ordinance already, which would be barbershop, et cetera, but usually common definition for that is accountant, engineer, something that would provide someone that would have some type of professional certification, typically in some type of office setting where customers or clients would come to and fro.
No lawyers, don't worry.
Promise?
We're prepared to concede that.
So how about making this whole thing a park? That'd be a great place for a park. But this is one place that has commercial right in the middle of residential. You've got houses, single family across the street. You've got villas, multifamily as part of the process.
From our perspective, this is a necessary commercial site, a necessary supplementary commercial site there, where we have the park, which is a prominent feature. We've worked to buffer it extensively and set it back extensively to essentially eliminate any adverse impacts to the properties across the street or down the street. It is located right there at the intersection of Clubhouse and Shoreline. So from our perspective, this is, although there is existing residential, this is an appropriate place for a limited commercial use in conjunction with the park, given the fact that we are extensively buffering it, are preserving a lot of the trees and the existing landscaping there. And again, the intent here is not for it to be prominently commercial, but for it to be supplementarily commercial in terms of it having an ice cream shop or a deli or a coffee shop, or maybe a small store where somebody can get gift items that work in conjunction with the adjacent.
Let me comment on what Mr. Corbett just said. This is a very difficult one for me to support. Very difficult. We want to support commercial. We want more commercial in this town. There's no question about that. But I find this the wrong place. And like John said, it would be nice to have a park there. Now, certainly by right, you could build homes there and you could build duplexes there, but they would be part of the neighborhood that's there. This is the one parcel that has a strong neighborhood component to it that you can't deny. You just can't deny it. It's there. It's a neighborhood. These people bought their homes. They didn't think around the corner, down the street, cross the street, there would be a business, commercial enterprise. And these people are horrified. I mean, I've talked to them, sat in their living rooms with them. It's just, I think it's the wrong thing to do with this piece of property. Now, to quote the land use plan, just the thing you talked about earlier, which I do not personally think is outdated, but that's between you and I, don't worry about it. The quotation is, preserve the traditional character, intensity, and density of the residential areas, particularly the existing single-family neighborhoods and open areas. Very general statement. But medium density residential, which is what this is, it says the intent, preserve and protect the existing single-family residential neighborhoods. And then it says inappropriate uses, commercial development. This is a neighborhood. This is not, should not be, in my estimation anyway, a commercial area at all. As I said, these people have been through a lot in just trying to, fight this thing. And there is just, I think there is just a total, it just doesn't make sense to me. I can't even think of a way it would make sense to me. And I think this reflects also on the council in the town. I mean, if we allow this to happen once, very obviously where this commercial development is, what happens in Sandpiper Bay or somewhere else, if this begins to pop up? They're going to say, oh, you did it over there, Well, I don't think we should do it over there. I think we should keep a neighborhood and not have any commercial in the neighborhoods.
I would, thank you for those thoughts. And I don't want to jump ahead of anybody else who has comments. I can, like Clint did, give you a little bit of a window into some of the strategy here and some of the thought process. So there is a sales office right here on the corner of Shoreline and Clubhouse. And so there is commercial already close by.
Non-conforming.
It is non-conforming, but it's still there.
Yeah. I want to, if I'm not right to interrupt you, holler at me.
Please, interrupt away.
Yes.
From Big Family.
That building has been there for almost as long as Sea Trail has. If I was in that neighborhood, which is called Live Oaks, by the way, if I was in that neighborhood, and I would have seen that before I bought my house. And hopefully my realtor would have pointed it out to me as their due diligence to do so. And then I have to make up my mind whether I buy that house. Simple as that. And I could say, there's this building here, it may be commercial, someday I'm not going to buy my house. Or they could say, yeah, maybe commercial, I'm going to buy my house. I don't have a problem with the Riptide office being there, because people who moved into that area, and there wasn't much there, believe me, when that building was built, and if you probably did see that building before Riptide fixed it up, which they did a nice job doing. That is, yeah, I agree with you, it's commercial. I agree with you 100%. Non-conforming, but commercial. That's what we want to make it conforming. We're going to make it conforming.
Sure.
So the point is here, you had plenty of time to do your due diligence when you bought a home there. If anybody came up to me and said, look, that's there and that shouldn't be there, and I don't like my home now, or I'd say, go ahead and sell. You didn't do your due diligence. But to have your home, bought your home, and then all of a sudden you say down the street, across the street, whatever, we're going to put commercial here, that's not fair to the people here. And we got to make sure. We want a lot of great stuff in this plan, but we got to take care of our community and our citizens of Sunset Beach who live there.
So and thank you, another window into the strategy here was you mentioned the by right development that's available, which would not include any of this landscaping, tree preservation, or integration. That is a priority for Riptide, having integrated, attractive commercial places to include places like parks and things like that. And the commercial return allows for effectively the donation of that property for that. And I don't disagree with you that a single family home is a single family home. But for instance, I don't know that these lots 11 and 12, I think some of what we're doing when people think about development alternatives is they think about things like, could this be a park or is it going to be commercial? And really the alternatives are something like this versus something like you mentioned, duplexes.
Well, I don't like that, but that's by right.
And it is. And that's, instead of taking advantage of that right, we thought that this is far more attractive and useful than something like the by right duplexes. But, that's ultimately for the council to weigh and to consider.
Yeah, these people have talked to realtors, and realtors have told them if that commercial development goes there, down the street, wherever it is from their house, it's going to affect eventually the value of the property. It's going to affect the ability to sell your property. And it's true. And then I asked a realtor too, after somebody over there told me that. I asked a realtor, he said, absolutely. It's their fiduciary responsibility to say, you know, there's a business there, and anybody comes and look at my house, they gotta say there's a business there. And so it just doesn't fit that area. There's only a little bit that doesn't fit in this plan, and this is one of them that I think really sticks out.
The sales office, it's been there. Except for the parking lot all around it, it looks like a single-family home. I wouldn't mind living in it from the looks, from the outside, but I got to agree with Mike. This is a residential area, and this has a negative impact on the nearby homes.
Have we beat that horse to death right now?
You stomped it in the ground. It's
Yeah.
blue
Okay,
now.
I have a question about
yes, sir.
That area southeast of Villas 11. That looks like the trees are highlighted there. Are those preserved or / protected trees?
So,
And like a hash marked area? Is it
The-
intended to be a hash marked area?
Is that are you talking about the northeast corner?
Yes. It's the northeast corner,
yeah,
but
and-
it's southeast of Villas 11.
And so that is an indication of the condition that we have provided, which is to have an evergreen opaque buffer there. So that's not a hatched area in terms of what is existing. There may be some evergreen plantings there. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but that is to reflect the written condition that we will provide an evergreen opaque buffer adjacent to Villas 11.
Thank you.
We're certainly happy to answer questions. Given some of the comments here, if it is the council's pleasure, we would ask that this be tabled so we can consider some of those potentially as part of a revision or additional conditions that we may be able to come back to you here later on this evening, or I guess potentially Wednesday as well. But if it pleases the council, we would just like to table this so that we can have that discussion and see if there is maybe a middle ground or something acceptable.
I appreciate that. I think the people who live there would appreciate that. Thank you. The mayor would appreciate that.
And
I'm
may I
good with that.
ask just one question?
Yes, sir.
Just because I'm trying to ground, figure out where the council is on this versus where the applicant is. Would it be your preference if you had one or the other for there to be multifamily here instead of commercial? Do you have a preference on the two of those different use types on this particular layout? Would you rather it be refined to certain commercial uses, or would it be preferential for it to be a multifamily type use?
In talking to people, I'm not going to tell them, but talking to people over there, they would much prefer a neighborhood feel. They've said homes. They continually talk homes. If homes were there, that would be just wonderful.
Does that include multifamily?
Now, I don't think they think multifamily, but maybe. Duplexes, well, that's in their UDO. That goes along with homes, right?
That would be more akin to what I'm trying to surmise is, townhome type, multifamily type use versus sort of, an array of potential commercial establishments, if there is a preference of the two.
Is a duplex considered multifamily?
The duplex is not. They would be allowed by right.
Yeah,
Special use permit
yeah.
would be required for multifamily. So but that is an option that they would have, assuming that, for example, this never went through. So conceivably, that could be built there without having to go through this process. It'd be a different one. So that's why I'm trying to gauge, for you all.
Yeah, that's why I said by right, and that's their right.
I would be more, if one was pushed that you had to have a commercial area in there, I would look for more extensive buffering along Clubhouse Road. I'd look for a commitment to do what you call your low country style for the shops, which are, not 35, 45 feet up, 40 feet up there. And definitely keep it in an area that is, sort of visitor supportive as opposed to something like big retail stores or something. And you talk about 10,000 square feet. That's a big ice cream shop.
Well, I think
two ice cream shops.
The ice cream shop would be this 3,500.
I understand that, but I mean,
Yeah, there's two buildings here, not just one now. We're talking two buildings. We're talking two buildings here. I mean, the people are horrified at that too, but two buildings, yes.
And if it would appease the council, we do have some flexibility in terms of some of the dimensions, in terms of addressing those. The buffer, I don't have authority to commit to, but I would surmise that won't be an issue, is if we do have some sort of additional buffer. And also, I mean, we're happy to discuss some of those things, and the design elements are certainly part of this plan. I mean, that has been a commitment from Riptide from when it started prior to this project and throughout this project. So if those types of conditions would make this more attractive in terms of making it look and appear and feel, and we do have those reduced hours of operations conditions as well, so it's not an all-night activity here. If those are the types of conditions that would be amenable to the council, we're happy to put forward some of those, to listen to some of those, and to obviously make sure and to talk to our client before we were authorized to do so. But those are things that, as you saw during the planning board, we're happy to discuss.
Okay.
so table it for now.
Yeah, we can take a break. Yeah, that's fine. We can table that. Thank you for considering.
Yep.
I think it's important, very important.
Yeah,
moving forward.
And we're happy to do that. And please do not hesitate to provide commentary to us. There may be some things that we have to go back to our client on specifically before we have authority to convey a response.
I understand.
And our hope is to convey it obviously in real time.
Mhm.
But we certainly want to be respectful of you and give you accurate information. We obviously represent the best interest of our client.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Chad, number 3.
Site number 3, it is an unimproved tract totaling 1.62 acres in size. It is the across the road from the existing Maples Golf Clubhouse. The applicant is proposing 10 non-residential uses on this site. Site 3 conditions are: setback shall be no less than 25 feet along all lot lines. Retail sales not otherwise listed shall not be permitted. Rental of the following non-motorized vehicles, beach chairs, umbrellas, etc. shall not be permitted, and then driveway access requirements or shall be subject to TRC recommendation.
So yes, as Chad mentioned, we've worked on this in terms of the setbacks. As part of the conditions, we've agreed that the setback shall be no less than 25 feet along all lot lines. We've removed certain rental possibilities here. Driveway access will be subject to TRC review. This was previously a commercial use and was the golf registration building across from the Maples Clubhouse. There is an existing foundation for a commercial building there, given that prior use. So we believe that it is appropriate for commercial at this time as well. There's a striped parking lot, a loading dock. So all of those required structures and infrastructure for a commercial use are existing. And again, the prior commercial use itself is demonstrative of the propriety of a commercial structure there in the future. We're looking to have it be a private amenities-based building, a social club, health and fitness, food and beverage, something, again, to just provide a commercial amenity in the surrounding area and to benefit the community. And so that is what we've reflected. We've tried to create a pretty limited footprint, again, with that required setback and the required buffering, and putting it towards the middle of the site so that we can do that setback and additional and required buffering.
I, for one, don't have any problem with this at all. There was a building there. A commercial building. And I don't have a problem with this one at all.
Just a quick comment right in the top under the parcel and whatever it was. It says known as the Maples Clubhouse. It's not. That's all. Just to let you know that.
Yeah, and
that's all.
And we apologize. There are, we certainly were trying to be prompt. and getting these to you
I
and being as
understand.
complete as
Yes.
possible. Unfortunately, as I am apt to do, we had some errors. So we certainly
That's
did
okay.
not mean any disrespect in that error.
Sorry, I want to make sure we've got a point of clarification here. Sorry to interject. The rental of the following, we had a question about that use type. If I recall during our last meeting, that one was added as a use because it was taken
That's
away.
correct, and I apologize. I misread that from my notes. You are correct, Wes. So
Okay.
it was included.
Okay. So,
That should be taken off.
So
Okay.
what did we,
No.
what did you do?
Say it
So
again.
rental of the following non-motorized,
Yes.
etc., is a
Yes.
permissible use as proposed. That
Shall
was
be.
included in and it does say it shall be permitted.
I misspoke. We had originally included that use on subject 2 as
That's
part
right.
of removing it from
And
subject
it was moved
2.
over.
It was discussed with planning board that subject 3 would be more appropriate for that type of use in terms of providing it.
Yes. So that.
That's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Unless you all have an issue with it, but.
I just have a general comment, not
Sure.
with that. The north side of this is where the floodplain area and that is part of the Calabash River running through. There's lots of vegetation, trees, a nice osprey nest and things like that. So my concern would be that during the construction process, be careful not to impact that natural preserve area, wildlife area. It's not part of your plan there.
Yeah, certainly. As reflected, we do denote that flood area and also reflect really no building impact in that area, as shown on the site.
And just to clarify on that, it would be pretty difficult to, building in a floodplain is one thing, building in a floodway is another thing. It gets very difficult when you get into riverine flooding areas that are regulated versus your coastal flood areas, as I just went through about a week of class worth of that. So just know it's harder to deal with riverine flooding than it is coastal flood.
Mm-hmm. Protect the wildlife there.
We certainly
Please.
have no intent to
100%.
disturb it.
There are not any other comments. I have a motion. I move the accept subdivision parcel 3 as
And
written.
and adopt the ordinance amending the town's official zoning map.
That too.
Yep.
Do I have a second?
Just say ditto from now.
Second.
All right, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on, number 4, Chad.
Site number 4. You want to do 4 and 5 together, or do you want to keep them separate?
We can do them together. I believe.
Excuse me, 4 and
4A.
4A.
Yeah.
So 4 and 4A, I'm going to do my best to depict those up here. This one probably best describes it. This one in more detail. 4 and 4A are both unimproved tracks. It is currently serving as the existing maintenance track for the Sea Trail community.
Yes,
Is that correct?
the subject 4 is the existing storage and laydown yard for Sea Trail. Again, as you can see in the proposed uses, our intent is to keep it that same to allow for maintenance, storage, those types of uses to support the community.
You did very good there, focusing those issues, I want to tell you.
Yes, and that was our intent both for this and that next one. We're not trying to change the use. We're just simply trying to allow for the build out of this structure, the build out on 4A, and we believe that we've addressed that specific on this site with the hatched area and provided buffer.
So 4 and 4A will need to be approved or whatever separately, but in the presentation process of this,
Okay.
it's the same site overall. However, it's just depicted and carved out a bit of a square up there along Heatherbrook. Is that right?
That's right. That's right.
Yes, these are adjacent, and so we're happy to take them together. Again, they've been golf course maintenance facilities. They've been used for golf course maintenance and storage. That is what the intent would be through this rezoning, is to allow for the development and just enhancement to provide better facilities for that use. We're not looking to change the use or do anything, and we've shown through the hatched areas our intent to minimize any impact of these uses.
One of the things that came out of this with the planning board meeting and our discussions was there's a fence along the northern boundary of this site. Whoever's fence it is agreed to maintain it.
Yeah, I think
I don't
there's.
know if y'all had any more.
Yeah, I've had
dialogue
some
with that.
discussion with the
Go for
HOA
it.
president. And it's their fence.
Okay.
And I've talked to the golf course folks as well.
Okay.
And that fence was installed by the HOA when they, or not by the HOA, by the developer when they constructed
Now
the
that
residential
fence
neighborhood.
isn't in the greatest shape in the world.
That's up to Cobblestone
I know,
Village, yeah.
but I think it's not in the greatest shape. I'm asking the question, I suppose.
It's not in the greatest shape, that's for sure. Yes.
That's what I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Cobblestone's HOA.
Yes, and coming out of the planning board, there's a note on this site, that plan, that whoever owns the fence shall be responsible for maintaining it.
Yes,
If
yes,
it's theirs, they need to maintain it. However, there will be buffering standards that are applied to this along all boundaries as it would depicted by normal procedures through the Unified Development Ordinance as it sits currently.
Okay.
So what is the buffering standards between the maintenance areas and Cobblestone?
Which drawing?
That would be in Article 9.
Well, 4 and 4A, we've got.
Well, you get 4A. You're in 4A now?
Four-
Yeah, I know where you are, but
Yeah.
which one you were looking
The
at?
northern side.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you talk about the buffering?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Article 9 depicts I don't have it in front of me I can
Okay.
pull it up. See if my computer will fire up.
Well, just tell us in general, what is it?
It will be required buffering either by fence or vegetative plantings that they will be required to do. Is that pretty heavily treed back there, Todd?
It's pretty open all the way to the fence.
So-
Honestly, it's just grass and some scrubby bushes.
So as it sits currently, they're just more bringing that into conformity. If they did any improvements, they would be subject to that. However, I think as it sits right now, just bring it into conformity. They would not be required to do anything additional, except for that. Go ahead.
Just for site 4, they've got a note on here that street trees are to be planted.
So,
well, site 4 itself is a whole new building that goes on
Subject
that
4.
site. Subject
Yeah,
4. Subject 4.
Yeah.
So that gets the full.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are we talking about that one or 4A?
I think I was
4A.
going off of 4A.
Okay. Sorry.
So my apologies. So any site improvements that would trigger buffering would be required there. They would need to buffer it via the standards in Article 9, whether that's via fence or planted vegetation to meet those type things. It's very detailed as it goes through. For X amount of feet, this will be required. That will be required. And I think I'll go back to 4. You'll see that there's a hatched out area on that southern end, and street trees are going to be permitted or planted along Heatherbrook, going north toward the Pink Palace.
The diagram for 4 does not show the dimension of the buffered area, the trees that are preserved.
Chad, this here.
The adjacent lot 4A has
No,
35 foot.
Go back.
That's reflecting the setback.
Yes,
And
25 feet.
Yeah.
Correct. So that's reflecting the setback. Will obviously be subject to as we set forth, the buffering requirement that's as set out in your UDO. We were just wanting to reflect what would be essentially proposed, what we think would be provided therein, and wanted to reflect the additional setback that we have provided as part of this.
And I think what Councilman Corbett is alluding to is that along Rice Mill Circle, the hatched area appears to be approximately 30 feet or so, but there's no dimension there. So that would just be a note to add that.
Yeah, if you see those X's there, that's the existing fence line on the site, just for reference.
And I think
So it'd be buffered up to the fence line.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask another question on number 4? The rolling gate, the entrance and exit, is that the same one currently?
No, that'd be a new gate.
No, not the same, not the gate. I mean the same entrance and exit spot.
Yes.
Same,
Basically,
okay,
yeah.
good. Okay.
Well, this is one of the areas that I had to go back for a third look at this because you can't remember them all in your head. But you don't even know it's there. I got no problems with any of this.
Let me see if I got anything.
Perhaps if you could just
Anybody
make
else?
a note to
No,
mention that.
I'm good. I'm good.
We have no problem to mention that. Yeah.
I'm good.
Is there a motion?
The motion, if there's a motion for track 4, it needs to be subject to the dimensions of the landscape area being shown to be up to and including the chain link fence that's there now, which I would say is probably closer to 35 feet based on 4A.
Based on 4A, it's more than 35 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming
Oh, you're
4,
right.
Assuming 4A is accurate.
You're right.
Yeah. 4A is clearly 35 feet, and 4 has got more space
It's
covered
like,
than that.
more like 40, 45 feet.
Yeah.
Look, can I ask one more question? On 4A, the area between Sawmill Townhomes, which is the expansion area you're working on now, and the golf course maintenance area. Obviously, you're going to put a buffer there, obviously, between them, correct?
Yeah, there's on the Sawmill site plan. Yeah, yes,
there's
buffering along the
Okay.
Sawmill side.
Is there enough buffering to block that from looking down into the maintenance area? That's the big thing.
We're going to do the best we can. There's just not the space, I guess, would be the thing to say between you got that existing road that comes in there.
Yes,
that makes it really tight.
There are some limitations given the existing facility. And again, there's no scheduled improvements for this right now. This is what is existing. We're just, again, narrowing the uses, allowing us to do maybe a smaller addition there as part of the maintenance. But this is intended, again, just to remain the same.
Okay, so Todd, you are putting buffering as part of this Sawmill Townhome expansion
Correct.
plan.
And obviously, we don't want
Thank
our
you.
units to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are
look
they,
at that. Thank you.
this is digressing, but the sawmills still one stories like the original sawmills? Or
They are a story and a half, and instead of having a large attic space like the existing units have, instead of utilizing that as attic, there'll be a couple bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs.
Thank you.
Okay.
The other thing I would note along this existing road by the ATMC station there is that running through that area, which isn't shown on here, is the major, as we all learned a couple months ago when we had to have them out there to move it, is a major fiber optic cable and the communications lines for the whole area. So there's not a lot of digging you can do in that area.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of council on subtract 4?
I'll make a motion. We approve. Gotta do track 4. Track 4.
And 4A.
And 4A.
Can we do them both together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 4 and 4A then.
So I'm second.
The ditto.
Yes, subject to the dimension modification.
Yeah.
All right, I have a second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 5, Mr. Jed.
Site number 5. This is site number 5 is an unapproved tract. It's about 1.9 acres in size. For clerical references, it is located at the east entrance of the Sea Trail on the right-hand side going into the development. The applicant is proposing 20 non-residential uses. Conditions are no driveway shall be permitted along Sunset Boulevard. The driveway along Old Point Lane shall be located as far north as possible, as on the site as possible, except it shall be no closer than 200 feet from Kings Trail. Driveway access requirements shall be subject to TRC recommendation. Building square footage shall not exceed 7,500 square feet.
Chad, is that subject 5?
Yeah. Served area to be hatched.
Okay.
Yeah, subject 4.
Okay.
Gateway overlay district requirements shall be applicable, and then tree mitigation shall be determined in accordance with town council, which we've already started taking care of.
So
I have one suggestion on tree mitigation. If you can add the area inland above the north, I guess, north of the shop itself, You've got mitigation to the left. You've got protected area to the west side, to the east side, and then you have blank space, which would be a good place to also protect the trees or plant trees.
I think we could probably go across the setback area.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit concerned with, obviously during the course of construction, getting around the back there. But we probably can.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, if what you were talking about is that setback to extend it where those kind of 3 trees are right there, we would be at
Yeah.
This is the east entrance. I think it's one of the most beautiful entrances to Sea Trail. There is a nice median going down there with the trees and plantings. I personally don't think commercial belongs at the entrance. Is the median going to stay?
Can you ask that again? I apologize. I didn't catch.
Is the median going to stay in between?
Is the median going to stay?
On Old Point Lane.
There's a median down that road.
I don't think that there's any plan to remove it at this point. I'm not
Right.
aware of any plan to remove it. Again, a lot of that would be subject to TRC review. We would work with TRC to make sure, again, that access is proper, is safe. There'd be a traffic engineer, as we've made a condition of this. We would rely upon that review in terms of making a determination of whether or not the median should be removed. We do not, as of today, have plans to remove that median. And so we would defer to TRC in making a determination of whether or not removal would enhance access and safety along those roadways and to and from the site.
I see the median saying goodbye.
We have no intention of removing it,
No
is what
intention of
I'm
removing
saying.
No, but if the TRC says it has to be removed,
Well, and we believe we would submit respectfully that is the precise function of TRC, is to look at this and drill down on it once we have a more finalized, complete site plan, to see if its removal as part of this process would enhance safety and ingress and egress to and from the site. We are certainly not taking a position on it. We have not included it or asked for it to be removed whatsoever. We are just saying that, at one, I don't think we're in a position to condition something off site, period, in terms of the median, because that is not part of this site review. And 2, we believe that it would be the proper function of TRC in looking at the finalized site plan to make a decision of whether or not that were to occur.
And that consideration would also be part of the Site 6 consideration. Because
Correct.
they
Yeah,
both
I'm
have,
sorry, I was talking about both.
they both have access ways that would come across Old Point Road.
And I would make, if I may, 2 quick comments. This site was the subject of significant discussion at Planning Board, as you all already know, and the footprint of this commercial building was reduced by several thousand feet at Planning Board. And in addition, I would note, just from a design perspective, the wraparound covered porch, the 6-foot sidewalk, all of those sorts of things that are, several comments have been made about aesthetics, not only with regard to the sales office, but sort of a low country style, if you will. And Riptide is fond of that type of style. And to the extent we're able to, we did want to incorporate some of those things here, just from an aesthetics perspective.
And additionally, just highlight again the significant hatched area where we're working to preserve those trees so that there is minimal impact, obviously, to that existing fairway, also minimal impact on the essentially the flanking parts of the site. Furthermore, we believe commercial is appropriate here, and this is an advantageous location, again, as part of this unified development vision, given the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Old Point Lane there, and that there is already existing commercial along Sunset Boulevard adjacent to this, or across the street and down that street on the other side. So we're not introducing a new use here. This is just putting it where we believe it is advantageously situated to, again, allow for easy access, walkability, bikeability, and also one where we have the ability to preserve that tree cover to minimize impact to adjacent properties.
Let me say something again. I went over there and stood on the other side of the road from this entrance. The Master Association has just redone the two major signs there. There's two major, large, tall signs there. If you stand there and look, or look from the Sunset Boulevard, it appears to me strongly that you're not even going to barely see the commercial. All you see is a sign, and that sign is huge. And I have trouble understanding what commercial behind a wall, basically, is all about here. And is it going to work? I have a big question. Is it going to work, obviously? Now, this is, again, this is MR3, right? This is MR3. And so I went and looked up MR3, and priority goal is to preserve the traditional character, intensity, and density of the residential areas, particularly the existing single-family neighborhoods and open space areas. It is a beautiful entrance. It's all heritage trees. It is. It's welcoming. It's different. No trucks can go on there. No big trucks go on that entrance at all. They can't because they can't fit. And that medium in the middle, it's really a beautiful, welcoming entrance to Sea Trail. I don't understand why the developer wants to change the face of that, and I think it will an awful lot.
We would respectfully disagree in terms of it changing the face of it. We believe that in terms of how it's designed, it is a good balance between what you talked about in terms of preserving open space or preserving green space, which we have shown here, but then also utilizing an intersection where there is commercially zoned property along that stretch of Sunset Boulevard. So this is compatible with what is existing there. And it provides a place for shops, the shops at Sea Trail, a place where people can come and go and again have access at a crucial intersection of the community. We certainly understand your point, but our intent is not to come in and change the character of the neighborhood. It is to supplement the neighborhood. And we do, as part of this vision, have to have strategically located commercial. Otherwise, the connectivity of it fails. These are connected fabrics from site to site. And this one, we believe, is specifically developed and set out as we have here to do that. Again, with the hatched area, the buffer, the location of the access that we worked with planning board extensively to ensure was safe and didn't have any conflict. We reduced the size of the building 3,000 square feet and have conditioned it pretty significantly. So to the extent that your concern is just, I don't want any commercial in this residential, we believe that it is appropriate. We believe that it is supported by the comprehensive plan. We also believe, and would submit to you, that even if you believe it's inconsistent, it is well within your powers to pass this, and we believe that it is supported by all of the points that we have put forward to you. This is not one where we're looking to develop a commercial strip center here. We're looking to develop a smart resort style commercial development that preserves trees and preserves the residential character of the neighborhood.
I would touch on too, you mentioned not being able to see it behind the wall, behind the, obviously there's some large oak trees in front of the recently refurbished walls. That's okay. That's a good thing. Our goal isn't to attract folks from outside the walls of Sea Trail. Our goal is to welcome in the convention goers, the golf package players, the residents of the resort to come from inside the neighborhood and use this facility. We don't want people necessarily, we're happy to have them, of course, but the goal, the overarching goal, is to bring them from inside out to this outer edge and have the ability to enjoy the uses that we want to put there. So the fact that it's going to be tucked behind the trees or hidden and out of sight is perfectly acceptable. It's okay. There's numerous examples of beautiful buildings not visible from the main road. Hilton Head's kind of outstanding at doing it, where you kind of have to guess. Chapel Hill's great for having to guess where a building is. You can go into Wilmington, go to Lumina Station, and there's God knows how many buildings inside some of these complexes that are beautifully laid out with good architecture that you don't necessarily see from the road. Just word of mouth, a business card conversation gets you to that destination, and that's the kind of stuff that we're really looking for.
You say there that you're not trying to attract people from outside of Sea Trail.
I think we're talking about driving traffic.
Driving
is
traffic.
what he's talking about.
Yeah,
as a part of the
agree.
overall appeal
Correct.
of Sea Trail, this would be a piece of it. But
Correct.
the idea is not to have big flashing signs that grab people like a magnet as they drive by.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just what was said there. I'm not trying to attract people from outside.
Sure.
Then why would you put it near an entrance? And why don't you move it back into Sea Trail where the people will be, which will be in various areas, obviously various units around Sea Trail, and the main area of Sea Trail, the main area of commercial in Sea Trail, which would be around the convention center.
Well, we put this behind. We just approved one building across the street from Maples. This is going basically across the street, just the opposite direction, behind the Maples Clubhouse, and then it's adjacent to a previously used commercial parcel with the dumpster enclosure, the large parking lot, and things of that nature. So this is actually an area where there's synergy in existence for these light resort functioning commercial buildings. It's in an area that was always destined for that and appropriately laid out for that added entrance. And you want to have them spaced out so they're just not overcrowding each other and people can just enjoy the serenity of the neighborhood.
Again, I'm not against commercial at all, but I just think this one is in the wrong place.
I just find that hard to believe, Mike. You keep saying that, but then earlier when they talked about things going and you didn't want it in the residential area, they try to push it out. Now you're saying to pull it back in. I mean, it just don't make no sense. You contradict it.
I'm not talking about pushing
And
it
to
back.
say I'm for commercial, I'm for commercial, I'm for commercial, other than what's already been set that is already sitting there, you're against it. So don't say you ain't for it or that you are for it when everything that's come up so far, you totally went back against it.
What I'm saying here is put back into the commercial area, which is sort of the center of Sea Trail, would be a great place for something like they're talking about. That's all. That's all.
And what
I'm
else?
not saying neighborhoods. I'm just saying back in the center of Sea Trail.
And we're working to do that. As Todd mentioned, we're looking to strategically place these so that they aren't just all clustered and create chaos in a single solitary area. We believe that this one is advantageous because, again, it's located at an intersection where there is zoned commercial property. So it's not introducing a new use. It's not introducing a new use type. It's very appropriate for the area. While we're not seeking, overtly seeking people from outside of the community to come, they certainly will. And our goal in making sure that they come and go without impacting residents is to locate it at a intersection like this. And so that's why we believe that this is an appropriate balance.
Okay.
And we've taken that specifically into account. So where it's accessible for community members, accessible for people who may be visiting or maybe down the street, but it's not going to impact, again, that residential nature that you have spoken.
Well, I'm just one voice, and I thank you.
And another thing, if you pull it all back there in that one section and you put it all right there at the convention center, that gives the presumption of a strip mall, which y'all have already said you don't want. So he's spreading things out, trying to make it look like
I don't see
you
that.
shake your head, you want to, Charlie, that's the damn truth.
There's nothing back there in the Champions area that looks like a strip mall.
Y'all talking about you don't want strip mall, but if you cluster it all together right there, it is going to.
Well, we need to look at the map. There's nothing there.
I've looked at the map and I've listened to a bunch of stuff already. Carry on.
Would also note that this might be a
Let
good
me know how
time.
I think, okay?
I mean, you can talk outside. We can talk outside anytime you want
Gentlemen,
to about how you
let's
think.
okay.
So
Hold
listen
it
to the
down
thing.
and
Let's go,
continue,
guys.
please.
I think this might be also a good time to talk about height limits. We're talking about a 40-foot height limit here. And one thing we talked extensively at Planning Board about was the relation of that 40-foot height limit from an aesthetic perspective to the height limit for single-family residential, which is 35 feet. And so we're talking about that much difference. And when we look at some of the comments that you've made about just kind of overall aesthetics, this sort of low country style wraparound porches and all of that sort of thing, the idea is at least from an aesthetic perspective, an impact perspective, to have something that really resembles, Councilman Nern, as you said, almost an oversized house. And so I think that's a really important from a just a window into the design theory that Riptide has. That's really important for us when we're looking at, you know, kind of character meshing, all of that sort of thing. We don't want to have something that, you know, looks like a square brick building with a flat roof right next to single family homes of a different character. We want to have sort of that synergy. So.
Thank you.
I think,
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your concerns. Yes.
I think you're able to impose as a condition the design framework of what Mr. Trask is mentioning about the low country style. I mean, my office in Wilmington is located in Lumina Station. If you're not familiar with it, you can barely see it from Eastwood Road's 4-lane road because of the tree canopy, which, from what I understood from the planning board hearings, is what they're trying to do. They're trying to accomplish commercial hidden behind tree canopies in a low country style that's attractive, that it's not a big box, like a brick and mortar concrete store. It's something that's going to blend in with the neighborhood. And I think it's perfectly within reason to impose that sort of design condition. I mean, I don't think they're going to leave, but if they were to sell it to another investor to build it, that builder would be subject to the low country architectural design that you would impose as a condition on this.
And we
Thank
would
you.
be
Thank
happy
you.
to include design condition as part of this. That's been consistent throughout our discussions, both with staff and with planning board of this is going to resemble a house. The commercial developments are going to be very residential in nature, that low country style, to where other than the signage, you wouldn't know it was anything other than a house. And so that's our intent. It's not to create, again, that brick commercial structure. It is to create something that is appealing, inviting, and fits in with the residential character.
And do I recall correctly on these two parcels that on the eastern side of Sunset Boulevard North it's zoned commercial as well?
It is. That
I mean,
stretch
it's like a
is
commercial node. Just
Yes.
because it
Yeah.
hasn't been built yet doesn't make it any less so from a zoning perspective. So that's not, I mean, right across from Sunset Boulevard is a commercially zoned tract of land. Nothing's been built there yet, but from what I recall the planning board hearing, this seems to be located in an appropriate spot if you're going to have low impact commercial that's going to service kind of the surrounding areas where you don't have that sprawl. Folks could go and perhaps get and stay within the development without going out on your main roads.
Does everybody in the council agree to the low country look?
Yeah.
I have one more question.
What let me
Yes.
get Wes. Oh, you're okay. With Wes, could you put that down as a condition? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Well, we don't know what that is.
That's very correct. I think that, I mean, in theory, we understand what that is. Reducing that into writing, I think is potentially possible, but that's a very subjective constraint.
Is it more specific? Now, isn't the sales office low country look?
Correct.
Could you say
I
something
think-
like the sales office or something?
I think potentially that
To mimic
it would
that
be
architecture.
preferable to have material choice provided by the applicant in accord with your existing sales office, because that is that can be regulated. versus
And that's
the
our
style.
goal, is to come back even with the Maples Clubhouse and remodel that, rebuild what we need to, so it has that low country feel as well, and everything can just.
Could you not also, you could reference the sales office, but
Yep.
could you not also reference other things that are objectively verifiable that presently
Right.
exist now, whether it's Lumina Station design in New Hanover County, Wilmington area, or Barefoot Landing, just a few miles south of us? I mean, there's got to be some benchmark that you could objectively point to as exemplary illustrations of what you're looking for.
Consistent with.
And just to remind everybody, this would be part of the overlay district as well, because it's part of that corridor. So
Right.
you're already
Right.
subject to color use and other conditions based on that overlay as well. So.
But we would be happy to include
Okay.
that as a condition.
I think that's very good. Thank you.
And that's just to put a pin on some of this. That's consistent with almost all of the commercial tracks that we were talking about.
Can we
that
give
that type of design is what That's the vision here. Now there's some exceptions, and we can talk about those limited exceptions, like the self-storage facility is next to the sewer plant. But you know, for the most part, you know, even if we're talking about track 2, if you're standing at the sales office, our idea, not to reopen that, but our idea would be to turn around, look at the sales office, look across the street at the ice cream parlor, look at the house, and have it all resemble each other. Similar, another idea, example would be something on the Bald Head style,
Yes.
you know, where everything's kind of consistent.
Can we come to a consensus on 3 examples that can be identified as the low country examples that would go in this condition that everyone would agree upon? I mean, you know,
The sales house.
Yeah, the sales house
sales
is
is one. Give me
Sales
2 more.
house, Bald Head, and Luminous Station.
Okay.
And I'm just not
Yeah.
compelling you to
That's
accept
good.
those. I'm
That's
just
good.
saying those are 3
No, that makes sense.
that
I like that.
all resemble each other to some extent.
Stand out or local.
Yeah, and they're all nearby.
Thank you for
In Bald Head,
thank you for putting up with me and doing all
That's quite all right.
Thank you.
That's why we're here.
my apologies, in Bald Head, you're referring to the village commercial area specifically?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
You have a motion, Mike?
Want me to make the motion? I'll make the motion. Now, is this just for one or both?
Well,
we haven't gone to the
let,
second, but
us talk about subject 5 or subject
okay.
6 first, and then we'll come back. It's to make sure that we
We're
don't
doing
have.
subject 5 now.
Subject 5.
Yeah, and subject 6 is my apologies. Let's
Talk
talk
to
about
it now. And then
let's
go
talk about
back and make
subject
the
6
motion.
and then
Make the motion. Okay.
Yes.
Come back.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes
So
sense.
subject
6. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
subject 6 is
Tell
the
us what
exact same
we're
thing,
doing
a little bit bigger acre in size. As far as acreage, it is located at the east entrance as well. As you look at it going into it, it is on the left-hand side, opposite of site number 5.
So similar to this, or similar to Site 5, we've done essentially the same thing here. The plan is essentially the same in terms of build out and limitations. It is a slightly bigger footprint as we've indicated, but we have obviously included extensive preservation to buffer and to screen. We've centralized the location of the building. We have that porch area towards the rear as well to again make it more of a residential feel. We're again happy to incorporate the condition that we just discussed related to the design and materials and what have you that we just discussed on this as well. We worked extensively with planning board to on access, and again I'll emphasize a point that we've made where there is existing commercial. There's a commercial node along here, so this seems to be appropriate in companion with Site 5 to provide easy access both within the community and from outside of the community to essential commercial amenities. Happy to answer any questions, but this is very similar, just a different footprint than what is across the street.
Question I have is that on this item number 6, going along Old Point Lane, the sketches, the maps we have has all of the area north of the building as sort of protected area, preserve area trees. However, when you get down to where the Kings Trail comes in, there's a big parking lot, garbage dumpsters.
Right.
So are you going to take the asphalt stuff out and just put trees back in?
That would be the intention in that area, yes, because we wouldn't need that. That parking lot and dumpster enclosure would be reworked into the new site layout.
Where are you going to put the mulch?
What's that?
Where are you going to put the mulch? There's great big old piles of mulch out there now.
Well, hopefully
Never mind.
hopefully we'll have that new maintenance yard.
So Todd, what you're saying is the parking lot will go.
Yeah, it'll get.
And you're going to make it a hatched area. Correct. In that area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take care of the dumpster. It's falling apart too.
Trust me, it's on the list.
Similar to subject 5, there is a setback area that does not have hatching. Are you comfortable with including that portion, which is just southwest of the proposed building? That would be within the setback area specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll mirror what we've done on that.
Okay.
I have one question. Why do you need the 5 extra feet? Instead of 35 feet, you want 40.
It is because, and we had this discussion with planning board as well, because in terms of the height measurement, there are certain design characteristics that we're hoping to incorporate that are not exempt from that height measurement. So certain things, and I don't have it in front of me, but cupolas or things that we may want to put on top to make it a better looking product. We want to have some of that flexibility in terms of that measurement. So that's why it's 40 feet. It will look, again, it's going to look like a residential structure. We just need some flexibility in terms of the design elements that the ordinance just frankly does not account.
Thank you.
Makes sense.
I'm okay at this point.
Yeah, so am I.
So there will be.
I'm good with it.
Thank
Low
you.
country aspect is.
It sounds like the motion will include amended conditions, which include design guidelines for low country and a furtherance of the existing hatched area along the north and southwest lot lines, respectively.
You want to make it? Go ahead. Go ahead. You make the motion. I'll make the motion, then we accept subjects 5 and 6. Ditto.
Subject to the modifications provided.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
You just did the easy
Any
way.
more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's 5 and 6 together. All right, Mr. Shedd.
And just
Go ahead,
if it'll be the council's pleasure, I know that we've been going at this for almost 2 hours straight since the lunch break. To the extent we want to take a break, happy to do that. I know that Site 7 is a controversial site, to say the least. I would also be happy if we wanted to go to 8, 9, 10, which may be just easier if we want to try to go through those before we take a break. Happy to do that as well. I'll defer to council.
Let's take a break.
Take a 5-minute break or so.
You don't know the
Come back
age
on.
of these people.
You okay?
All right, let's go back in the session. We'll be skipping subject 7 or track 7. We'll come back to that. We'll go on to 8. Go ahead, Mr. Chad.
Alan, can you give me some? There we go. There, where did I just do? All right, so we're skipping 7. We're going to 8. 8 is a improved track, 1.4 acres inside, if I'm not mistaken. This is the current China Way office right now.
That's correct.
Site number 8 had no recommended conditions coming out of the planning board, and they are proposing 9 non-residential uses on this site.
Yes, and we'll keep this brief. This is, as Chad mentioned, the China Way office. It's an existing commercial development. We are proposing to remodel it. It is a bit dated. Our plan would be to update it, add that additional 3,750 square foot building footprint that's reflected. Again, all of the buildings are centralized in the middle. We would be subject to the buffering requirements to, again, minimize impact to adjacent properties and ensure there's no visual impact. We do believe that this is an appropriate location because it's located obviously near the convention center and in close proximity obviously to the Jonesburg Clubhouse. So having that compatible commercial use where again we're proposing some limited retail and similar uses here, but we believe that that location makes it appropriate, especially given the existing commercial structures located there.
Did you say these current buildings here that you're going to redo those?
It would be our, and Todd, please correct me if I'm wrong, to remodel and renovate them just
Right.
because they are a bit dated. It would be to refresh them. Our thought here is to have something, again, at this central location, a Shops at Sea Trail where you can get sundries or a gift or just something that is easily accessible in close proximity to what we expect to be a vibrant clubhouse and a vibrant convention center.
And just to be clear, there is a expansion proposed on this site. As you see on the screen or in your site plans, the lined out areas, the existing building with a, I don't know the exact square footage, I can't read it.
It's 3,750.
So 3,750 square feet building being attached there toward Clubhouse Drive.
Yeah, the attachment's in front. Whoops.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But yes, as part of that addition, we would want to update it so that it all looks compatible and similar and is of high quality as we've previously discussed with the other sites.
And the tree mitigation would come into play also?
Correct. That's a universal condition.
Yeah, the tree mitigation and the buffering standards are Article 9.
Correct. We don't reflect the buffering, but we do obviously list it as a condition. We couldn't change that unless it's specifically spelled out as a condition, but we did highlight that we would be subject to the buffering standards laid out in the UDO.
Anybody got any questions in regards to number 7?
Number 8.
I mean number 8. I apologize. Number 8.
I get a motion.
Go.
I move that we approve subject 8. As planned.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to subject 9, please, Chad.
Subject 9 is an improved lot that totals 4.46 acres in land. This is the current convention center, that vacated convention center that has the following 13 non-residential uses included for it. Site number 9 had no recommended conditions coming out of the planning board.
So this is the convention center. I don't think we need to go into great detail. Certainly happy to answer any questions. Our goal here is obviously just to list out the uses, allow for multi-purpose, some food and beverage, and just bring that into compliance and conformance with this request. But it will remain the convention center. There's work ongoing right now to already improve it, as I'm sure you've certainly seen. Our goal is to revitalize that and to bring it back to its old glory, where it is having events and weddings and conventions, and is just a very great amenity to the community.
I will point out on this one, as in site number 10, when we get there, on the right side of site number 9 and the left side of site number 10, you do have the left side of site number 9 and the right side of site number 10, you have a 0-foot lot line. That is making sure that stays in harmony with what the UDO states right now, with the buildings being connected there, with the lot lines being divided.
Question. This is on uses. This one would probably apply to the next one also is you've got fairgrounds, outdoor bazaars, outdoor wedding parking lots. What are outdoor wedding parking lots and fairgrounds?
That was one that came up at planning board, and we apologize for not correcting that. Those are supposed to be two different things. So it is to allow for outdoor weddings, which is specifically listed, and to just have that parking lot feature as well. So that is why it's included. It should have been broken out separately, and we apologize for that.
Two separate things.
Okay, and fairgrounds?
It is, again, because of some of the limitations in terms of the language and verbiage in the UDO, we included it just so that if we came back and said we want to do these types of outdoor events like Sunset at Sunset, if it were to be determined by Chad or whoever is UDO administrator that falls under fairgrounds, we would be compliant. It's not our intent to have a fair like
Those are temporary uses, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Perhaps if you could just clarify, put temporary uses : and
we're happy to do that. That was the reason.
They are temporary uses, but perhaps we'll just make it clear.
We can clarify that. That's not a problem.
I don't have any other questions.
Tom, I thought did you have a question, or was it you, Mike?
No, I didn't have a question.
Okay, good. All right. What's the pleasure of council on this if you have no more? Anybody got any more questions?
No.
I'll make a motion that we approve this.
Subject to the temporary use clarification.
Subject to the temporary use clarifications. We're going to get that right soon.
Any more discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on, number 10, Mr. Chad.
Number 10 is the same site, different property, or roughly same property, different site. Site number 10, this is the Jonesburg Clubhouse. It is an improved tract of land totaling 7.16 acres in size. It is proposing the following, 14 non-residential uses on this site. Site number 10 coming out of the planning board had no recommended conditions.
So this is the site directly adjacent. It's the Jonesburg Clubhouse. The intent here is to allow for an extensive remodel and update to support, obviously, the plan for enhanced and revitalized golf courses. It is intended to be the primary clubhouse as part of this, but it does need an extensive remodel. That's why we're before you. Also given the zero lot line aspect, but it will remain the clubhouse. There's no intended change there. We just need this approval to provide for some of the updates and remodels that are contemplated.
Any questions in regards to the
So,
Same comment regarding temporary uses as well.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yep. Okay.
Good point.
No questions.
Nope.
Now, just one quick. And your uses, you put golf driving range.
That is just in conjunction with what is proposed in terms of a golf driving range on adjacent parcels. I think
that's another parcel.
Kind of to be a bit over inclusive as part of this. Again, the intent here is for it to be the clubhouse, but in terms of if it has some accessory use related to the golf driving range, that's why it was included. But if that gets concerned, we're happy to take it off.
No, I just want to.
You got a motion?
Sir, go ahead.
I move that we approve subject 10 with listed conditions.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. 11, Mr. Chad.
So site number 11 is an improved tract of land that totals 1.2 acres in size. This is the current, this is located at the south entrance of the Seacrow community. It is the current Riptide Sales Center office and real estate building. They are proposing, that is the only use that they're proposing there. I think they're looking to do future development. They do have some hash conditions down at the bottom. Site number 11 had the following conditions coming out of planning board. The height of new structures shall not exceed 26 26 feet in height, and no higher than 1 story. The legal non-conforming status of the existing structure shall be removed to a legal conforming status. The rear setback shall be 15 feet at the southern edge of the existing structure. Thereafter, continuing south, the rear setback shall be 25 feet. No development or disturbance south of the existing parking lot preserved area to be hatched.
Question? Do you want to say anything?
Feel free to ask a question.
Just a quick one. Conditions, under conditions? Under 3, the rear setback shall be 15 feet to the southern edge of the existing structure. Thereafter, and going on to 25 feet. It's really 15, 10, and 25.
Correct, just because that is an existing structure that will remain there. We're not planning to remove that or obviously modify it, so that we just wanted to indicate that that is the existing setback as it is. But in terms of what we're proposing in terms of new structures, both that addition that is connected to the breezeway and then that garage storage area adjacent to it that will access out onto Old Oak Lane, that is going to be subject to the 15-foot setback. That was a modification we made at planning board. We initially had it aligned with the 10-foot setback. We understood concerns regarding adjacent property owners. We moved it to the 15-foot setback. And then also as part of that discussion had the 25-foot setback down on the southern edge, including the provision where we protect and essentially eliminate, unless somebody comes back before planning board and council to change the conditions, the possibility of any development there on the southern portion of that property. So that was the balance that we tried to draw there in terms of allowing connectivity and that breezeway connection to between what is existing and what is planned, and then also preserving that hatched area there. So
I understand, but number 3, the rear setback, the feet is different than what is in the wording on number 3.
That's correct, Councilman Hargraves, and I made a note of that, and so I guess the question, and I think this was just perhaps it was our mistake.
That's
in wording.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you all comfortable with the existing structure being where it is? I believe you are.
Yeah.
Okay. So we would just add a clause in that existing condition. Rear setback shall be 15 feet to the southern edge of the existing structure, shall be 10 feet where abutting the existing structure. Thereafter, continuing south, the rear setback shall be 25.
Great. Thank you.
What kind of buffer are you going to have between the buildings and the lot 35 and 31?
So
35 is pretty well covered, but
yeah, obviously the buffering would be subject to what is in the UDO. I don't have that language in front of me to the extent that we want to make that an opaque buffer.
Right.
We're happy to include that as a condition.
Right. We're open to putting a fence there if that is amenable or deemed necessary by the board as well.
Did you ever consider buying lot 31?
They were here today at the meeting, and I spoke to them. They're getting ready to build their home there.
Okay. So they know what they're getting into.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point.
It's not a problem.
There is the existing office. We're not changing the use, and we've also reduced the height down even below what would be allowed for a single family. So our intent is for them to see as little of the office as possible.
and the design will be similar as the existing.
It'll be a low country design that blends in with the existing
Happy
renovated
to
building.
incorporate that condition.
Perfect.
And
100%.
I want to make one more aesthetic comment, and this is, again, not to reopen track 2, but just so you can see sort of the comprehensive idea here. If you look at Shoreline Drive and Clubhouse Road, that intersection, and where this preserved area is, especially as sort of a reflection of subject 2, then both of those sort of tails down that run from kind of along Clubhouse Road down to Shoreline Drive would be preserved. And so that would be the view from Shoreline Drive. And so I just wanted to make a note of that, how this kind of works with the track 2 design that we had put up.
Any more questions on track 11?
I have one question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor. So condition that an evergreen opaque buffer and 6-foot fence along the lot line of lot 31 is amenable.
Yes.
Okay. And then so the condition that has been added regarding low country would be here as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So 2 additional conditions. So the motion would include a modification to conditions as discussed.
So now track 35, there's part of it is away from the hatched area there. But what will be along 35 up there in sort of the northern part of their boundary between their lot and the sales office?
We will have to buffer that. You know, that will be a requirement of the UDO. Again, we've worked to obviously create this non-disturbed area, which we believe sufficiently accounts for that. But we'll, in addition to where it's not hatched, have to do the buffer as required.
Would you be I mean, would you just take the opaque buffer and the 6-foot fence and extend it all the way down to the hatched area? Is that safe? No, Todd, you just said it.
I don't see why.
I'm just throwing that
We're
out
just
there.
trying to make sure that we have authority to do that.
Okay.
It is probably not.
I don't foresee that being an issue. That's not going to. I would encourage my client not to have that be a problem.
Correct.
So that
area is undisturbed. I mean, just for reference, that area that we're talking about, that 25-foot setback is undisturbed. You wouldn't be able to.
So we don't want to put a fence there.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to notice it on the ground if you were walking from the hatched area into the unhatched area.
All right, what's the pleasure of council on track 11?
I'm good.
I make a motion that we approve this subject to the conditions.
Do I have a second?
I'll
Put the right words in.
I'll second it.
Subject to conditions
Any more
discussed.
discussion?
Yeah. Setback clarification, fence and buffer and design style.
All right, we have a motion second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Jed, I'm gonna wait.
Yes, ultimately what was written in here is that the fence and lot line, fence and buffer extends to the hatched area. So not the entirety of the site.
Correct.
They could voluntarily fence the remainder of it, but it would at least go to the hatched area.
And I don't think we want to do that just to maintain the undisturbed nature of that portion.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Site number 12 is an improved tract totaling 2.51 acres in size. It is located along Clubhouse Road, adjacent to the Royal Point condominiums. This is the current VAC. Did I get that right? Village Activity Center?
That is correct.
All right, I got it right. I'm learning. Site number 12, coming out of the planning board meeting, had no recommended conditions.
So as Chad mentioned, and I'll keep this brief, this is the existing Village Activity Center. There's no plans to change it in terms of use. There is just the need to bring it into conformance, and as part of this rezoning, give us the ability to do some minor additions beyond what is the existing footprint. But it is planned to remain the same, have the food and beverage, certain amenities that are accessible to people in the community to enjoy.
And one of the things I'll point out, the minor improvements, I think it was like a gazebo type, covered porch type, small area in the back. Is that
Correct. There's plans to enclose certain areas to make some minor expansions, but again, this isn't a significant remodel from a footprint standpoint. There will be some minor additions that require us to rezone.
The biggest significant on a zoning perspective when it comes to the site is the noted nothing around it's going to change. The parcel itself is going to change. How this ever got subdivided is beyond me. But also there are some very close setbacks pertaining to this lot in that area that must be looked at and put into this proposal to bring it into conforming status.
Correct.
Any questions on 12?
No.
Nope.
All right. Do I have a motion to move forward with subject 12 or track 12?
I move that we approve subject 12, subject to the conditions. And anything else?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Mr. Jed?
Site 12A. Site 12A is an unimproved tract of land totaling 0.77 acres in size, located across from the Village Activity Center in the back. The applicant is proposing the one residential use building on this property. Is that correct, Clint?
That's correct. It'll be one building.
The total number of units is what number?
Well, let me just confirm that really quickly so that
It's not here.
Okay.
3 floors, 12 units, 40-foot height.
Okay. The no structure shall exceed 40 feet in height. The existing 25-foot buffer adjoining lot 120 shall be preserved. Preserve area to be hatched. It is depicted on the site plan.
Yeah, so this site is located in front of River Creek Condos. It's essentially slated for a future phase similar to that. That's probably the best way to articulate that. It will have its own separate HOA. It will be separate, but it will be similar to what you see, or at least analogous to what you see for River Creek. There are 12 units proposed for this. So 18, I apologize, 18 units proposed for this. But again, it would be similar to what is existing there. We think that it is beneficial in terms of what is existing there and makes sense given the existence of the River Creek condos there directly behind it.
Just a question. So 17 or 18 units, one building.
Correct.
Now, there's no conceptual drawing of a building here.
That's correct.
Which
is obvious.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where that building is going to be pushed on this property?
Well,
it would have to be the
sure in the
the
original
larger area.
in the original plans back in the I guess in the 90s, late 80s, it was laid out in this area, and that's exactly where we would place it.
Now, right there now is an entry and exit.
Correct, and
that would go away.
It would get moved. It would get moved, and an easement provided to the River Creek condominiums in the rear.
So that would be just moved down to the northeast there?
Correct.
Okay.
So yes, the plan is to up to 18 units here. Again, it will be separate from River Creek, but we want it to not appear to be so, which is what Todd just described in terms of the connectivity between the sites. We also added that 25-foot buffer there at the boundary to again minimize the impact. Councilman Hargreaves, just to answer your question about why there's not a footprint, we discussed this with Chad. There is no requirement for these types of residential.
Yeah.
So it wasn't for lack of not wanting it. It was just because we wanted to comply with the plain language of the EPA.
I have a question. This is 0.77 acres, and the conventional zoning UDO now, we said it had to have a 1 acre. Am I recalling that correctly?
That's correct, but you're allowed to combine acreage where you're located across the street, and this site is located across the street, if I recall from another
From 12.
proposal. From 12, and so with the two combined, collectively, it would
put it over that acre threshold.
Did the folks in 12 know that they're getting 12A?
I don't know, but it's a single applicant entity, so they,
they can combine it.
And
is
I
what you're
would
saying.
know this was a subject of extensive discussion at Planning Board. It's a very good question, and I'm glad you brought it up again. And we all had to kind of put our caps on and work through it, but we did, and we're able to figure out that we were able to combine across the street.
And you can do that even though they're different. I think they're different zoning areas, aren't they?
And you could. I mean, it wouldn't matter if one's zoned industrial and another one's zoned open space. If it's an applicant, one applicant. If they're two different applicants, no, you couldn't do it. But it's one applicant as part of the same proposal.
Okay, thank you. Just clarification. So there will still be two entrances out of this area, but you're just going to. There's one down at the other end, down the north.
That's not on our property.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know
so that we wouldn't have any say so as.
But you're going to put another one in.
Correct.
So now there'll still be two.
There'll still be two total accesses to get to River Creek. Yes.
Okay. Good. And the buffer there, the hatched area.
Yes.
What's happening here in closing the entryway in that end? Now you can move this building. You could move this building pretty darn close to these houses on Creekview, 12121 on Creekview. And you've got a hatched area there, 25 feet. I've stood there. There's not a lot of natural vegetation there to me to make a wonderful buffer, but you'd buffer that anyway, wouldn't you? Somehow?
Correct. We'd be required to, but we're, my understanding, exceeding the buffering requirements as shown in the hatched area. And our intent there is obviously to move the proposed building away from that those lot lines, and again ensure that they are screened appropriately.
Okay. All right.
Just as a note, the planning board did 12 units in that section.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's in Chad's notes in the agenda, it says 12 units.
If I said 18, that was. Yeah.
When it may,
Oh,
maybe
you
not.
said,
What-
yeah.
what-
I've got
what-
12 units also.
To the extent that that is listed, and I do not see it as part of the conditions. First off, we certainly want to clarify this, but whatever is provided for is what should be addressed by this council. It should not be based upon comments that are provided right now. And we're happy to look back at that. I do not recall, and I do not see it in what I have in front of me.
And I would agree with Clint, and thank you for bringing that up. I mean, what we're here on today is the planning board's recommendation. So we are only asking that y'all make a decision on the planning board's recommendation for approval.
And
As
that
modified.
It's modified by you.
Yes.
12A, so do you have that in the minutes? Okay. I don't have that as part of any of the conditions. I do see it in the staff report.
As 12 in the staff report?
It is in the staff report. Yeah.
In the agenda.
Yeah, and our intent here is not to change anything. It is just based upon what we have. I did not see that. My recollection was 18, but to the extent that it is 12, and that is what planning board recommended, we will certainly adhere to that. That we just want to ensure accuracy.
Units.
So coming into the planning board meeting before it was done, the density was 12 condominium units contained into one building. And then go into site plan 4, rendition site plan 4 that I have in front of me.
Me too.
There's 12 in the minutes? 12 in the minutes? No?
So give me just a second. Let me just look at what they provided to me for today.
So we'll go ahead and just address this to the council satisfaction. We are authorized to condition it to maximum of 12 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so the initial application, and there's been nothing further modified, so it would still be 12 if we needed to have a point.
And that is completely fine, and we can clarify that. I apologize for the mix-up on my end.
Sure.
And certainly want to ensure consistency and accuracy with what the planning board recommended and decided.
Okay.
What's the pleasure, council, in regards to this? And it would be a 12 plus the amended stuff with the buffers and all.
The big 12A, I believe the only item would just be add a condition just as a point of clarification that no more than 12
units.
12 residential units.
Okay. Do I have a motion on 12A?
Make a motion to approve 12A under the conditions that we've just set here.
Second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
13.
Are we good to move to 13? Is that one good to go? Or?
Yes. Yes, let's go ahead and do subject 13.
All right, so 13, as you remember, council, this is the one where back in September 2022, we look to amend the future land use classification for this lot to high density residential at the northern portion of it, mixed use on the southern portion of it. So you have a split zoning class or split land use classification on this lot, as I just stated. This is site 13. It is an unimproved tract of land totaling just over 15 acres in size. It is located off of Clubhouse Road. The applicant is proposing 17 non-residential uses, and there are proposed residential units or residential uses associated with this tract as well. 13 had a slew of conditions as well. Glenn, I'll kind of turn it over to you to kind of give a more of a synopsis on this.
Certainly. So there is obviously a lot going on here with this project. This one has been discussed previously and in months prior. I think there's a lot of familiarity with this proposed site here by this council. And so essentially what we are proposing here is a hotel as reflected there, and then also what I would call a modern driving range. And this is to provide a critical golf amenity where there would be driving range bays as part of this development. That would be what you see at a lot of newer driving ranges that are being added or adapted to golf courses. It would also include certain amenities so that it is easy to access for those individuals. That's why we've included a certain food and beverage component as part of this. I'm going to go through the subject conditions just so that we're clear on what they are. The golf driving range is going to be subject to the following, which is outdoor lighting associated with the driving ranges shall be designed as follows. That the maximum light fixture height shall be 40 feet. Maximum lighting level is 15-foot candles measured at grade. All lighting shall be extinguished at 10 p.m. The hours of operation shall be no earlier than sunrise and no later than 10 p.m. Existing vegetation within 50 feet of residential property lines shall remain undisturbed. The establishment shall be subject to buffer requirements for a non-residential use or adjacent to a residential use or district. At no time shall golf balls be permitted to cross onto adjacent property or onto the street. If course or tee orientation makes it possible for balls to leave the site through standard operating use, netting, buffers, screening, or another barrier shall be installed to prohibit offsite encroachment. If netting is required, it shall be located behind a vegetative buffer or screening, if any, from the. It should be located behind a vegetative buffer from any property. No lighting shall be permitted before 4 p.m. on the golf driving range, and the height of the driving range building shall not exceed 38 feet in. And so that is the bay building that we reflect there. We'll hold the bays and then have that kind of food and beverage component that will both serve it during the day, and then also when it gets dark, there will be the ability to still hit with the lighting, but also to have just something that is easily accessible for those using it. There is a proposed multifamily structure there. Our condition there is that the height of the multifamily residential structure shall not exceed 50 feet. We also have an additional condition that no structure be located within 115 feet of lot 139 and 140 as depicted on the site plan. You can see that we easily meet that as provided. And we do have those three multifamily buildings laid out there, which are screened and set back from that number 17 fairway. Golf cart rental shall be permissible. The idea here, as you can see, kind of located towards the bottom of the driving range is that facility, that small golf cart facility, is that both as part of the hotel and as part of people coming to use the golf course, that they would have easy access to golf carts so that they could both use them for golf purposes or use them in going around the community to, again, reduce vehicle traffic and increase golf cart traffic rather than having vehicles, your standard automobiles on the road.
Now, these are just Golf carts.
Correct.
Golf course carts.
Correct.
Not low-speed vehicles that can go on the road. Big difference.
We're working.
A golf cart for a golf course is not permitted on the roads. They're permitted on the
They would
cart
have to be.
paths.
They would have to be street legal to get on the road.
I think the
Street legal, headlights, seat belts, tail
Correct.
lights, turn signals.
Yeah, and I think the
windshield
idea
wipers.
is for it to just have general community use so that you reduce traditional automobiles on the road, and just allow for easier access to and from these amenities. And then, with the exception of establishments located within a hotel, no restaurant or eating establishment shall be open past 10 p.m. We discussed that at length with the board as part of our desire to, again, provide an amenity with this driving range. And that was the conclusion that we came to, is that in addition to the reduced lighting and the restrictions, having hours of operation restrictions on that food and beverage as part of the driving range would minimize any potential negative impacts as part of that operation.
I have a question, and this is just an observation on these sites, or the second group down. It talks about the each parcel site square footage. On the paper over here, it gives one specific square footage for many of the buildings involved. On the map itself, they're different. And so I just want to let you know that. I don't think that's a big thing. That's not a huge thing up here, but they're different.
We will certainly go back, and to the extent that there is a discrepancy, we'll align those. Which specific number are you referring to?
There's like, check 3 or 4 are wrong.
So yes, we have the lodge foundation footprint shall not exceed 22,000 square feet.
And the drawing shows 19,000.
That's correct. The information here is the upper limit in the table, and then the site plan is just showing how much farther below that we're coming in at.
It actually is. Is it? You mean that? Okay.
That's the proposal.
Correct.
The site plan is the proposal.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But Councilman Hargraves makes a very good point. That I think that would need to be clarified, because what we would likely do is, I mean, we've said you've got an overall master condition that says any proposed non-residential square footage is the max, and so we would be at a bit of a quandary. I think we would defer to what's on the site plan. So I'm just trying to gather from, we need to sort out what's what.
Well, I think just to make sure that we've got this all straight, the text that we have here is, for instance, the hotel lodge foundation footprint not to exceed 22,000 square feet. Attached site plan reflects approximate size and location for reference purposes only.
Okay. Got it.
And I think the purpose of, so one thing, if I may, just referring back to the planning board discussion, this y'all have seen the tape. This was a subject of extensive discussion, and one thing that we found necessary to do, because it was such a complicated, not complicated, but complex situation, we wanted to illustrate just as much as we possibly could. However, we also needed to operate in terms of conditions with a little bit more flexibility, because there are some things here that may be subject to change.
So for council, what is reflected on the site plan, in some of those instances, it is much smaller, and it ultimately, the final iterations may be much smaller than anything that's shown here, but just want to make sure that you all are clear in approving there in the text. It provides some square footage that is a bit larger than what's depicted on the plan. So,
the data table is what we would submit controls in terms of creating those upper
because
bounds.
of that language.
Correct.
In terms of real world application, though, happy to say this on the record, even though the data table controls this illustration here, this site plan, which is for illustrative purposes, you can see that we've utilized almost all of the space. And so even though this is for illustration, it's a pretty accurate illustration of what we're going.
Another question, along on the western side over here where you have the hatched area for preservation. And from there, we go down to where the 3 new Champions buildings are going to be built. And then I believe you're going to have a buffer behind those so that the homeowners on the other side of that fairway will have hopefully not a great view of those. But that, am I correct in there's going to be a buffer there?
That's correct. And there's obviously some existing tree line there along the hole as well. So in terms of view, we believe that it will be very minimal because those two essential buffers there, both the existing along the golf course and with what we're proposing adjacent to those buildings, should more than sufficiently screen those single family property owners across the fairway.
You've got to realize that those trees that are there now, which you probably, those line of trees are probably going to be something you're going to leave there in order to be part of the buffer. They're very tall pines with not much greenage, not much green space, not much greenage down below, but you see a lot of wood looking in there. So they wouldn't be great buffers, but you can put some other stuff in there maybe to help out.
So certainly, our goal is to have minimal impact, to have minimal visual impact. Both for the existing property owners and for people who would look to purchase those as well. It is a mutual benefit, and that is certainly our plan in designing these.
How wide is that buffer there? Area? Is that 20?
Councilman Hargraves, I measured it. There's certain areas that are further north that you've got some buffer that is likely, and this is obviously not exact based on GIS, that's approximately 20 or 25 feet. As you head further south along that lot line, the trees tend to head a bit further east. So, as does that proposed southern building. This might be an instance where we wanted to seek some discussion from the applicant about putting, the location of a hatched area along there. If there's a sort of a triangular shaped hatched area. I don't know how far you need to be to that lot line for those new buildings.
I think we need, my understanding from our client is from the building line, we need about 25 feet just from the back of the building
to the lot line.
And then, just in whatever direction we're going for backyard and just building space.
Okay.
But beyond that, we certainly are happy to entertain any additional
do you want to
buffering or
do
preservation.
You want to agree to an opaque evergreen buffer along the western line behind those 3 multi-family apartments or whatever they are that you're planning to build there?
I think to pull on that thread a little bit, I think what would be my only hesitation is not on installing something that's opaque. I think we're all in agreement that that would be ideal. We just don't want to disturb those existing trees by digging around them and planting things that might interfere with them. So this is one of those rare situations where it's a little difficult to impose the condition because we don't want to impair those trees at all. So for instance, we wouldn't want to plant a fast-growing Leland cypress right underneath a longleaf pine and have it interfere with the pine as it gets to be its 40-foot size. But I think our client is all ears for vegetative buffering, supplementation of the existing tree line, anything like that that would satisfy the council for that stretch.
So
what do you think?
Essentially adding a hatched area equivalent to 25 feet along that number 17 fairway lot line, that be sufficient?
We believe so. We're working to just get authority confirmation.
What we have authority for is we need 25 feet back from the buildings, and we can preserve all of the rest.
Okay. The existing building setback line shown there is 20.
And so that's going to cover the majority.
That's right. It looks pretty close.
Yeah. We worry if that we adjust it anymore, then it gets into that area where we're just not able to do it, not because of a desire not to have it adequately buffered, but just because of development consideration.
Are these 3 additional Champions buildings, they're all going to be rental units or sold?
It would make.
Yes, these will be rental units. That's the plan, is to put them on the program and to have them.
These would be sold. Sorry.
Apologies to correct that.
Yep.
These will be sold.
My bad.
But
That's on me.
just so we're giving you the most accurate answer we can, they will be sold. It is quite likely that they will become rental units given their proximity to these facilities. So even if we don't retain ownership of them, if I was going to buy one, I would rent
What, Wes, can we go back to what? Are you okay with the wording behind those buildings?
Well, they're concerned about the 25. I mean, it looks to me like it could be very close. It could be 24 feet may be okay, but 25 feet may not be okay in certain instances. So it sounds to me like they're kind of waiting on an answer here.
I mean, I think you just hit the nail on the head, is that it is probably within a matter of a couple feet. Again, to the extent that we want to hash what we have shown there, we're happy to do that. I don't know that we can go to the 25-foot mark.
Is it okay with you all for that preserved area
Be
to
hatched.
only be 20 feet?
That's all you can get. That's all you can get, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it'd be hatched, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can preserve the rear
Correct.
setback line.
Yes.
Okay.
Not an issue.
No, I think that'll be very helpful.
Okay.
No question.
And we're happy to we're happy to supplement that buffer there as best we can, just not to interfere with the existing healthy trees.
Makes sense.
Anything else on that site? And you all are fine with the understanding of the difference between okay, good. So
What's
I think there would just be a
pleasure, Councilman?
motion subject to one modification.
Yep, the one modification.
I'll make a motion. We accept subject 13
Do I have a second?
Second.
With modification, yes, sir.
with modification.
Seconds.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
14.
All right, 13, I'm gonna go A, B.
13.
Yeah, so 13A and B, I ended up talking to Todd, what was it, right in the middle of this one, and instead of separating these out, needed to be combined. They're going to combine that lot line at the top there as well, especially with the thing, I don't remember if it was A or B, but the proposed number of multifamily units on that small triangle site would meet the density requirements alone. So combining it made sense. So this is where we get into 22 parcels, 21 tracts, because this one is combined into, these two lots are combined into one. It is a unimproved site that they are proposing residential, is located along the Avenue of Champions, the golf course, adjacent to the golf clubhouse and convention center. The applicant is proposing the 8 non-residential uses on it. The proposed setbacks are there. Site 13A and Site 13B conditions were the rear setback shall be 45 feet. No structure shall exceed 35 feet in height, and then the preserved area on this to be hatched. It's in the northern part of this site. My apologies on the confusion on the residential.
Yes, so this is intended to be a complimentary resort style facility, an amenity style facility located obviously near the Champions. And so we believe that this is a desired location. I will point out that we've said that the building height shall not exceed 35 feet. So in line with the what a single family home would be, it is a building footprint that shall not exceed 3,000 square feet. We have also, as part of the discussions with Planning Board, put forward the condition for that 45-foot setback undisturbed buffer area. that is reflected there again to appropriately screen the site from that rear location. We believe that this is going to be a complementary location. Believe that it's appropriate given its location and proximity to the Champions and those existing residential units. And happy to answer any questions on this.
I think the buffer area is good. I certainly thank the planning board and for putting that in, you gentlemen. For the record, I did call the president of the HOA of Champions to see what she thought, and they had met, I think, with Utah.
Yeah, correct.
I think they
That's
met with
correct.
you. And they took a poll of all the people who live there and the people who don't live there, who just rent their units. And overwhelmingly, it was approved that they thought this would be a good place, good amenity, and the next one a good amenity. They have one request for you. They would like a pub in there.
It'll be across the street.
Anyway.
It's a good ask.
Well, I really believe you got to get with these people and ask, you know. And
I have a question on there, though. In the data sheet you have, it says recreational deeded to said HOA or deeded to property owner upon completion. Are you talking about that whole parcel, or?
Just to give you some clarification on our end, is that when it states that they're using, per the conditional zoning ordinance in Article 4, that when you state that you're going to use properties for recreational uses, you have to state the approximate ownership that is going to be related to that recreational use. So,
Right.
So the question is, are you going to give it to the HOA? Is that what you mean?
It could go to one of the HOAs or stay with the hotel. It just depends on how it ends up getting developed.
Not going
out.
to the town.
Right, not to the town. correct.
That's
Correct.
the key.
That was what
Yeah.
what Chad's
Yeah.
ordinance
Yeah.
requirement is basically getting to.
Yeah.
But we could see some indoor pickleball court or indoor golf facilities at this type of location.
All right, what's the council's stance on 13A and B?
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve subjects 13A and 13B. Sorry. With the conditions as listed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on now, 13C.
Subject tract 13C, very similar to 13A and B. It is an unimproved tract of land totaling 0.41 acres in size, located on the Avenue of Champions, adjacent to the Golf Clubhouse and Convention Center. This is the site just south of the Champions. They're proposing 8 non-residential entities on this site. Site 13C had 2 conditions coming out of the planning board meeting. Trees shall be preserved on the southern corner of the site. Tree preservation shall be required at the point of beginning of the southern portion of the site, extending 160 feet north along each lot line. Hardwoods, trees greater than 8 inches in DBH are subject to this provision, and then a preserved area to be hatched.
So I'll keep my comments brief on this just because it is really similar to what we just went over. It's the companion site to 13A and 13B. It's a smaller footprint, 1,500 square feet is what is shown. It will be, again, a complementary amenity, a complementary golf amenity or professional service amenity, something that fits very nicely within a resort style development and really just to be accessible for those who are using that surrounding area.
Any questions on this one?
No.
What's the pleasure of council? 13C?
I make a motion, we approve 13C with the conditions as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
14. Mr. Chin.
Subject site number 14. Site 14 is an improved tract of land totaling 2.6 acres inside. It is the current clubhouse
for the Maples Golf Course, the applicant is proposing the following 14 uses. And site number 14 had 2 conditions coming out of the planning board meeting. The structure shall not exceed 40 feet in height, and the golf course clubhouse shall be a permitted use.
So yeah, this is the existing Maples Clubhouse. There is a need for extensive work in terms of remodeling it, updating it, bringing it to what the goal is in terms of an amenity style clubhouse to facilitate the golf courses and the revitalization of the golf courses. The intent is for it to be a golf clubhouse. We've reflected that as part of the conditions. And again, we've also limited the structure height to 40 feet. Again, we're not looking to change the use here. We're just looking to bring it into compliance with the UDO and also allow for the redevelopment and update of the Maples Clubhouse.
So just for a clarification point, Clint and Alan, there's a structure there now. Remind me how we got to the 40 feet coming out of the planning board meeting. Are you looking to do improvements that would potentially increase that height, or is it at 40 feet now? Or were we, if I remember right, we don't know the height, but we were not going to go beyond 40 feet on the renovations.
Correct. It's no new building shall exceed 40 feet.
Okay.
Any quick questions on this one?
Why this is going to be used as a clubhouse? Why do you have all these uses listed?
So because some of those uses are kind of incorporated, I mean, golf course clubhouse is, don't believe a defined use in the table from what I recall. We included as a condition to word it as that way for a permitted use. When we were applying for this, as I stated, the UDO is imperfect. Every UDO is imperfect, and we're confined to those stated uses. We just wanted to capture what we thought may go on here, which includes golf-related uses, potential meeting areas, some entertainment area, food and beverage area. That's why those are included. The retail for commercial goods like you would see at a pro shop or a golf shop. It is to incorporate all this together. It is just to make sure that we are complete as part of our application.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I would also ask that you clarify the temporary use item.
Correct. We would add that as well.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to track 14?
I'll make a motion, we accept, track 14. Approve track 14. And
as
subject to the modification, yep.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
15.
So at this time,
you want to go back to 7?
If-
then?
Mr. Mayor, if we could, we've been in communication with our client who's been attempting to address some track 2 issues, and with 15, 16, and 17 all being relatively significant tracks.
Plus number 7.
Yeah, we would
7.
say that 7 as well as these remaining tracks are tied together in some form or fashion. We just want to communicate with him to ensure accurate information.
If we may have an extended break, say 15 or 20 minutes.
15 minutes.
Apologize for taking that much time, but I think if we're able to do that, then we might be able to begin to address some of the issues that came up
4:30.
earlier and go ahead and prepare for some of the things that we're going to need to discuss.
They're going to knock off for dinner at 4:30. So do you think y'all can get back in here to discuss some of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many minutes you need? 10, 15?
So
that would be 20.
So you do dinner at 5?
I'm going to take every minute of the 20 if I can.
Are you going? Are we going to knock off?
I believe
excuse me. I thought you said be back at 4.
We're going to close at 6. So yeah, we have to be.
So we could do dinner at 5.
We can do dinner at 5.
Do dinner at 5.
So
15 minutes. Be here in 25 after, and let's go. Go get on the phone.
Thank you.
Yeah, we eat by 5. She's going to have everything here. So that way they can have it. I mean, they ain't going to take us 30 minutes.
Dinner.
Huh?
I usually eat at
Early
9,
dinner, ain't it?
8:30,
Yeah.
9. Jeez, it's almost lunchtime.
like to get this meeting back to going? Go ahead, Mr. Cobbler.
Yes,
I'll let
thank
you make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to reorient us and kind of see where we're going. Our proposal or recommendation to council is that we do site 15, and then if it pleases the council, sites 16 and 17 along with 2 and 7 are interconnected. There we have worked to address some of the concerns and changes, and so we would want to consider those as a batch. Because they do have, again, interconnectivity. We have some updated plans, and so we would want to review those in conjunction with one another, which would better explain why we're doing certain things on a certain site. So we would just ask if the council would indulge us on that request.
Clint, have those plans been provided to us so that I know we've received 2 updated copies, but I think it would be helpful for the council to have.
Yes, and we're happy to distribute those now, or if we want to distribute them.
I think if it's okay,
sure.
I think we've emailed those to Chad, and we are going to sort of show them in connection with the presentation, because this taps back to a planning board discussion about how site 17 was used as part of the compromise for 16, and we have a further compromise that loops back to 7 with a new concept.
Just making sure we got some way to convey this.
Yes, and we certainly will not want to rush that through. We want to make sure that council has enough time to review it. So. Correct.
15, yes, sir.
Site number 15, your mic's muted.
Site number 15 is an unimproved tract totaling 3.57 acres in size. It is located in Kings Trail next to the Club Villas. They're proposing 16 non-residential uses, including, in addition to the non-residential use proposed, the applicant is also proposing residential uses, dwellings as multifamily. 1 building, is that correct, Clint? 1 building on that northern tract.
Correct.
They are going to subdivide that lot into 2. Site number 15 conditions are non-residential structure shall not exceed 40 feet in height. The non-residential structure shall not exceed 5,000 square feet. The multifamily structure shall not exceed 35 feet in height. That goes in accordance with the regulatory height for a single-family dwelling home. It is also not that the multifamily structure shall not be located with 80 feet of the lot line adjoining lot 1. The setbacks along the southeast and southwest lot line shall be 15 feet. A buffer of 40 feet shall be retained along the northeast and northwest lot line. The non-residential parking lot shall not contain more than 30 parking spaces. The automobile service station or storage facility shall not be permitted. No trees shall be removed within 35 feet along the property line of Sunset Boulevard, with the exception of driveway accesses. Hardwood trees greater than 8 inches in DBH to that provision. Reserve area to be hatched. My only question for the applicant on this one, from a administrative standpoint, would be the density. After that lot is carved out, the density, would it meet the density requirements of the UDO? Because I know as it sits right now, it probably would with the total amount of acreage, but once you subdivided that lot out, that northern lot with the multifamily, would the density be compliant?
We believe so, just given the restrictions on the height that we've provided. It's very limited multifamily. I believe that is 2 to 3 stories at most there in terms. So likely 2 stories. So I cannot foresee there being a density issue. I don't have that calculation in front of me, and I apologize, but we addressed that. That concern obviously came up at planning board, which is why we instituted a 35-foot high height cap for the.
Do we have a unit?
So at this point, it's 2-story.
18 units.
That's multifamily is 2-story.
At this point, the multifamily is 2 stories.
It is capped at 35 feet. That could be 2 to 3 stories. We've just put the height limitation on it so that it is easily discerned what that limitation is.
And I wanted, if I may, make a comment about the discussion that was had with planning board with regard to this sort of tucked in multifamily tract. It actually had a larger footprint at one point, but there was a concern about the building line being too close to that northerly lot 1. And so in order to get that as far away from the actual building on that lot, like building line to building line, what we did was we pulled it in and we've got that 35-foot height limit to accommodate that. And that's the same single family height limit, but we did want to sort of scrunch it a little bit is how that worked out.
Can you get clarification for us if it's 2 floors or 3 floors?
We are willing to do 2 stories.
2 stories, okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, working with Grady and Wes, it was 18 units on there on a 1.57 acre tract, totaling 11.46 units an acre, which would comply with the UDO. So you could.
Okay. So I'm not sure if I got this straight. Is this going to be what's the shape of the building going to be, and where's it going to be located?
So we're not entirely sure at this juncture. Again, that is not a requirement of the conditional zoning, and specifically it was pulled back out because of the requirements of the conditional zoning, or what the conditional zoning provisions call for related to residential and multifamily conceptual designs. What I can tell you is it will be similar to in terms of design and elements that Riptide has done previously, and Riptide will do as part of other sites here. We'll emphasize again the fact that the height proposal here is commensurate with a single family home. We've just added a condition for 2 stories. We have, as Alan mentioned, created a building setback from that lot 1 that is considerable to again reduce and mitigate any impact. Then we've added a hatched area for buffering. And so in terms of that multifamily area, we believe that it is appropriate, it's low impact, and it meets the provisions of the UDO and the future land use plan.
Is the hatch area 40 feet, or does it come down to that 80-foot line?
It's 40 feet, but that is the hatched area in terms of that project boundary buffer.
Yeah.
But the 81-foot setback is again where that we would not be able to put the building any closer to that.
Could you put parking in there?
That specifically, it just calls for the building. We'll have to have some parking there, obviously, and that may be where it goes. But again, that will be more than taken care of and addressed with the buffering that's existing that we promised.
Now, is there buffering between the building and the southern part, the non-residential part?
Are you talking specifically towards the green?
Well, I'm speaking specifically in. You've got the residential part in the north.
Correct.
Coming straight south, you have the non-residential, and it looks like you have you've got tree buffering in there now, and the main concern is there's not a driveway access way through those 2 portions of the properties. Correct.
Correct.
Some further clarification: the northern tract. The northern tract with the multifamily will be accessed off of Kings Trail, where the southern non-residential entity will access through Sunset Boulevard, which is a DOT road. So they will be subject to NCDOT driveway standards and a permit pulled from them. Also, this site is also in the overlay district, so overlay district standards will apply to this as well.
Yeah, I think between those 2 buildings too, there's not going to be any, just to clarify, no driveway access. We can definitely add some buffering if need be, and even, hash that area out. Due to the time constraints to get plans in this last time, I think there were some oversights made on this site because there used to be parking in that area between the 2 sites that was eliminated when we shrunk the building down.
Yes, and as part of that, as Todd just mentioned, going to the commercial site, I do want to mention that we reduced it pretty considerably down to 5,000 square feet. We also, as in conjunction or in discussion with the planning board, limited the parking. Correct. So that it again really emphasizes walkability and bikeability, reduces the footprint. It allows for the preservation of the hatched out areas, including right along Sunset Boulevard, which was an emphasis of the planning board. And again, this area of Sunset Boulevard is a commercial node, as we previously discussed. So that's why we believe that this is appropriate in conjunction with the buffering and the buffering that would be provided between what is the commercial building, the proposed subdivision line, and then the multifamily structure there in the rear of the site.
And I've handed to the mayor the picture of the aerial if anybody wants to see that.
area along Kings Trail Drive further west, where the building envelope is certainly constrained, are you intending to put a structure there? I didn't think so.
No,
And
there's not.
it was not included as a condition, but I had in my notes that area in general was to be hatched. I don't know if that's a particular issue or not.
No, it's not. I believe that is just.
And I believe that it was.
We're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Can that hatched area that Wes just talked about, can that move all the way up to that 40-foot? Now, I know you've got to put some golf cart path through there and all that, but can that move all the way up to the 40-foot or the boundary?
Where specifically?
Take your lower one that Wes just talked about on the southwestern side of that parcel. It says 40-foot project boundary, and that's going to be hatched now, right? Is that what you were talking about, Wes? That's what you're talking about.
Yes, I was just I had in my notes that it would extend to the 15-foot project boundary here.
I think that is probably a bit too far, just given some of the constraints and some of the conditions we've already put on it. But yes, I mean, in terms of drawing that line, if we could do it where that last tree is shown there, I think that would be acceptable. That would give us the flexibility we need, given the increased the building setback that we already have put on ourselves, in addition to the buffer. We're just trying to make sure that we're able to build that at the end of the day, and also build any accessory or infrastructure requirements.
And we do need a certain amount of backyard space just for the building itself. And so what Wes is describing is certainly does not appear to be a problem.
Yeah, I don't envision that. I just need to make sure that the line is
not all the way to the 15-foot project boundary.
Last tree.
To the last.
To the north. Is that right?
That would be our preference, just again we think that achieves the desire there. We're certainly we're hoping that reflects our intent to preserve the trees and to preserve those areas and not build in those areas. We just need to have some additional.
There's some unknown factors like
Correct.
stormwater and things of that nature.
Is the council satisfied with that area? And I know we've got some other things to discuss on the site, but there'll be a hatched area to the extent of that last tree on the site. We don't. That will have to be dimensioned.
Let me ask you a question now. This is the area we're going to put the building.
Correct.
Correct. We want to move that building up, is what you were talking about, I think, as far as humanly possible.
In order to, again, minimize any impact to that lot one behind it.
Okay, I'm going to move that up. Now, you had done, Todd, you had done a hand drawing at one point. Now, I'm not holding you to this, but you had drawn a sort of a hand drawing, almost an L along here. I don't know if that's possible, but that's what you had done.
Right.
That would really move it up. And I think that's crucial. You're only doing 2 floors now. So that's positive. Now, can we buffer? We're hatched here. Can we hatch here and maybe you got to get a road out of there, obviously, to Kings Trail. I think you're dealing with the golf cart paths here. And so you have to get a road out here. Can we hatch here down to here? So you got to have some room now.
Yeah, and I think what you're talking about generally we're not opposed to. The issue here is we're not sure where that driveway is ultimately going to be located.
Well, I understand
and
that.
so hatching it, we don't believe is frankly appropriate, not because we don't want to protect that. It's just when we go through the development phase of this and TRC may say it needs to be located here, or you need to do this in this manner. So we don't want to constrain ourselves through the hatching process in doing that. That is the only concern that we have.
Can Wes give you some wording that could give you, here's what's got to work through here? Obviously, the hatch area will come to it, but we got to work through a certain area? We got to leave you open to make
again, we're not opposed to this. I think Our thought is that with the hatching shown, with the hatching that we have now proposed there on the western part of the site, we believe that from our perspective is sufficient to again have that preservation area. If it is a key issue here, we're happy to try to wordsmith it. But my concern is we create a condition that is vague, unenforceable, ambiguous as to its intent, and then it constrains TRC review, and that's not what we want to do.
Street trees. Wow. I did want to mention, just call out to everyone's attention that they will be also adding street trees here, which will help alleviate some of the concern. It certainly won't be the same as preserving an existing buffer, but.
And then what you could do as well is to accommodate the applicant's concern about the driveway access and not hatching everything right now. Do what they're willing to do now, and then you could say, once they establish their driveway location, the areas beyond the driveway would be further hatched. It's like once you get your driveway permit, you get your driveway located and improved, then you hatch the areas around it for further preservation.
And yeah, we'd be happy to include something that would say subject to TRC review and approval as part of that process, that we would be open to adding additional buffering. I think that's Grady, what you're speaking
We would
to.
agree to that.
Even if it's planted, you guys would plant it if for some reason it was disturbed, and you would plant back on the other side of the driveway.
My understanding is yes, in conjunction with obviously TRC review and approval and consideration.
And happy to hatch around the driveway when we get there.
Okay. Here I go again. If you do that, great. And could you come down hatching then to the 80 feet line? 80-foot line. Could this
We are going to need some of that for building footprint, and obviously not building footprint there, but parking. Yeah, I mean we cannot do that. That would essentially eliminate the buildability of this property.
Okay.
More questions? Do I have any more questions for them? More questions for Wes? Chad?
We're all comfortable with the non-residential part?
Yes.
Let me ask a question. On the non-residential part, behind that building, could that be hatched then? I don't know what's there in the open. I know there's a ton of trees. They're all heritage trees.
Yes, we would just need room for stormwater. So again, we're happy to hatch that. We just need, again, to have flexibility to have stormwater and required stormwater facilities and infrastructure.
But we'll minimize to the best of our potential or our ability, and hatch the rest of the areas.
We would just want the condition to reflect that.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Wes? The wording there?
Pardon?
Oh, you weren't?
Sorry, I was trying to get the other wording down.
So down here, they're willing to hatch this area behind the non-residential entity. However, they need flexibility with the stormwater implications that we don't know about yet.
Okay.
So
it's effectively contingent condition.
Yes.
I think probably the way to describe it.
Which also, those stormwater facilities would be required to be buffered as part of the UDO regardless. Yes. So we're happy to hatch it. It is one of those things that would be, like Alan said, a contingent condition, and I'm always concerned about those because of
also
they're contingent.
Also, we did, with regard to hatching in general, and I apologize for not saying this earlier, we did dispense with the distinction between hatching and buffering to some extent when we started off the day. And so I don't want to get, I think our main overarching goal is to preserve trees to the extent humanly possible, and we are on board with that. We're just at the mercy of TRC, the state of North Carolina, and those sorts of things. So, and the buffering is already included to some extent here with tree preservation. So I should have mentioned that earlier. I apologize for not.
This will be planted with a buffer, given that it's a non-residential use. So they will be required to do that. We can try to put some language in here about planting back alongside the stormwater, but it's sort of,
And I mean, if it suits the council, we have authority to hatch that 15-foot project boundary right there with the contingencies that we mentioned.
That would be good.
Okay.
Right.
Just one last, now, to the left of that, as we look at this building, to the left of the building, there's an area too, there's an area hatched along there. But what about the area there that does have the parcel number and so on? Can that be hatched? There's a lot of heritage trees around there.
Again, we're not trying to be difficult or to push back against preservation. These are conceptual. And again, as we go into the site design portion of this, there may be something that we have to shift in parking or what have you, or location of a dumpster facility, something to that extent. I'm not saying that that will be there. I'm just providing examples of if we go and hatch it and then we have engineering difficulties, we don't want to have to come back just because of that. And so it's not it's not to not preserve trees and not to hatch it. It's just because given the considerable hatching we've already provided, we do need to have some ability to maneuver site design aspects around.
So can we say then as TRC looks at this stuff with you after you figured all that out, that they could request that area to be hatched?
Certainly.
Yes.
Is that okay, Chad?
I mean, we don't necessarily have the authority to do that, but I mean, we would strongly encourage any tree preservation of the site. And I mean, it seems to me what we've heard from the folks is that if they don't have to take down the tree, they're not going to take it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would anticipate that they are only going to be able to get one driveway in that location. So the extent of the parking lot could be modified, and they could have some difficulty there.
Yeah, I believe NCDOT is probably only going to allow one driveway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So should I summarize those couple items that we
Yes.
mentioned?
Yes, please.
Yes,
The preserved area located along Kings Trail Drive lot line extending to the farthest east tree shall be hatched. Following siting of the driveway through TRC coordination of planted and preserved street yard shall be provided within the 40-foot setback along Kings Trail Drive, and the 15-foot setback along number 10 fairway shall be preserved.
And a restriction of 2 stories on the multifamily.
Thank you.
All right. What's the pleasure of council on track 15?
Make a motion, we accept this one with the conditions identified.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question along with the applicant. We've got about 15 minutes. Is it, and ask the board as well, do they need to go in their presentation to potentially come back tonight to finish this up, or would you rather see the presentation tonight to finish this up potentially as well? I want to just ask the question of how we need to proceed using the 15 minutes that we have left the
Actually,
best way
about
we
13
can.
now.
Yeah.
But it's up to y'all. If y'all want to break, then you come back tonight because it's on the agenda tonight.
Actually,
And y'all
about 45 minutes. If you guys can eat dinner in less than 30 minutes.
What?
If you'll give us just 2 seconds to discuss it.
So whatever y'all want. I mean, we got at least that. You like me, it'll take you long to eat it.
We don't need an hour and 10 minutes to eat dinner.
They slow eat.
Chad does.
Yeah, we're happy to go ahead and present. Again, these are connected, so maybe one where
Let's
where
get
we
going.
come back, but we're happy to power through.
I'm good with whatever. I just
Yeah.
want, yeah.
We certainly want to be respectful of staff and you all if you guys want to take a break. It
We'll
has
try
been
to
a
get,
long
we'll try to get to a place where you can stop, where you can come back in tonight.
Yeah.
Respectfully. All right?
Yes, sir.
Go with it.
So,
Go ahead, Chad. Do you want to go to 16 now? Or do you
How
want
do
to
you-
go back
you want me to go to
How do you need
twos
to go where you
or
can go in
sevens?
your angle?
let's start with 7.
Okay.
And
Number
we'll
7.
we'll do 16, 17. 2 is one that is obviously connected, but it is a little bit more separate and standalone. So for 7, this is previously what was discussed at Plan Board. I know that we skipped over it. I apologize as I get to subject 7. Bear with me for just a few seconds.
I have 2 of these. I'm going to give U31.
Start your wheel, just start it down there, and then they can come through with it.
You don't want to see this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a little one of this, don't we?
Yeah, I have this.
Yeah,
Yeah, they already
yeah, we have one. I think we've all got these.
Good.
So subject 7 here is what has previously been put together as a golf amenity area. What is reflected on the screen is what we had previously submitted, which was to have that pitch and putt area in conjunction with a select number of townhomes. We had worked together with planning board and removed a fair amount of those units, as you can see, and preserved that buffer area closest to the roadway. After consideration and in review of some of the concerns, specifically those voiced here today and previously, we have, again, and these are part of kind of the global presentation of these sites, taken out those townhomes. What we're showing now on that site is a pitch and putt, and then a planned future golf practice area, putting green, chipping green, something very high-end, world-class facility that would fit with the golf amenity. So it would remove those units, which have been a source of consternation from the neighbors, and make it just pure golf amenity, golf use, which we believe fits nicely, would be congruent with the area, would be agreeable given the existing golf infrastructure in that area. So that is what we are proposing for Site 7.
So, a couple quick questions on that. Taking those buildings out is good, but it looks like there was a hatched or preserved area that was originally where you already previously take 6 buildings out.
Correct.
That no longer is that preserved.
Correct.
And you've taken out all of the trees in that whole segment there.
And there would obviously be some buffering as part of that, but we would need that area given the narrowness there, and to have this golf practice area, which we know has been a constant request of people in the neighborhood. We also believe that given the fact that it would be that golf amenity, golf practice facility, the need for that hatching or the protection of those trees specifically is minimized or eliminated. Those were specifically added so that there would be minimized impact of those structures. With the removal of the structures, that specific buffering is no longer necessary from our view.
So, can you give us an idea what a future high-end golf practice facility that would be stretching through there would consist of?
So
can't be a driving range.
Correct. And we would be happy to say there will not be a driving range there. It would be, again, a putting facility and a chipping facility to allow, compared to kind of different from the whole structure of that pitch and putt, it would be just kind of a more traditional putting facility, chipping facility, maybe a multi-hole putting facility. Again, it's to be commensurate with what is shown on the pitch.
So if have you been to Pinehurst? Are you familiar with if you go to, you're familiar with Pinehurst, the town, and the golf courses, the resort. If you go out the back of their clubhouse today, you've got 2 things. You've got the Cradle, which is a 9-hole chip and putt course, and then you also have 2 18-hole championship grade, professional grade putting courses that residents and guests of the resort use and have little get-togethers and what have you out there to practice their games or just have basic competitions. And very high-end, very well taken care of. We can leave some of that hashed area out there. We would just need enough open space to provide for that, obviously for a green to be able to thrive and live and provide that service.
Is it correct as I look at this that the road is all completely eliminated? All you would have is a golf cart?
Golf cart paths.
And to Todd's point, and I am not a golfer, but we have it from our client here that we're talking about, your 9-hole pitch and putt, and then kind of like a 9-hole pro putting course as your sort of 2 sides of that V property. And I would also throw out, this is simply proactive on the part of our client in response to some of the concerns that were voiced this morning. It appeared that many of those concerns were centered around this relatively small stretch of townhomes. And if that was the case, then we wanted to try to accommodate that and put something out there that would be an alternative. However, the loss of these units, just so that we are clear, we are reclaiming these units in another place on Site 17, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Can Todd, you just mentioned we can hatch some of that. Sure. Can we? Okay. See where the cart path crosses there? This in the very southern part of, I call it Italy there, but let's.
Okay.
Can we hatch a little bit of it, 25 feet, something like it over there, just over that cart path maybe? Just hatch that so this area is obscured and that kind of thing.
Councilman Hargreaves, just to clarify, so where the golf cart path crosses,
yes,
everything in front of that towards
Kings
Kings Trail Drive would be the only hatched area. Is that
Yeah.
kind of what you're proposing?
And 25 foot
Yeah.
north of that.
25 foot north of the cart path, you're saying?
So the car path would run through the trees.
Oh.
When it starts raining, they can hide in the trees under there.
Yes. Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
Okay.
So 25 feet above that. Cover
From the
that in
road
20
to the cart path, and then 25 feet north.
I think.
If I may, can you point that out on the screen?
It's okay.
Oh.
That
Well,
would
this is the wrong picture, but
No, well, you can still point it out.
here's the
Got
golf,
out the
here's the
bottom.
golf cart path right here. Go 25 feet above that, and this area down here will be hatched.
Yeah, we have authority to accept that.
That's close to 125 feet from the lot line. Okay. Just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
Thank you.
and when you put that high-end putting course in, that precludes the option of coming back a year from now and saying, we didn't like that. We would like to go back and put some type of houses in.
So that is why we're doing all of this in conjunction with these other sites, is so that we can get clarity as to the unit numbers, so that there is no issue with that. That is why we're doing it in this manner. We appreciate council's consideration of these, but that is specifically why we're doing it.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
You would be fine with the condition of, with the exception of the single-family lot, no residential development shall be
Don't
permitted.
even put single-family
And
lot, no
again-
residential.
Yeah, we do need to be specific. This is in conjunction with the acceptance of the other sites once we get to them.
We do have the one single family lot up here.
Oh, yes. I apologize. Yeah, there is the one single family lot.
One single family lot up at the top.
Up by Edgewater Circle.
And again,
that's what
it
I
is
said,
not our desire at all, notwithstanding the reputation of lawyers, it's not our desire at all to complicate the procedure here, but we are asking for a batch vote on these, even if we have to break them down specifically by site. The reason is we need to talk about what we're doing with Section 17, because by removing these units, we're reclaiming them on Section 17. It's all part, these 4 tracks, it's all part of sort of a package, so to speak.
So the question is, are we comfortable with
we're not
Section 7 now?
We're not going to do a vote on this.
And we'll-
This is just a straw deal right now. Are we comfortable with this, knowing that it's going to be hatched down there like you was asking for?
Just one more question. There is no indication, or you're not planning in any way to light these, are you, in the future? By light, I mean so that they're good for night use, which I would be opposed to, no question about that.
I haven't had any discussion.
Yeah, we haven't. That is a very pertinent question. We have not fully addressed that.
That would concern me a lot.
No, and
it would
we're-
be a great area. I like what you're doing here. I like what you've got here.
Lighting is not in the plans.
Lighting is not in the plan. Okay.
It's not in the plans.
Thank you. Do we need to make that a condition then?
That's up to the purview of the council.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's make that a condition. Thank you on that. Appreciate it.
And that's mainly, basically, no lighting in
No
the
lighting
evening.
whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay. Or no lighting period, okay.
So we have a
Yeah, I
straw
think
man.
I think the lighting condition does need to be clarified, just specifically so that it prohibits nighttime use of those facilities. It is fundamentally different from what we discussed at the driving range. we don't want to say there's no lighting at all, because there may
Maybe
need to be
path
some
lighting or
some
something.
safety lighting or path lighting.
Well, that's different. Path lighting, that's different.
Yeah, we just wanted to be
Sorry,
clear.
as far as facility lighting, they're not.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, that's right.
So we're comfortable with 7 and ready to move to the next?
So we are at 5 o'clock. We're
happy to keep
happy to
going,
continue, but again, we want to be
we're at
respectful
pleasure.
of
We
staff and you all.
We can stop here unless you want to keep going. I go. I mean, we don't have to eat dinner. I don't care.
We can. I think we can.
It's up to
If we can
y'all.
go another 15 minutes. Might as well talk about
Let's go.
17 since we're
Yeah,
talking
let's
about.
go.
Yeah, we're happy to
Started
talk.
then.
We're happy to talk about
17.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is that the next one? What's
Well,
next?
It's tied in. That's what they're trying to use this and
Yeah.
this to get back where they can work everything through.
So what are we, 16 or 17?
We're going to go to 17, correct?
Yeah, and then we'll go to, just because we have
We'll come
talked
back
about
to
it.
16.
So did we
17.
finish 7?
Yeah, seven is a straw.
That's what you.
It's not a firm vote yet. We'll come back, tie it all in, because some of this is going to tie in together. So tonight, when we come back, if we approve everything together, we'll know that one. But as a consensus from the council, they were good with what's been said there.
Okay, just clarify.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Going to 17, correct?
But this one
Correct.
doesn't show.
this is.
We have 17,
Doesn't show
16,
the
and
new
2 left on the board, too, to go back to, correct?
Yeah.
This is the one.
Oh, man, you're my hero.
What are we doing now?
Oh, this is a big.
Yeah, so just for clarity, I know there's been a lot of crosstalk. We're
Okay,
going to
thank you.
move to site 17 just because we have referenced it and discussed it. There is a new plan in front of you here.
Chad, you've got the new one in your staff at the end.
This
middle.
It's hard to
Yeah,
say.
he's got the new plan.
He
I'll hand it
uploaded
to
them
you
all.
here in just a second.
They
Oh, I got it.
added a
No, that's-
building.
I've got you a new one coming.
Oh,
It's coming. He's
a new-
going to pass it
A
down.
new one.
Go ahead and get it started,
Yeah,
sir.
so this is a proposed condominium multifamily development.
I know what you're doing. We'll explain it.
Okay, just for clarity, and I know that there's a lot going on, but I do want to obviously address this to council. This is a proposed condominium and multifamily development along Crooked Gully Circle. We are showing you a new plan and one that that is obviously made in conjunction with some of the concessions we just discussed on subject site 7. We are showing now as part of that plan 7 buildings. One of which is located strategically in front of kind of the amenity footprint. Again, that is to prevent location closer to Crooked Gully Circle and to allow for both buffering and also just ensure safe access to and from the site. We didn't want to, as part of this strategic replanning of this site, cluster those towards Crooked Gully. That was considered as an option, but we didn't want to do that. We also have, as reflected on the site design, made sure that we didn't build within the delineated wetlands. That obviously constrains the site, and we've worked very purposefully to avoid any building within those wetlands area. There is the amenity area that is centralized right there. This is adjacent and near existing multifamily and similar uses. These would be condominium multifamily units. We've included certain conditions. Those conditions likely will need to be adjusted as part of this kind of this new concept for this site. But that is what we're planning to do here. Again, that's 7 buildings, one of which is located within the amenity area. This is actually located adjacent to a property that is in Calabash. That is, from my understanding, completely undeveloped and wooded. So it is going to be very well screened. It's set back. There's going to be minimal impact. And these types of condominium units, as you heard this morning, are necessary to support golf packages. They're also necessary to provide different housing options, but specifically to support those golf packages. And as mentioned, there's only 90 units. So this is adding, frankly, requisite and necessary units to the area.
90 units total, or
No,
90 units in
So
addition?
that was in reference to the comments about there being 90 condo units available for as part of kind of the golf package rental.
Okay.
Now,
I
now
apologize.
What Parker had
Yeah.
mentioned.
So let me ask,
Okay,
so going into this today, we had 142. I think I was trying to clarify over the weekend. You're adding 90 to that, so do you have a total?
No, and I apologize. That was in reference just as part of a policy point where you previously heard that there is what I would consider a limited number of these types of units. We've heard 90 units as part of people presenting this morning. In terms of the unit number, we're working to get specifically what that would be.
And while we're waiting on that, a couple of comments, if I may. One, and this is not a sob story, but I do want to make the point that by moving these units to this site, there are two different stormwater treatments for 7 and 17. 17 is subject to a higher scrutiny by the state, and so we have a higher regulatory threshold to jump over there. And we've done this in an effort to accommodate the citizenry with regard to 7. Also, and we'll come back to this, there are additional units being added to 17 in order to accommodate really two things. One is the Section 7 compromise that we talked about. Also, there's a Section 16 compromise where we dropped an entire floor on 3 condominium units at the request of the planning board, and we reclaimed those on 17. That's just a preview of what we'll talk about with 16, which is complicated.
And so I do have clarity on the density. It would be these 7 buildings, 24 units per building. That would be 160 units. 168 units. I believe that math is correct.
Yeah.
Hope.
How tall are these?
They're 50 feet. They're just needed, again, they're going to be really well done, high-end condominiums, very attractive, higher ceilings. So in order to accommodate that product, we do need that 50-foot height maximum.
Just to clarify there, the density calculation would be just over 6.5, so 6.7 units an acre, which would be perfectly in line with the land use plan and the UDO.
It's my understanding that's well below, frankly,
yes.
what is provided for. And we strategically did this given the wetlands, and because of that lower density, we believe it's appropriate given its proximity to other existing similar residential use types.
I think this is a good compromise, a good workaround.
Excellent. Yes, it is. It's a good compromise, and thank you for doing it. Quick question now on the buffer, or from the golf course or from over on Osprey Watch area there. If there's the 12th hole of the Jones course, it goes parallel to this down to the golf course down in this down the south area. Then you get to your buffer, and then you get to the wetland, and then you're using the high ground, obviously. The area between that 10th fairway and your condos up there is a very thick vegetated area that's great. There's a lot of life in that area, all kinds of animals, birds, whatever. So that's good to leave that free, because you've done that, and you're not going to. It's a great buffer. It is a fantastic buffer. You can't hatch it because it's just wetlands and just all greenery. I'll tell you, it's thick, and it will be good. It will be a good buffer.
Thank you. And that's, again, a strategic consideration that our client has put into this site design.
This made it. The other way with that building right at the entrance up there was not workable.
And we understand, and we wanted to address that to the satisfaction of the community and this council. And again, also show that our intent is to minimize any impact to adjacent properties.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to summarize, the only modification here would be from a maximum of 150 to a maximum of 168 residential units. Sounds like if there's no further questions, we've probably still got another couple minutes. We could jump to another site.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do we need,
So the virtual straw vote on this one?
we're doing
again,
16
as
on
we
top
done
of this one?
Yes, we'll do
Okay.
16 after this one.
As far as the straw vote on this one, like I said, we won't finalize this one yet. But the council seems pretty good with this new plan?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Move on to the next one. We're going to 16 now? Is that what you want to go to?
Yes.
or-
Chad, do you want to introduce this one? I'm happy to do
No,
it as
go
well.
ahead.
Okay. Making me do all the hard work.
Well, I mean, y'all
Get paid big money.
Yeah.
So we're broke.
Changed all the rules.
Yeah. I don't have the most updated information.
No, no, I'm just teasing you. Apologies, let me get to this really quickly. So this is obviously done in conjunction. This is the Discovery Lakes site here. We added another landscape enhancement along the entire property line. There are 2-story condo. Let me make sure that I.
So I can speak. This was a subject of great discussion at the planning board hearing that I attended. I want to focus on the southern end of the tract if we can. One item you'll note there is a raised landscape berm with a minimum berm height of 6 feet. And then the planning board wanted plantings installed on that were a minimum of 4 feet for a total of 10 feet, but those plantings will grow larger than that. So the idea would be to create both something of a modified and also natural buffer to as strongly screen that from the across the street properties as possible. And then in connection with going up 10 feet with room to go farther, we came down off of the original design, which was, I believe, 50 feet, and came down a whole story.
Correct.
And what we were ultimately trying to do was think about the delta between a 35-foot height limit and the limit that we arrived at here, which is relatively small. We needed just a little bit of leeway there to design the building. That was the bulk of the discussion at the planning board hearing, and that reduction in the story on those 3 buildings on the south, that reduction in the story was reclaimed with 17. That's some of the additional units that were on section 17. So I wanted to tie the review of 16 into the compromise on 17.
And just to clarify on some of the dimensions and logistics of here, there's going to be a 25-foot front setback along Clubhouse Road. There'll be a 20-foot setback on all those other sides of this project. As Alan described and as shown on our plan, we have 9 total buildings. As part of the planning board, we had the discussion of shifting more of the units to the northern piece of property, which from our understanding and from public comment was not objectionable. The northern side seems to be, people are completely fine with it. And so that's why we shifted units up there. There's 5 buildings shown on that northern side, which will not exceed the 50 feet in height. There's 4 on the southern side that's reflected. As Alan mentioned, we dropped that 10 feet to, again, reduce any visual impacts, and that will not exceed 40 feet in height. The project total shall have no more than 192 units, with no more than 72 total units on the southern portion. Again, very greatly reducing the density, well below what may otherwise be allowed. And then we put the remaining 120 on the northern portion in those 5 buildings. So that is what we have put forward. We also talk about 353 total parking spaces. That's 1.63 per unit. And again, we worked with the planning board, believe in coming to that to, again, minimize the sprawl of parking lots as part of these projects.
And you put more landscape vegetation along the west side of the southern condos?
Number 11 Fairway lot line, I believe, is a new.
Correct. We're open to increasing that buffer along that lot line and reflecting that as part of the plan.
You're talking about east of 11 Fairway?
Yes.
Yes.
I visited several homes on Discovery Lake Drive, and these buildings will completely change the look of what they have. This is all pine trees in here mostly, and some scrub. So there's nothing, unless you really increase the plantings here, that's going to block the view of these buildings. I have a real problem with this area.
Now to be very clear for everybody now, on this southern leg, we're still at 3 stories.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Down from 4 stories.
Down from 4, but that was a while ago. But that's not what happened now, but that was a while ago.
In terms of the concerns relating to view, we're certainly open to considerations for additional buffering and screening. I will note that individuals who purchased property in Birdwatch and along that roadway and across from this proposed site were made well aware, and actually, it's my understanding, signed certain documentation acknowledging that these would be, or at least contemplated for future multifamily and future condominiums. So it is our contention, and we raise this up to the council, that the folks who live adjacent to nearby, we did everything we could to make them well aware of this eventuality or possibility.
The concerns on the west side. On the other side of that, on Discovery Lake Road, you have a sort of line of pine trees, then you have the golf hole.
And
you added in a line of vegetation in this last round.
Correct. And we're
Yeah.
trying to do that to, again, minimize any view shed. And again, there are pretty considerable distance as well from what is proposed here.
And we can beef that up, however.
Yeah, we're open to increasing that.
Right now, that's calling for the bed to consist of mature palm trees, oak trees, lower petalum shrubs, roses, etc. Just to
along the west side of the
Yes, sir.
condos in the south there.
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, I sent an email to Mr. Hill yesterday. Just wanted to clarify the unit count on this site. I know I think I confirmed with you, Todd, a few weeks ago that we took 26 off this, added it to 17. I just want to make sure the number that we have as total is either 190 or 192, with 72 of those units being on the southern, no more than 72 units being on the southern portion.
One should be 192, correct? 120
Yeah,
on the
120
north,
on the
and
north.
72 on
Yeah.
the south.
Right.
Yeah.
That is.
That's what they said.
Okay. Clint, I would, about the people in Birdwatch, okay? They're as furious as the people in across the way in Discovery Lake. Now, I agree with what you said. You probably, there was a document in the signings that did that. Some people said I didn't pay any attention. I signed everything. You know how it goes, DocuSign and all that kind of stuff. But they're furious also. And what I was hoping would happen here, that would, I think I could help calm things down from there, was that we'd go down from 3 to 2 stories where they'd really combine or really fit in that area a lot better. And we could do that buffering that Todd talked about, and it could really work. With this, and I, like Charlie, I've been with people. I've been standing on porches and looking over there, and trying to determine what it's going to be like. And those pines that are there are tall pines, so you see right through. I don't think there's anything you can put in there as far as buffering that's going to make this any better for these people. I was really, really hoping that one of these was all add up to maybe going down a floor again, and I think then we can make it work.
We understand that and certainly respect that comment. What we would submit is then, again, as part of this universal package that we're going through of properties, is that the unit count is critical to the viability of the golf courses, the viability of the commercial. We're certainly not trying to be stingy. It is just, it is an economics math problem for our client in terms of having to meet certain unit thresholds. We believe that what we've done in terms of structuring the northern site to be the more dense site, reducing the units considerably on the southern portion, where we are intending to locate those structures and how we're intending to buffer it more than substantially mitigate any of the impacts to adjoining property.
I'm comfortable with the changes that they've made. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be a perfect world. But the guys on Birdwatch, they've got a line of trees on the east side of the road. They have a line of trees in the median of the road. They have a line of trees on the west side of the road. Then they have the 10-foot buffer and whatever residual trees that you happen to leave there. So, when you look across from Sawmill, that development that you did down there last couple of years.
Seahorse Estates.
And the trees that came in there, within a couple of years, all of a sudden you've got a very strong buffer that'll grow up
those
there.
trees there have been planted for 14 years.
And what again, what we'll say is to the extent that there's a desire for additional enhanced buffering where there's green that exists and where we're reflecting again the buffering, we're happy to obviously consider that. The unit count is just critical.
I understand the unit count, I really do.
I would say it's a combination of the unit count and the distribution of those units. And in order to accommodate the planning board's request that we reduce the density on the southern leg, and to accommodate the citizenry's request for something different for 7, we have loaded 17 as much as we're able to do, and we've candidly reached the floor of what we're able to accommodate in order to achieve that unit count.
Your unit count right now, with the hotel, is approximately 598 units, Sea Trail. That, to me, is high. Now, you got to take off the hotel, which everybody likes to take off the hotel. That's 448. But we're only talking about giving up 24 units here. I believe it's 24 units. I don't see that as a deal breaker.
It is for us.
Or we would have to account for it somewhere else. And we're again trying to responsibly distribute this. I mean, again, I don't have any authority, but an alternative would be to potentially, and again, I've not spoken to my client about this, but this is just a consideration that we would have, would be going more vertical on the northern portion of it. We don't want to do that because we don't think that it is probably the best use compared to what we have shown here, but that would be a consideration. This has been looked at and scrutinized extensively by our client, and your concern is noted and understood. We just believe that we've worked tirelessly to make sure that it is distributed in a way that has a low impact for adjoining property owners around this site. We understand that the southern portion has been scrutinized extensively, but we also want to have consideration for the northern portion as well and balancing that in conjunction with the southern portion concerns.
Northern portion is at 50 feet, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure with these 4 buildings being at 3 stories that I can vote yes.
$24 units.
Is it possible that another building can be added to the northern site or to subject 17? There's
I certainly don't think it can be added to subject 17.
Okay.
We have
given
looked at that.
stormwater.
Yeah, and the wetlands preservation and everything. We're concerned about any additional density with 17.
And I understand you don't want to go in the northern section here above 50 feet, and I understand that.
Well, we don't want them to go to
No.
60 feet.
No.
Or 65.
I understand they don't want to do it, and I understand that. I totally understand it. I just wish we could.
What's your view, Tom, on this?
I mean, I hear the concerns about the people on either side of this southern portion. I haven't spoken to the people over there the way that these gentlemen have, so I'd have to kind of go with their input from the residents there, I think.
And that's appreciated. We can certainly, we can see what may be possible. These are just comments. Again, the unit count is critical. We would have to figure out units elsewhere. This is just the fact of the matter.
And we're concerned, candidly, with the progress that we've made today. We're concerned with having to find units somewhere else with already approved sites when we've had this as much consensus as we've had today. We had deep worry about the overall scheme here, especially with respect to the batch of properties that we're discussing now and the quality of the solution for Site 7. I recognize and respect and appreciate the sightline issue, but this was also a disclosed issue all along, and we're talking 24 units I understand, doesn't seem like a big number, but these are some pretty formulaic calculations, and this is far, far, far from where we started. And we have attempted at every turn, both at planning board, I think the 3 days at planning board, and I think today, there have been almost no concessions that have been asked of us that we have not accommodated. This is the one, this is the only one where we are pleading with the council.
What if you were to take out the pickleball court and put another 2-story there where the pickleball court is?
So that directly abuts the roadway. Is that?
Well, yeah, you'd have to move it in a little bit, but you would lose your pickleball court, but you could put another 2-story building in there. Would that bring you up to 24 units?
Part of the problem with a 2-story condominium is elevators and how we work with that. 2-story condominiums just generally are not an acceptable design. There are rare situations where it works, but with the proven design that we're working with, 2 stories isn't, it's just not going to work.
How come it doesn't work? I don't understand that. You're talking about elevators now.
I think the most important thing is the unit count. But I can tell you there are engineering problems with a 2-story condominium from this is an expression of the work that we have done behind the scenes, and we don't have an engineer here to testify to that. I'm making the representation to you that there are meaningful engineering problems with a 2-story condominium in the nature of the concept that we're using here, which is a nationally proven concept. We went over that at planning board in depth. And so I think the primary concern is the unit loss. The secondary concern is this design issue. But make no mistake about it, the unit loss is the primary issue.
Well, but my main concern, and from the first time I saw this plan, has been for the people that have lived here for years. And some of this really affects their quality of life. I don't know if this will pass the way it is.
So what about on the left side of that golf hole there, putting in more buffering? They got tall pines there, so you go 40 feet.
Yes, again, we've been amenable to increase buffering, again, as long as it doesn't interrupt the footprint. We're, again, amenable to that.
I'm talking about on the west side of the golf course, between the houses on Discovery Lake that are concerned that they look out their backyard and they see condos. So if they look out their backyard and you've got high buffering underneath those tall pines that are there, they lose their view of the golf course, but they don't see the condos. If that's
So are you
if you're
saying
tracking my
on
geography.
the other side of
On the west side of the golf.
I mean, we can't.
You don't own that yet.
Yeah, so I mean, we can't make that representation given that it's not before the council here. Again, on the subject site, we're very much open to increased buffering to ensure that there is no impact to anybody's quality of life. We believe that these, what I believe will end up being 3-story condos in the southern portion, given the 40-foot height limit, there'll be minimal visual impact.
We can plant whatever kind of.
These
Well,
are
how far you're proving? I'm sorry to interject here. You're proposing to plant material there. You do have a planted buffer there, or a existing tree line. What is the depth that you would be able to preserve?
I do not know that off the top of my head because we're just having this conversation.
Sure,
in-
but presumably, if retaining that existing planted area would be better than planting new material, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so,
From a maturity standpoint.
right.
The issue, they're pine trees, they're tall pines. So you run up 35, 40
no
feet.
understory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, not to question you too much here, but we went on parcel number 15. We went from 3 stories to 2.
So that's not the type of building that we're talking about here. That is completely different. I mean, I understand the question and I appreciate it, but that's a completely different financial calculus. When we're talking about installing elevators in a building, you have a certain expense outlay for that. And if you don't get the return on the number of units, it doesn't make it viable to build it. There's also foundational requirements that go into this that it upends the entire financial calculus for those buildings. And so I don't mean to get into a debate about dollars and cents on some of this, but simply stated, and I think you'll all appreciate that this is in a different character than our response to other requested concessions here. And the reason is because there are meaningful financial concerns when it comes to this particular deal. Now, we analyzed this at length with the planning board, and were at first uncomfortable with that reduction, and we're able to rework that on the fly and get that calculation as low as we possibly could with the addition in section 17. But we took the building down to the smallest possible size for this particular design.
Is there, now Tom made a point about taking out the pickleball court, but is there a way to redesign that area a little bit to go to one more? But well, again, we're talking two-story and you say no to two-story. So
yeah, I will also say in terms of the buffering, we do have authority to preserve or to buffer or preserve the existing buffer. We would just need 25 feet from the back of the building. So
there's only one spot where that might be an issue.
Yeah. So, I mean, other than that 25 feet, we're happy to obviously preserve that existing buffer to the extent there's a desire to have some understory there. Again, I don't have authority on that, but I can't foresee that being an issue. And to me, if that is the case, that more than mitigates the impacts that we are discussing.
All right, guys, I'm fixing to call the end of this so we can get their dinner in. We got to feed these little boys. But we will come back tonight. We will continue this. In this, we will be doing with Dylan again, still with 2. We'll finish up the 16.
Correct.
And then we know we're 7 and 17. We got a straw that we'll have our other councilman here tonight to add into the discussions. So we'll go from there.
Thank you all. We appreciate
y'all's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.